We are live at Cassette. Let me go get my other device. Welcome everybody. Kiss is playing live. Dr. Love. Down, 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 down. That's a good one. All right. Let me open this up. Happy Halloween. Do the mash. It's a graveyard smash. Do the mash. Keychain. Caden's got a new keychain. What happened to this thing here? Caden must have took it. All those autographs on it. Lobby cards. Hello. I didn't get to see the first couple comments. You got you left that thing upstairs? Yeah, I moved. It was looking at me all night. It was killing me. Yeah, it was like, what the heck? Plus, I zoomed in on it. There's a lot of stuff, new stuff over here. I don't know if it's new or Hatchet. It's probably Hatchet stuff and some new. You wearing that tonight somewhere? No. You didn't no Halloween party for you, Caden? Sad. This is a Halloween party here. Halloween with Chad is what we call it. All right. You too. Thank you as always. All right. Do the graveyard smash. It's a mash. Down, 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 down. Okay, let's go ahead and get some of this stuff off the table. All right. Okay. Let's see here. I'm not for sure why this was laying here, but we're going to take it somewhere else. And we're going to put it right there. And then we're going to put this stuff back here behind me. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for, ooh, give it up. Stop. From Chuck Haley, Stacy Manage. Let's do this right here. Let's see. All auctions start at $5. Negative. Half off treats for all. We might do some half off like we always do. Happy Halloween, happy Halloween. Jerry Stone said, Chad, you were starting too early tonight. Trick-or-treating is happening right now. I know people are trick-or-treating here. There's trick-or-treaters there. Hey, I got trick-or-treaters on here. I left a box of candy on my front porch. That's what I did. I turned on my light and I left a box of candy. I flipped over an Amazon box sideways and filled it full of candy. I spent $60 on candy at Publix. So if you want to drive by my house, there's a box of candy on the... Jerry Stone. Jerry, I'll make it where you don't miss anything, I promise. Will you miss something? Probably. Will I make it where you don't miss something? I'll try my best. It's going to take me 5 minutes to get the table cleaned off as usual. Don't come around here no more. Ooh. Whatever you're looking for. Jesse. Whoa, Laura's dressed up. Whoa. She just walked by. I was spooked out of my mind. Whoa. I didn't even get to see it. All I saw was a black hood walk by. Laura is dressed up. All right. Give it up. Stop. Bum 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 ba da 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 dun 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 da da. Give it up. Stop waiting any longer. Let's see. Ozzy should go up tonight. I'll do a couple comps. I don't need to lose. There's some expensive stuff laying back here. I'll leave those couple things for a while. All right, so here's the agenda. It looks like there's 3 crates of new vinyl plus box sets. Yeah, there's about, there's 5 crates of new vinyl plus box set, a couple Hatchet Ed, and we do have Japanese tonight. I know somewhere David Johnson just fell off his couch. So, Chad, please read this. FYI, I want to give another shout out to the shipping team. I received package 202 from the previous order today. UPS had fun with it. Know what happened, but they did, but it's not a happy looking package. It was smushed, and one whole side of the bottom was retaped the bottom, however, none of the records were damaged. Awesome. That means the shipping staff is rocking. They pack that stuff like it's their child they're trying to transport. Steve, Jill, G, Ed, Tony. Who else am I forgetting, Jill? That's about everybody that packages. And Tanner's taking them to a Titans game Sunday, right? Oh, yeah. They're going to a Titans game. We are the person we get boxes from. They send us free Titans tickets every year. And so last year, I think it was Doug, Paul, me, Ed, Tanner. No, Tanner didn't go. I went because Tanner couldn't chaperone. So Tanner's the chaperone. He's taking Jill, G, Caden, you, Steve. 5. Caden, Jill. Yeah, so going to the Titans game tomorrow. Awesome. And they're riding the train down. All righty. Sounds like there's festivities already kicking off then. All right. I've got a next busy 72 hours. Live sale, football game, Paul McCartney.
Who are you most excited about?
Paul McCartney. Football game. I don't know. The Vols, the Vols are going to play 12 times a year. And you could go and get disappointed. Paul McCartney is 82 years old. He doesn't play too often near here, and this might be his last go around. So I'm here till probably 2 a.m. Football game in Knoxville tomorrow night. Paul McCartney Sunday night. Paul McCartney Thursday night. I got a haircut for it. I've had my haircut for tonight. I've had my haircut for tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Jill, as always. Love you too. Be safe out there. It is Halloween. If you see Michael Myers, just shoot him in the face. Don't do like Dr. Loomis. Shoot him. Well, he did shoot him in the chest multiple times. How many times has Michael Myers been shot? A lot. They never could. This is no man. Boy, Donald Pleasance makes that movie, in my opinion. If there's no Donald Pleasance in Halloween, There's no Halloween. Boom. New haircut. I can't do that. Yeah, that's the train that goes by our store. Yeah, you can ride a train. The Titans are synced up with the train schedule, or the train syncs up with the Titan schedule, and you can get picked up in Mount Juliet or Lebanon, and you can ride the train to Nashville. And then the train waits until after the Titans game is over, and then it comes back through and it drops people off. So essentially, you can you can ride a train right down there. Laura wants to know when she gets going. Well, we're taking turns on the Titans game, so I guess next year it'll be Laura, Paul, John. I don't see John going to a Titans game. Is he even here? What day is this? Is John Thomas even here? I don't think he is he? Or is he already? Oh, he's already left. Okay, there's his records. He's already left. Okay, let's get started, and let me go get these Japanese auctions. And yep, let me see if Seth texts me our itinerary. I wish Seth would let me know when we're leaving tomorrow, because it's going to depend on how late I'm staying. Okay, here's this morning's video. All right, this morning's video has claimed for Alice Cooper, Ed Sheeran, Fleetwood Mac, Led Zeppelin, Ween, Tyler Childers, Presidents, Chevelle, Led Zeppelin, Ozzy, Ace, Nirvana, Medieval Steel, Judas Priest, Overkill, Ace, Smiths, Iron Fist. Wow. So sold a lot already. Let's get started. The show's underway. We got new auctions. We got Japanese auctions. We're going to do all the new stuff and all the Hatchet Ed stuff. And then tonight, one of the big featured things is on sale new vinyl. It's the end of the month, and I'm not going to be here tomorrow for the first day of the month. And I figured we'd go ahead and do it tonight because it's Halloween, and we're going to try to sell off as much of our on-sale new vinyl as we can. So let's get started with some bluegrass and a little bit of country. So we'll start with Ralph Stanley and David Allan Coe. We have Ralph Stanley with Keith Whitley. So 1977 U.S. Original Press, Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys. And Keith Whitley appears, a young Keith Whitley appears on this album from 1977. It's EX condition. That's going to go up for a $15 start. And then David Allan Coe Encore. David Allan Coe is an 81 USOG. It is a compilation. It's in VG Plus condition. That's a $15 start. And over here, I do see two Hatchet Ed crates. One's full of vinyl. One's full of like miscellaneous and toys. There's three things full of CDs. And a whole thing of 45s. Yeah, I don't know what's up with all these. There's a lot of different stuff over here. But he's finally purged and cleaned out stuff. Now, some of the stuff, I think a lot of this is like old stray stuff, like stuff that maybe they couldn't find when they was picking somebody's order, packing somebody's order, and then but he's reached out to people and been like, hey, we found this item if you want it. And I've told y'all before, most of the time people's like, nah, I don't want it. So there's a lot of lost and found stuff, I think, over here too, because I see stuff that I know for sure reputable customers have bought, and I think it just maybe got left off an invoice and then they've changed their mind. So one reason I like everything on people's invoices when it's supposed to, because if something's missing, usually nobody wants it after that. So I'm like, please don't leave anything off anybody's invoice for a long time, that is. Okay? And then we got plenty of Japanese for tonight. And since Paul McCartney is playing in Atlanta Thursday night, or he's playing at Atlanta Sunday night and in Nashville, Well, Annie's playing in Atlanta Monday night, but I can't go 3 times. That's crazy. But I can go Thursday night, and I'm going to go Sunday night. So let's start with a Wings auction. I would just listen to Band on the Run all the way over here. Band on the Run. Wings Greatest Hits, and it's complete with the poster, the inner sleeve, and the insert. $35 start on Wings, okay? Ralph Stanley has a bid for 20. David Allen Coe's in VG Plus condition. All right, let's get started. So here's what happened. Ralph Stanley 15, David Allen Coe 15, David Allen Coe 15, David Allen Coe 20, David Allen Coe 22, Ralph Stanley 20, David Allen Coe 25, and we have Wasp, the best of the best. So what does that mean? This is the best of Wasp, and that is a 2 LP. We have one left, that one unclaimed, $44.99. Type O negative, that is called Bloody Kisses. Type O is on green vinyl. It's a double LP. That's still available for $44.99. And over here, we have Blondie, and that is that new remastered and expanded album from 1999. That's a double LP, $44.99 for Blondie, okay? And I think that one unclaimed. That was a pre-order. Everybody that commented, though, got one, and there's 3 left. Ralph Stanley's at $25. So this is Ralph Stanley with the Clinch Mountain Boys featuring Keith Whitley, starring Keith Whitley, and that is in EX condition. That's now at $25 with Karen Walker. I also have Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem. Morgan Wallen is a triple LP, $54.99 on that. Fred Carnell picking up Wasp. We're now sold out of Wasp. Thank you, Fred Carnell, for buying Wasp. And we have the Smiths, Half Full of Hollow. The Smiths is $29.99. Great night to be watching if you want cool auctions and on sale new vinyl. Of course, there's pre-owned stuff too. John Mark 4 pre-owned crates. There's Hatchet Ed crates. But right now we have a ton of new stuff to go through, and then we're going to be doing all the on-sale new vinyl. And I'll have to go up front and grab some. I'll have to dig around back here. I'll be making crates live. I do $24.99. I do $29.99. And some stuff that I discounted the last time that I just can't seem to sell, I might even have some stuff half off on new vinyl, which never happens, but I move it. We don't stock new vinyl here. We get rid of it, and then we reorder it fresh. If it is out of stock, then I always tell people should have bought it the first time, especially when it's on sale. Blondie sold to Fred Cardinale. Brad Waits, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list for Wasp. I got to reorder this anyway. Wasp is $44.99. Brad Waits on a waiting list. We have Ween at the Cat's Cradle. Ween at the Cat's Cradle, that is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. I have one extra Ween left. They don't have very much in print, and this is on milky clear colored vinyl, $44.99. No, the Blondie, signed Blondie album got snatched up last night by Jason Boxall. It is going over the big pond to London. So he bought that last night, and about the only autographed albums I have left. I don't have any left, really. Well, other than Metallica. Of course, it's an outlier. And, of course, Arnold Palmer and Keanu Reeves. That's it. I think all the other stuff got bought up. Over here, Ralph Stanley's at $28. David Allen Coe. David Allen Coe, the last bid on DAC was Cody Wright at $25. Nick Bargeron, it's up to you. And one of my favorite compilations of all time over here, Wings Greatest Hits. Wings Greatest Hits, that's a $35 buy now. $35 starting bid. Excuse me, it's still up for auction. $35 buy now on that. We have Joni Mitchell Blue. Joni Mitchell is $29.99 for Joni Mitchell Blue. That's a Bernie Grumman remaster. What about the best of Ozzy? This is Memoirs of a Madman. Memoirs of a Madman's a double LP, $38.99 on that. Also, we have Hymns, Greatest Love Songs, Volume 666. $34.99, and Led Zeppelin, and this is sold to Brian Studdard. That's Led Zeppelin's debut, and also one sold to Michael Wilkerson. Nice. Both Zeppelin debuts are gone. Make a note for me to order more of those. We got to keep good times, bad times in stock. Chevelle, this type of thinking could do us in. I've got 2 Chevelles. These are $24.99. Chevelle, $24.99. And Poison, open up and say, Poison's $34.99. Ralph Stanley still getting bids. This is Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys. This is called Clinch Mountain Gospel. It's on the Rebel label. the Rebel label. It's a 1977 original, and it features a young Keith Whitley, long before he had a big solo country career. David Allan Coe did not get another bid, so David Allan Coe is officially sold over here to Cody Wright for $25. And Wings Greatest Hits, I'll go ahead and move that to a buy it now for $35. Listen to this track listing. Another Day, Silly Love Songs, Live and Let Die, bah, Junior's Farm, With a Little Luck, Band on the Run, We're So Sorry, Uncle Albert, Hi Hi Hi, Let 'Em In. I listened to that on the way over too. My Love Does It Good, Jet, and The Mull of Kintyre. Wow. $35 buy it now. Jason Fornerat grabs that. And then there was two other people all next. That was Tim Voldness and then Will Robertson. Already sold to Jason Fornerat. He claimed it first, and that is sold for $35. Make sure if you definitely want an auction, you lock in the numerical. Every time I read that track listing for a buy it now, everybody's like, holy crap, I forgot about all the great songs Paul McCartney did. That's not a Beatles song. And that's just a small sample. By the way, Wings has a new box set that comes out. It'll be here on Monday or Tuesday next week. They have a new Wings, Paul McCartney, all of his greatest songs, non-Beatles, that's coming out next week. That ships today. It should be here Monday, Tuesday. By the way, the Rush box sets are in because I see Dennis Daly watching. Dennis, the Rush box sets are right here behind me, sir. Ralph Stanley's EX and then a VG Plus cover. There is an old name tag on the back. Somebody from Indianapolis owned it at one time. Mr. Stoller owned it at one time. He put his name on that. And that was over here. That is available. And then Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. Soundgarden is $34.99. Chevelle, Wonder What's Next. Chevelle is sold to Leslie Silvely. That is sold to Leslie Silvely. That was the last copy of that. Here's another Wasp, and this is Heldorado. Wasp is $34.99. And then Zombies, Odyssey and Oracle. It's the time of the season. $33.99. That's on colored vinyl. It's a mono remaster. Motorhead Iron Fist is $39.99. And this is Presidents of the United States of America. Last copy was sold to Natasha Pickett. Now, earlier, Will Robinson, I know you put Wings, but earlier when you put Wings, it was still up for auction. And that's why I said if you want to bid, make sure you put Wings 35. And I asked for another bid and nobody bid, and then I had to make it a buy it now. So when it's up for auction, if it's laying back here, you've got to put the title and a price. Otherwise, I don't know. Some people think I'm laying it down for it to be a buy it now, and they'll go ahead and just comment Wings. And then I'm like, hey, can you please go ahead and bid? And they're like, no, I don't want to bid. I was just trying to buy it. So I always say you got to put the title and the price when it's a live auction. That happens all the time. A lot of people put the word because they're saying, well, I'm placing the minimum bid. And I always say, well, if you're placing the minimum bid, you always got to put the number. You got to put the number. Otherwise, a lot of people think I'm putting it down for a claim, and they do not want to bid. I have some people, there's one guy that told me, Chad, I am not bidding, but I will buy it. Say, okay, but you got to put a bid if you want to bid. So these are live auctions back here. Miles Davis, Bags Groove. Miles Davis is a $35 start. $35 start on that. And then over here, the Ralph Stanley's at 38. Now Ralph Stanley's at 40. Now Ralph Stanley's at 45. And let's run through those again, okay? Sorry about that. I may can come up with another Wings. We'll keep that one with Jason Fornerat. I usually, in every Japanese shipment, I might have one or two. Hey, who knows? I may have another one in here in just a second. It looks like I do. And I have a Band on the Run album. So let's go ahead and put that up. I'll go ahead and let everybody know right now there is another Wings Greatest Hits coming up for auction. This is just as good. Band on the Run, the actual solo album. And this looks very nice. $35 start. I mean, it doesn't have all those hits on it, but it's got a few of them. And this is complete with the poster, and it's Paul McCartney. Cover designed by Hypnosis, the same company that designed Dark Side of the Moon and all those Pink Floyd jackets and a lot of other stuff. They did the cover design there for Paul. Very cool. 35 on that. Okay, so first we have Typo Negative for 44, Blondie for 44, Morgan Wallen 54, The Smiths 29, Ween 44. Also we have Joni Mitchell for 29, The Best of Ozzy for 38, Him for 34, Chevelle is 24, Poison is 34, Soundgarden's 34, Wasp is 34, Zombies 33, Motorhead 39. Right over here, Ralph Stanley is a final call to Brent Robley for $45. This is Miles Davis, Bags Groove 35, and Band on the Run, aka Wings. I guess you can call this Wings too, $35. And Michael McCullen's the first bidder. Okay, so that's up for bid. Awesome. And then this is Ralph Stanley with the Clinch Mountain Boys, featuring Keith Whitley. And then there's Band on the Run. Yeah, epic album. Paul still in his prime, just putting out incredible music, in my opinion. Just absolutely fantastic. Jets on here, Bluebird, Mrs. Vanderbilt. Let Me Roll It. He does that at all of his concerts. Picasso's Last Words. And then he does that little melody at the end, 1985 to be exact. I like Jet, one of my favorites. And all right, there we go. You could consider me a Paul McCartney fan. You can consider me a Beatles fan, but as far as solo careers, of course, George Harrison. I love his first several solo albums, especially All Things Must Pass. And then McCartney through the 70s. I mean, he's got a lot of music. I'm not partial to all of it, but I have all of his albums that's available. I got quite the investment in Paul McCartney records and memorabilia, posters, and several autographs now. Some are for sale. Some will never be for sale. Let's go grab another crate of new vinyl. And this is the last recap in case you missed some of this stuff. And we're going to get started with some of the newest stuff. Thousand Mason, climb on the back and for a ride, sky. And Jet. Okay, Ralph Stanley. Here we go. Ralph Stanley is sold to Brent Robley for $45. Band on the Run is at $41 with Michael McCullen. And Miles Davis is near mint minus and pristine. Miles Davis is near mint minus and pristine. Fred Carnell, you're out. Andrew has him for $37. Michael McCullen has Band on the Run for $41. All right, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is the Amazing Spider-Man. This is pretty cool. Power Records presents The Amazing Spider-Man, The Invasion of the Dragon Men. And this is in VG minus. You know, it's one of these like comic book records kids handled. They probably threw them on the floor. They probably used them as toys, like Frisbees out in their yards. It's not bad, though. It's playable. It's VG minus. It's going to have a little snap, crackle, and pop. Very cool artwork on it. We have these framed and displayed all through the store, or all through our operations room. Tanner has started framing these and hanging them in here in the operations room. So we have a framed Batman, a Superman, another Batman, a Spider-Man, a Hulk, another Batman, and a Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman Christmas record. So we've started collecting comic book records and framing them and hanging them in here in the store for, you know, a decoration in this building. Most of it's decorated, scattered around with my personal collection, but these lights in here are pretty brutal, honestly. These halogen lights, they will fade the heck out of posters. So I've got mine either covered up or they're hanging up real up high where the lights can't get to them. So you will be careful putting out posters. I have seen posters hanging in people's house so long, hitting sunlight, they're bleached. You know, like Fred had a couple stuff hanging in his living room, Fred Goodwin. 30 years later, it just looked like it was black and white almost. So be careful where you store stuff, or you get UV glass behind it. Tyler Childers. Now, Clifford Umstead, if you're watching, there was 2 Tyler Childers in here. There was this and Purgatory. So I'm going to go ahead and give Clifford both. because if he doesn't have both, he needs both. So let's give him live on Red Barn Radio. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. All right, and then here's another Wasp, and this is Wasp self-titled. Wasp self-titled is $33.99. Also from that previous crate, Michael Wilkerson wanted Ozzy, and Darren Johnson wanted the Smiths. I didn't pull those yet. So Ozzy is sold, and so is the Smiths. And let's get these pulled for the right people. Ozzy is sold over here. Ozzy's over here is sold to Michael Wilkerson, and then the Smiths was sold to Darren Johnson. So thank you on that. Quick update. Miles Davis is at 41. Ban on the Run's at 42. And the Spiderman record's just a $5 start. Can I bid? I'll keep it for that. Chevelle Naradius is $24.99. And we have Fleetwood Mac, and that's the Rhino High Fidelity series. Their self-titled first album, all analog, $39.99. That's sold to Eric. I call him Eric Conrad, but his name is Connard. Eric Connard. Thank you, Eric Connard. That's so to you. There's the autographed Ed Sheeran. This includes a Polaroid photo of Ed Sheeran autographed, which I don't think is bad whatsoever, 33. They're not auto pen. They are live, official Ed Sheeran autographs. No, he didn't use an auto pen. So they're real autographed photos, hand signed by Ed Sheeran. And that's so to Andrew Eisensmith. That was my last copy. Let's go ahead and make a note to order another 5 or 10 of those. I don't think that's bad whatsoever for somebody of his level to get an autograph for $30. Seems like a pretty good deal to me. Megadeth Rust in Peace, $33.99. If anybody wants on a waiting list for next week, let me know. There's another Tyler Childers. Clifford Umstead, if you're watching, I got you down for both Tyler Childers. I don't know if you want both, but you just put Tyler Childers, and there was 2 different ones. And then Iron Angel is officially sold. There's Iron Angel, and Tony Riddle put Iron Fist. Tony, did I accidentally call this the wrong name in the video? This is actually Iron Angel. Let me set that over here and see if Tony Riddle's watching. That might be what he wanted. And then we have Medieval Steel. Medieval Steel was sold to Danny Thomason. I have one extra of that one. It's on bone-colored vinyl. That's a privately pressed metal album out of Memphis, $39.99. There's one extra copy of that. And then we got Spirit World Eldorado, $29.99 on that. Spider-Man 5, Spider-Man 5, Spider-Man 6, and Spider-Man 7. Oh, Iron Fist is Motorhead. You're right. Iron Fist is Motorhead. Nice call there. Hessen Session gets a free prize. An invisible handshake from Chad. Thank you. So that is Iron Fist. That's Motorhead, Tony Riddle. Tony Riddle. Thank you on that. And then there is Tool Undertow, $33.99 on that. And then Overkill. Overkill over here is Overkill over here is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That's so to you. And then what is the Miles Davis? Miles Davis is a Japanese pressing of Bag's Groove. It is VIJ-204. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has a high bid of $45. In the middle is a classic album, Band on the Run by Paul McCartney and Wings. It's also complete with poster, and it's near mint minus and pristine. And the high bid's Will Robertson for $42. Will's about to get that. And then Spider-Man is an original 70s Power Records kids record. It's a story record, just front and back, 1974, Marvel official. And that's VG minus. It's playable, but mostly a display piece. Awesome Latham has it for $10. Rage Against the Machine, Rally Round the Family, $29.99. And then Alice Cooper's a Rhino Hi-Fi series. This is so to Eric Connard again. Thank you, Eric Connard. That's so to you. I have one extra of Alice Cooper Love It to Death, Rhino Hi-Fi. Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits is a double LP, $44.99. And then Judas Priest. This is a live unofficial. Judas Priest is so to Dave Kavanaugh. That's live, 1986 on colored vinyl, $29.99 for that. And Nirvana's Unplugged, last copy, sold to Matt Nichols. And then we did get Ace Frehley back in stock, his solo album. We had a waiting list. This one sold to Heather Williams Grant. And then let's start a new waiting list, Tony Carter. Tony Carter on the waiting list for Ace Frehley's solo album. There's that, okay? So Will Robertson, you get Band on the Run. Band on the Run is so to Will Robertson, and thank you on that. Glad you got that one. Sorry what happened earlier on Wings. That's so to you for $42. The David Lee Roth box set is $134.99. We do $8 unlimited shipping. That's for all week. $8 unlimited shipping. That's for all week. So as much as you want to buy, starting Monday, If you started Tuesday, or even if you start tonight, as much as you want to buy, $8. That's 10 box sets, 20 air fresheners, 30 records, 100 CDs. We ship everything for $8. We invoice on Monday. So if you buy something, you won't hear back from us unless you ask a question or, ask something related to your order. Otherwise, you'll get an email from us Monday afternoon. And of course, you can reach out to us on Facebook. The link to register is in the description of this video on YouTube and Twitch. And that's all you got to do, okay? David Doyle wants that last Alice Cooper. Rhino Hi-Fi for $39.99. We're about to start going through our new stuff for tonight, including new vinyl, new releases, and then we got Hatchet Ed, and then we're going to be doing new vinyl on sale. All international shipping is calculated. So we have a lot of international buyers. What we do is whenever you're ready for your order to ship, some people might buy a lot. We got a couple people in the UK. They wait till literally they have a lot, but they go ahead and pay. They pay their invoices. Then we calculate shipping. We send you the bill for shipping. Once you pay for the exact cost plus handling, we ship your order. So that's all you got to do. International shipping. So if you're familiar with what it costs, whatever it cost us, maybe and then a few extra dollars for the box and materials, we'll get it shipped to you, okay? So all calculated. Next thing is Guns N' Roses. It's $44.99, Michelle. It's a double LP, $44.99. Tyler Children's live on Red Barn, 24. Wasp is 33. Chevelle's 24. Megadeth's 33. Tyler Children's 24. Y'all don't let me forget to show Hatchet Ed shirts tonight because we got a few left before the new design comes in next week or the week after. I got to submit our order to Craig Thomas. He's going to get those made for us, and we're going to get those arrived hopefully as soon as possible. I've still got to get him the order. I failed him again on doing that. Medieval still, I'm going to have to put somebody in charge of sending him t-shirt orders. Probably Ed or Laura or Tanner, somebody much more responsible with time than I am. Spirit World's 29. Iron Angel's 38. Tool's 33. And Rage is 29. And that is all that's left over out of about 5 crates of new vinyl from last night. We now have everything in just 1 crate. That's pretty crazy. Everything's just left in 1 crate. All right, Spider-Man, I hadn't seen a bid in a while, so whoever's the high bid is getting it. And that is Austin Latham for $10. Austin Latham for $10. And then Miles Davis kind of blue reissue. I don't think I have one in stock right now. Surprisingly not. You would think I would, but I don't. That's sold, and then Miles Davis is sold for $46. Let's put up some new auctions before we start showing some new stuff. Steve just texted me. He's got something over here he wants me to auction. It looks like a pretty cool item over here. And let's see what Steve said over here. Yeah. He says, put my book in the right side table, start at $10. Keep the money for a treat for Halloween. Well, we'll do something with it. He just wants me to give a shout out to his Instagram. So, of course, y'all know Steve Ritchie here does some amazing comic book art. He works in the shipping department. And it looks like he drew this. He says, I took this home to draw something on it. I just like drawing on these. You can sell it if you want. Just give the info on the back a shout out. And we're going to do that. I need to tag him in our group so everybody can go follow Steve Ritchie Art over on Instagram. So he says, put this up. So that is drawn by Steve that works here. Can you believe that? We got a very talented Laura that draws. We got a very talented Steve that draws. Incredible. They are amazing artists. We have 2 fantastic artists. And then y'all seen the pumpkin, right? Y'all seen the pumpkin that Paul's girlfriend, Madeline. I need to bring that back here and set it on the tables for Halloween. So let's put this up. He said, just keep the money. We'll do something special with it. So we need to, we'll figure out what to do with it. We'll give it to a kid or something. I don't know. So let's put that up if anybody wants to bid on it. He said $10 start. He wants to shout out his Instagram page, and we'll do something with the money, okay? Not going to Collectco. We'll do something with it. So $10 start, and that's really cool. And that's pretty sweet. So I guess this is just like a blank cover, and then he drew on it, it looks like. So $10 on that. You can put original sin or comic, and we'll do something with the money. Or you can tell me where to send it, okay? You can say, Chad, whatever I pay for this, give it to the next kid that comes in the store or something. Okay? Might be some kid come in tomorrow and we'll be like, here's $50. Go buy some records or something. Or here's the equivalent, we'll give you a couple Led Zeppelin records to start your collection. Okay, so there's that. I have, when I was in here, a couple times, I've seen some, well, of course, relatively, I guess you could say I was still kind of younger, but there's been a couple times where I have been in here before, and I'll see some kids about the age I started buying vinyl, and I just knew how it was. You didn't have any money. It's like, man, this sucks. Vinyl's expensive, and I want these Led Zeppelin albums, and they're $40 a pop. So there's a couple times I've been in here, I'm like, here, you can have this. And they'll be like, do what? Of course, I'm never in the store anymore to give away records, but they'll be like, do what? And I'm like, yeah. I remember you'd go somewhere and it's like, man, I'm going to start collecting vinyl. And then you find out, oh, vinyl costs $3,000 a piece, and you're like 16-year-old, and it's like, oh my gosh, I'll never be able to start a vinyl collection. So there's that. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. And we have Eagles, one of these knots. $35 start for Eagles, one of these knots. And this is a $35 start. Steve, are you watching? Maybe he can tell us something about this. Let me open it up. Let me see if it's an actual comic. Let me see what goes. Let me see what's going on here on the back. He's got it taped down. It's really nice, but let's open it up if he doesn't mind, and we'll see what's going on here. And then Steve, remind me, Steve don't have Facebook. He watches on YouTube. You'll see him sometimes bidding, because he'll want to buy something. He'll be like, just go ahead and put it up for auction. I'll bid on it because I don't know how much I'm willing to pay until I'm in the moment. So yeah, it looks like what it is, it's a double cover. Okay, so it's an actual comic. It's an actual comic book. It's Original Sin issue number 1. But what they've done is they've done a double cover so you could draw whatever you wanted on it. So it's a Marvel variant edition, and it's a double cover where you can draw whatever you want. So it's Original Sin issue number 1, and then you can draw whatever you want on it. So it's kind of like it's kind of made for artists to do their own thing. Very cool. And the high bid on that right now is $25 with Mega Blast, okay? And then we have Eagles, one of these knots. This is our next Japanese pressing. Eagles has a insert with it, and it is a $35 start. Eagles is a $35 start. One of these knots. One of these knots, Eagles, $35 start, okay? Very cool. Cleaning cloths. I was asked about those last night before we go through our first crate of new vinyl. Actually, I got Rush box sets over here I'm bringing over. We got to tag the rest of the Rush box sets. Do we have cleaning cloths? Let me go check right around the corner here where they stack this stuff. By the way, here's everybody's pumpkins. I got to tag or show. They sent me pictures today, and I failed to post them. I'll get the pumpkin pictures out about a day late, but we'll take care of it. Ed provided me with pictures, and I just now forgot about them. I don't think there's any cleaning cloths, but we're going to make a note. If they didn't already last night, they're going to make a note to get me some cleaning cloths, okay? David Doyle's at 50 on the drawing, okay? David Doyle's at 50 on the drawing. David Doyle has the high bid. He's went ahead and bid 50 on the comic book, okay? Let's bring over the Rush box sets. Did Ed open one of them for me? That's the question. Did Ed open one before I open another? He did open a Rush box set. He did not. He opened Bob Dylan. Okay. Let me just go ahead and lay these over here then. I got a TCB right quick. Let me take care of these Rush box sets. So Rush box sets are also back up. Rush box sets are also up. They're back in, and I still had some people on the pre-order. So let me show you what's going on here. This is what we're tagging. I know it's in a cardboard box. This is Rush. This is Rush, the studio albums. This is 2002 to 2012. So that is Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, Clockwork Angels, and Vapor Trails. First time these two have been in print basically since I've been selling new vinyl. So since I've been here on Facebook and YouTube, those two albums have been out of print, and we still had some people from the pre-order. So let's do these right here. Let's do these right here. And we have The next person was Damon Dignor, Scott Beebe, and David Eberly. Okay, Damon Dignor, Scott Beebe, and David Eberly. Damon Dignor, Scott Beebe, and David Eberly. That's the first 3 Rush box sets that's being tagged right now, okay? These also qualify for $8 shipping. International is calculated. And then we had a waiting list on these. Let me go pull up the waiting list, okay? Those first 3 are sold. I'm not going to try to put those in crates tonight. They take up a lot of space. Plus, they're already in shipping material. So right now, the comic book's at 50. I'll go over what that is one more time before I sell it. Eagles is near mint minus and pristine, and I'm about to add a 3rd Japanese pressing. But first, I got to get my computer over here to pull up the Rush box set waiting list. We have officially started new stuff for tonight. It's Happy Halloween time, and we're going to be doing new stuff. Then we're going to be doing on sale stuff. And we got plenty of auctions. Laura's gotten ready. Don't forget about all the great advertised auctions. Don't forget about those at all. And then we got a whole crate of Japanese. So Rush, Solarplex Studio, John Gollin, and Dennis Daly. Solarplex Studio, John Gollin, and Dennis Daly. That's the next 3. Okay? If I order an Ed Sheeran, will it have an autograph also? Yeah, the Ed Sheeran play on pink vinyl, yeah, those come with autographed inserts. Yeah, all the Ed Sheerans we've been selling, they come with an autographed Polaroid photo. It's a photo, like a Polaroid photo of Ed Sheeran, and they're autographed, okay? So there's 3 more Rush box sets sold, and I think that means I have 1 extra. I have 1 extra, it looks like. Yeah, $159.99. So the next 3 are sold to Solarplex Studios, John Gollin, and Dennis Daly. And I have 1 extra Rush box set in stock. Okay? And that's that right there. Sorry that took a while. Box sets are usually great, but also I have to get them over here, make sure everybody gets one. And thanks everybody who ordered one. $159.99. That is available. Okay? $159.99. There's 1 extra Rush box. Let me get updated on the chat. Let's go over these 2 auctions, especially the comic thing that's up. And let's jump over here to this. Ed said seam split. Ed said seam split. Ed said seam split. That's not good. Let's see what the other crate is. Okay. And then that's new. And then all this is new. I ordered a lot of Kiss stuff, just FYI. I wanted to make sure we have about every Kiss album in stock. I know we sell OGs, but I've seen a big demand. People want some of the new sealed stuff. Okay? All right. Here we go. So right now, here's what happened. We put up this comic book, which is the cover is drawn. That's live ink of drawing from Steve Ritchie that works here. He said, put it up and we'll give away the money to somebody, whatever it sells for. We'll give it to a kid or something, like I said. Come in maybe buying some records. We'll figure that out. We do that quite often for stuff. I have a little charity fund for those, some of those Pablo Cruz we've sold this year. I got a running total on my phone. Still got to do that in a big scale before the end of the year. And the high bid on this is $50 with David Dole. David Dole has that for $50. We're about to sell it. The Eagles has 2 $35 bids. Michelle Clements bid $35, and then Jason Fortnerat, you bid $35. The David Lee Roth box is still available, Kim. Kim, the David Lee Roth box is still available. If you want it, just say DLR sold. And then Mega Blast wants on the Ed Sheeran waiting list. Mega Blast wants on the Ed Sheeran waiting list, okay? Pumpkin was hand-drawn as well by Paul's girlfriend, Madeline. I brought that out late last night, but if you hadn't seen it, that was done by hand as well. Amazing, right? I'm going to leave that back there for Halloween decor tonight, okay? Awesome. Okay, so let's go through this crate quickly. First thing we have is Peter Criss, a picture disc solo album. Peter Criss is $38.99. That's a picture disc solo album. I've got 2 of them, and I've got Paul Stanley. And the reason I have all this stuff, I had somebody say, Chad, I might need to go ahead and stock up on some Paul Stanley stuff for the next time he does a signing. And so I looked, and I was able to get some of these here. The Paul Stanley Kiss picture disc, $38.99. So there's the picture disc. There's Peter Criss. We also have Dressed to Kill for $36.99. We have Asylum for $33.99. And then here is Dangerous Toys. Dangerous Toys is Vitamins and Crash Helmets live, double LP blue vinyl, $38.99. Sarah Wyberdink on Peter Criss. David Lee Roth is $134.99. US dollars, $134.99. If you're buying it internationally, shipping will be calculated. Shipping will be calculated. Sarah got Peter Criss. Thank you, David Dole, on this. And if you want us to do something specific with the money, just let us know. That is so to David Dole. Let's put that in there. And shout out to Steve Ritchie Art over on Instagram. Steve, you got to keep reminding me. I'm going to tag that in the Facebook group or on our main page so everybody can go follow him directly. And Michelle, you get the Eagles a $35 buy it now, okay? Steve just posts pictures of his art over there all the time. He makes some really cool stuff. Some of y'all may have randomly, he takes home our shipping boards and randomly doodles and just puts them in people's orders at home. You know, he just, when he's at home, he's always drawing. And Michelle gets that for $35. Thank you, David. Thank you, Michelle. And let's get some new auctions going. Should be able to rock and roll now for the rest of the night. A lot of stuff in here. Dangerous Toys essentially has nothing in print, okay? Nothing in print. And then Kim Moulter on Dangerous Toys. Okay, thank you. That's so do you. Now, if you are a first-time buyer, you need to make sure you go register, okay? Especially if you're international, you got to make sure before, sooner than later, you go ahead and send our Facebook page a message. And I'll be on the lookout for that before the end of the night. I'm going to need you. I'm going to need your email address and your mailing address, okay? So that's so to Kim Moulter, new buyer. I have one extra Dangerous Toys left for $38.99. And Kiss Psycho Circus, $33.99 for Kiss Psycho Circus. Next auction is Y&T down for the count. Perfect for Halloween. There's Dracula trying to suck the blood out of a robot. He's going to be painfully mistaken when he bites into that, huh? 1985 USOG. Y&T, a $20 star. That's now up for bid. I have not sold anything called Jessamine yet. Also, we have another copy of Psycho Circus for $33. This was a special request for Justin Deckelman. It's called Vulture, Dealing Death. If anybody else wants one, that was a special request for Justin Deckelman. As an artist, if you have a kid that needs art supplies, I'd love to him or her. I probably could, I'm sure Jeannie Pinnell that watches, the art teacher I know from high school, I'm sure she's always could know something of that nature, but I'll find out. We might even leave it up to Steve. Kiss Carnival of Souls, $36.99. $36.99. And we have Calvin Harris, 96 months. That was a special request for Troy Robinson, $69.99 for Calvin Harris. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. We also have Kiss Self-Titled for $33.99. And then Zach Sabbath's Greatest Riffs. Now, what I did, I have these back ordered with somebody else because we've been waiting for them to come back in for a long time. Well, unfortunately, they never did, so I ordered them somewhere else. I had to pay a little bit extra, but we have them in stock. And the waiting list was the following. That was Brian Campbell, Brian Stern, James Lavender, Nathan Carter, Buddy Cordova, John Smetzer, and Ryan Eaton. Now, this is from a long time ago, so if you're watching and you're one of those people, let me know. That's 7 people. Brian Campbell, Brian Stern, James Lavender, Nathan Carter, Buddy Cordova, John Smetzer, and Ryan Eaton. That's Zach Sabbath Greatest Hits. It's on red vinyl, too. It's red vinyl, $33.99. So let me count out 7 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we got one extra of Zach Sabbath's Greatest Riffs. That's on red vinyl. Did you sell the Kings album from the Peak last Sunday? Sunday, Kings X. Maybe Saturday? Sunday, is that a new? Honestly, not for sure. Since I've been doing a sale this week, I have not sold anything King's X. It could have been a night Paul or Laura was here. I personally have not. Next is Axe Nemesis. Axe is an 83 U.S. Specialty OG. VG with the original sleeve. $10 start on that. How much is Y&T? It just got a bid for $20. It just got a bid for $20. And then our next auction is Billy Joel. And this is a Master Sound. And I know a lot of people like buying these because they're a step up. This is a Master Sound series. Billy Joel, the nylon curtain. Near mint minus and pristine, $35. There's the disc. There is the inner sleeve. There's the insert. It comes with a Billy Joel superhero book, and it has a informational booklet about Master Sound, a thick, heavy inner sleeve it was stored in, and then the jacket with Obi. That's a fully loaded Billy Joel right there. $35 for that. Next, I got 2 copies of Crazy Nights for $36.99. Hotter Than Hell's $33.99. And then there's the other Dangerous Toys. The artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. Pink vinyl, Dangerous Toys is $24.99. $24.99. Danzig reissues have never been available to us. So those Danzig reissues never did become available to us. Very unfortunate, but yeah. They have never released those. So whoever did those, it was a one-time deal. And unless they do it again later, it looks like those were a one-time deal. There's Peter Criss on black vinyl. We had a picture disc earlier. Peter Criss on black vinyl, $36.99. I got 2 of those. And we got Gene Simmons on black vinyl. He's $36.99. And then here's where the Paul Stanleys. Now, these are never available. $34.99 for Paul Stanley. $34.99. Now, last night, some people heard that word, Paul Stanley solo album. They was like, holy crap, Chad, when are those coming in? I was like, let's just wait till we're showing them because I want to show them live to whoever's watching right then. Hopefully you're watching right now. These are never available, okay? I don't know what the deal is, but they're just never available. And the whole reason I was looking at these is because a guy asked me, he's wanting to stockpile them for the next time Paul Stanley does a signing because you get one of these nicely signed by Paul Stanley, as you know, they can be a few $100 after they're authenticated, so they're not cheap. So Bob Riger gets one. He can sign them really nicely in that purple pen next time he's maybe doing a public signing. Not sure when that could be, but there it is. So Paul Stanley, $34.99, one for Bob Riger. Kim Moulter wants the Dangerous Toys. That's sold to Kim Moulter. Todd Kilgore also gets a Dangerous Toys. Calvin Ward also on a Dangerous Toys. Mike Steele on a Paul Stanley. Don Nicole on a Paul Stanley. And we have, can you order the picture disc of Kiss? Well, I have in here the picture disc of Paul Stanley, and I got the picture disc of Peter Criss. Which one specifically? I've got Peter Criss and Paul Stanley on a picture disc, and then I've got them on black vinyl. So I've got tonight. Yeah, this comes with the poster just like the original. Yeah. So any of these remasters that I'm showing, this is almost a whole crate of new Kiss albums. All of these remasters come with all the extras just like the originals did, except maybe merchandise inserts. So Paul has the original on her sleeve just like the original. It has the puzzle poster just like the original. It's remastered. They're really, really nice. So Jeff Church gets one, and we started with like 13. I went ahead and grabbed all of them. It said 13 in stock. I grabbed 13 and I hit order because I was like, I don't want to miss out on these because they're always needed. Okay, so let's run through those again. I don't have Gene on a picture disc tonight. I don't think I got them. Let me see what's in the other crate. There's almost a crate and a half of just nothing but Kiss restocks. Jared Inc. sold on Paul Stanley. Jersey Devil sold on Paul Stanley. And let's read those again. Now that y'all know that, any of these remasters come with anything extra just like the originals did, okay? And let's read through these one more time. First, quick update on our auctions. Y&T's at $26. The last bid that came in on Axe is $15. And final call on Billy Joel for $35. So I got Peter Criss as a picture disc, $38.99. One left. Paul Stanley as a picture disc, $38.99. I got Dress to Kill for $36. Asylum for $33. Dangerous Toys, Vitamins and Crash Helmets live, blue vinyl, $38.99. Also, we have Cycle Circus for $33, Carnival of Souls for $36, Self-Titled Debut for $33, Zach Sabbath red vinyl, $33.99, Crazy Nights for $36, Gene Simmons black vinyl, $36, Hotter Than Hell, $33, Peter Criss sold to Jeff Church on black vinyl. Peter Criss, one left, $36.99. One of these Dangerous Toys left for $24. Paul Stanley for $34. Paul Stanley, Paul Stanley, more Paul Stanleys. I got 2, 4, 6, 7 Paul Stanleys left. $34.99 for Paul, okay? And let me pull out everything that's not Kiss, which was Zach Sabbath, the Dangerous Toys, and the other Dangerous Toys. So we sold a few of these. I got one left each of the Dangerous Toys and one Zach Sabbath left, which was red vinyl. We'll put those down in there. I'm going to try to keep all the Kiss stuff together. Just Chad Smith on Gene Simmons black vinyl, and Kim wanted both Dangerous Toys. I got them. Yeah, I got them with Crash Helmet and Artist Formerly Known. And just, Kim, make sure we get you registered over on Facebook, okay? Make sure you get registered over on Facebook. Billy Joel's a buy it now for $35. Billy Joel's a buy it now for $35. Billy Joel's a buy it now. And again, both Dangerous Toys for me. I've already pulled them about 4 times for you, Kim. I've got you down for one. I've got you down for the other. Unless you want about 7 extra copies, I've got you down for 1 and 1. I've got you down for 1 and 1. I got you taken care of. Jeff Church on Billy Joel. You probably still see them in the crate. There was extra copies. These aren't ones of ones. There's extras in here. Just make sure we get you registered. All international shipping's done at cost, okay? Let's put Billy Joel in a sleeve. Jeff Church's going to go ahead and grab that up. I've already taken care of you. I'll pull these out so fast you won't even notice it sometimes. I am faster than grease lightning. And then Calvin wants both Dangerous Toys as well. I've already pulled you one, Calvin. Have already pulled you one. I pulled you Artist Formerly Known. So you've already got one of these. I need to get you one of these, okay? So that's sold to Calvin. We're sold out of that one. The last bit on Axe over here, I don't think anybody else bid. Brad Waite's 18. He went out. That's sold to Brad Waite's for 18. And then Y&T is at 30 with Javi Soto. That's now at $30, okay? Javi Soto, $30. Okay. There's that. All right. Can I request Iron Maiden Killers? We have Brian Eno, Misfits, Demon, Tigers of Pantane, Girls Against Boys, The Stranglers, Cows, Love Hate. We got Wasp, Depeche Mode, Siglo Something, the Nephilim, Susan the Banshee, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Steve Stevens, Bob Marley, Grateful Dead, Black Sabbath, Guided by Voices, Morrissey. Don't Know. We have Iron Maiden. We have AC/DC. Here's Guns N' Roses, Captain Beefheart, Pavement, Death Angel, Slayer, The Cramps, Killing Joke, The Helicopters, Black Sabbath, Escape to Witch Mountain, Ministry, New Model Army, U2 October, Iron Maiden Killers. It's a 1981 Jacksonville OG pressing and EX edition. This is OG 81 Jacksonville EX edition, a $50 start. $50 start. There's that. If y'all hadn't seen the hot picture tonight, it's got some pretty dang cool stuff for a random Friday night. I looked at it and I was like, holy smokes. Hope everybody gets in early from trick-or-treating. Otherwise, there may be some deals up for auction. I was like, holy smokes, everybody. Holy smokes, everybody. Let me go ahead and knock out this crate here, too. Let's go ahead and knock out this crate here, too. Here we go. Here we go. There's that. And then Y&T. We got requests coming out the yin yang. Let's read through these and see what's in here. First, we got Kiss Unmasked. That comes with the poster, $36.99. I have Vulture, and Vulture was a special request for Justin Deckelman, $38.99. First thing is Y&T. It's sold to Michael Wilkerson for $32. Iron Maiden doesn't have a bid yet. Kaysen, just put I am $50. That means you're bidding, and I'll take your bid, and I'll say a final call to you. Also have Him. This is Him, $46.99, and I forgot what this one's called. I don't know. But when we had all the demand for the Him autographs, I ordered some Him records. But that is Him, $46.99. Casing's in on Iron Maiden. I did the Jedi mind trick on him. He's in. Next thing is going to go up right now, and that is U2's October. This is an 81 U.S. Allied OG pressing in shrink wrap, U2 October, $15 start. And don't forget, there's a whole crate of Japanese stuff over here. Earlier, there was a lot of people wanting to buy wings. We went one slip through, no bid, and then 7 people tried to claim it. Exactly 7 people. So here's another chance Wings is a $35 start. It's near mint minus. It has the poster. It has the insert. It has the inner sleeve, cover, and obi. It does have a little bit of a tear there. $35 start on that. Him is sold to Fred Cardinale. There's now one him left. Also, we got 2 copies of Kiss, Lick It Up. Lick It Up is $33.99. What year is U2? It is the OG pressing from 1981, a U.S. Allied original from 1981. And we have him, $36.99. Razor Blade Romance, that's a Zoetrope picture disc. $36.99 for him. It's a Zoetrope picture disc. 2 copies of Kiss Dynasty. That also includes the poster. Dynasty is $33.99. And then Foo Fighters. And Foo Fighters was on the 2 LP minty green vinyl. Melissa Bilbrey wanted one of those. That's so to Melissa Bilbrey. And I honestly think I have a waiting list. So let me check on Foo Fighters. Manny Ray as well. So Manny Ray, I got you down for a Foo Fighters, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. First thing I need to do is start a new crate because this one has already filled up. It is October 31st. It's Halloween night. I'm going to try to get through all the new stuff as soon as possible. That way we can get into what? We can get into all the Hatchet Ed stuff and then all the on sale new titles, which is always fun. I got some stuff I really need to move and get out of inventory, so y'all take advantage. First thing I have this. That was my charger. What happened to that? Oh, there it is. I need to put it back in this holder here. Jake's got all these cool contraptions for me. So that's a new Foo Fighters on green vinyl. It's kind of like an expanded deal. How do you get this wire back in here, Jake? On the side. There we go. I don't know how that came out in the first place. Okay, so there's that. I need to plug up my other phone here. We left off by saying Fred Cardinale got him. U2 got a bid for 15 with Mega Blast. Matt Nichols bid 15. Alonzo, I've got you down for a Pantera. Pantera 101 proof is going to be here Monday or Tuesday, $49.99. U2 has a new bid for 20. Kim Moulter put Super for Kim Moulter. Let me know what Super was. And then Laura, we're fresh out of Foo Fighters, but I can order more, as you probably know. And then we need to put Scott Dwallow down on a waiting list. And then we have, did Center's soundtrack come in? I'm not for sure yet. Wings has a bid for $35. What is Iron Maiden? U2 is at $18, Iron Maiden 51. Also, we have Kiss Unplugged for $46.99. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. Let me go see if we had a waiting list for that last night. Megadeth is $29.99. We have Kiss Revenge for $36.99. Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks, another Dangerous Toys, $29.99. And then Kiss Animalize is $33.99. Okay, let me go find last night's sticky notes. And we have Depeche Mode, Jimmy Rogers, Cure, Butters, Fairlane, Vinyl Addict, Sully, more Blizzard of Oz, more Cleaning Cloths. I don't think there was a waiting list for Megadeth unless somebody was watching the sale over here on this desk. Surely there's some waiting list. Yep. Okay, we have waiting list for Zoetrope, Megadeth, Cameron Koenig. Here it is right here. Yep. Oh my gosh, I got a lot of stuff to order. There's like 40 waiting list over here. Holy moly. Whew. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made. Okay, so let's do this right here. Now, since I've stepped away and since I started this crate, I think there's either a pending question or a claim on just about everything. So we'll start over here with Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is a 1981 OG pressing, a Jacksonville press, VG Plus cover, and EX vinyl. Kason Palamambu has it for $50. He is the only bidder, and he's had it for $50. He's about to get it for $50. U2 is an 81 US OG first pressing in the United States in shrink wrap, and it's not bad whatsoever. It is in EX condition, and the high bid on U2 is Matt Nichols at $20. He was the very first bidder. I think since then the bids have went down. He has it for $20. And then then Iron Maiden got a bid for 51, then 52, then 55, and now it's at 56. Wings is near mint minus and pristine, a Japanese pressing. Dennis Daly has it for $35. We need to put Scott Dwallow on a Foo Fighters waiting list and Laura as well. And then the next thing is, was that another Dangerous Toys? This is another Dangerous Toys. Greatest Tricks. Purple vinyl. There's 2 available. $29.99. Let's read through these again. I have Kiss Unmasked for $36.99. Him is $46.99. It's a Music on Vinyl double LP. Kiss Lick It Up is $33.99. We have Him. This is Razorblade Romance. Zoetrope Picture Disc. $36.99 on that one. Kiss Dynasty. $33.99. We have Kiss Unplugged, $46.99. We have Kiss Revenge, $36.99. Kiss Animalized, $33.99. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business, $29.99. Only copy in stock. Dangerous Toys, Greatest Tricks is sold to Scott Dwallow. There's one left if anybody else wants it. U2 has bids for $22, $25, now $30. Iron Maiden's at $61. When I come back, I'm selling wings. Let's go through another crate. And Dangerous Toys, there's one more left if anybody else wants it, okay? There's one more left if anybody wants it. And we pretty much have most of the Kiss catalog in stock. If you just got on, here's what's available from Kiss. Animalize, Revenge, Unplugged, Dynasty, Lick It Up, Unmasked. Okay? That is Unmasked. We stopped at Unmasked. I've got Paul Stanley. I've got Peter Criss. I've got Hotter Than Hell, Gene Simmons, Crazy Nights, Self-Titled, Carnival Souls, Psycho Circus, Asylum, Dress to Kill, Paul Stanley as a picture disc, and Peter Criss as a picture disc. I actually ordered all that thinking it would show up Monday, but it showed up today. It got here about a day early. So Fred Cardinale on Megadeth, all that was supposed to be here for Kiss Night, but we have it now for Kiss Night. Fred Cardinale on Megadeth. That's so to Fred Cardinale. And then Matt Nichols wants a Peter Criss picture disc. And I have a whole crate of new and sealed Kiss albums. Never can have too many of those. I have no telling how many times, this is so to Matt Nichols, ordered the entire Kiss catalog, ordered them, and probably in a couple weeks, everything's gone, especially after I get it on Facebook in a flip video. I've went through that entire discography multiple times over and over, selling new copies. Wings is sold to Dennis Daly for $35. Mike Steele wants Kiss Revenge. He wants Peter Criss as regular black vinyl. Let me see if I have one of those. Do I have one left? I have Paul Stanley. I do have Peter Criss, okay? And then we got Revenge. Revenge is always popular because OGs are expensive and they're pretty pricey. OG copies of Revenge, that's always popular. So is Carnival Souls. Carnival Souls was never released on vinyl. So actually this pressing is the OG pressing. So Carnival Souls is like technically the OG, okay? So over here, Matt Nichols gets Peter Criss, and then over here we got Kiss Revenge, so to Mike Steele. Scott Dwallow, you got a Greatest Trick. So did our new buyer. Our new buyer wanted the last copy as well. Our new buyer, Kim Moulter, got this one too. So Kim Moulter, you've got 3 Dangerous Toys. That's so to you as well. And then Cameron, I'll have to put you on a waiting list, okay? Cameron, I'll have to put you on a waiting list, okay? We have had 3 Dangerous Toys tonight, and 2 of them are sold out. The only one I have in stock is the Artist Formerly Known. That's the only one I have left, $24.99. We have a waiting list for Greatest Tricks on purple vinyl, and then we have a wait list for Live, which is a double LP, $38.99. All the Kiss albums are 2014 remasters. Everything is the exact same year. They're all brand new and sealed, but they're 2014s. That's what they call them. These are all brand new, but they're under the catalog of 2014. That's Peter Criss. That's Paul Stanley. That's Gene Simmons. Any of them. Carnival Souls. Matt Nichols also wants a Carnival. They're all 2014 remasters. Yes. All of them. That's how Kiss does their catalog. Some of them's US. I think some of them's Euro. That is sold to Matt Nichols, okay? I think we're done over here. This one is sold U2. U2 is 35 with Michael Snared. Matt Nichols, I'm going to make sure you're out, okay? Matt Nichols, let me know if you're done on that. And then Fred Cardinale, I got him down for Megadeth, okay? And then let's see here. So how much was Dangerous Toys and which ones? That was asked by Stephen Lewis Jr. Was there another Dangerous Toys with a white sleeve? Chris Frazier wants on the Dangerous Toys live waiting list. That is a black cover, a 2LP blue vinyl. And then what was the other Dangerous Toys on the white sleeve? This is the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. Let me tell you about their catalog. That means, well, last night when we had the OG record, we sold two. We sold a signed one and we sold a regular one. And I made such a big deal about them because these albums, this artist, they basically have nothing in print from their original catalog. So there's this, there's a live album I usually can get, and then the Greatest Tricks. This is the only one I still have in stock. This is the only one I still have in stock. The only one. It's available right now. And then we have a wait list going for the live album. And then we have a wait list going for Greatest Tricks. This is Greatest Tricks. I can't tell you when. These are weird too. Sometimes they're out of stock. Sometimes they're in stock. They're kind of weird. Purple vinyl, $29.99. Dangerous Toys is sold to Rick Hall. So now that was my last copy if anybody else wants one. And then the live album, somebody went on the wait list for the live album, and that was Chris Frazier. That was Crash Helmets, Vitamin Peels, whatever they call that one. All right, and then Iron Maiden, Kaysen has it for $66. I think Mark or Mike Steele, whichever one, Mark or Mike Steele, you were outbid. Kaysen has this for $66. Fred Carnell wants a Dangerous Toys, artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. Okay? And then U2 October, the last bid was Michael Snared at $43. Matt Nichols, you've been outbid. Iron Maiden also getting new bids. So all of the Dangerous Toys are gone. And honestly, I think when I ordered those, I ordered everything that was in stock. But it's a weird title. It's like they show that they're in stock, but even when they're not in stock, they still ship. Kim Moulter says, I need the live one. You've already got one. Kim, you got all three of them. You were the first one to buy all three of them. You've got them. We'll send you an invoice on Monday. We send invoices through Square. You pay through Square. We'll send you an invoice through Square. All right, let's go through some more stuff. Dangerous Toys is one of those artists like Junkyard. Who's some of those other ones? When I say their names, it causes mass hysteria. I tell y'all, be careful. There's a couple bands. Dangerous Toys is one of those bands. I say, if you say the words Dangerous Toys, if you say the words Junkyard, if you say the words Babylon AD, there's a couple of those bands. You have to be careful, especially out in public. You will get attacked. And next time you're walking around Walgreens shopping, just kind of loudly, say, yeah, I just picked up a bunch of Dangerous Tricks albums at Coletco. There's going to be some people come up to you and be like, what did you just say? Sir, what did you just say? Did you say you got some Dangerous Toys albums? And you might not make it out to your car because it will Fastway, the Bullet Boys. Oh my gosh. This stuff, people will get into a boxing ring to fight for this stuff. I've seen some guys say, Chad, if you just want to put up a boxing ring in your parking lot, I will come fight till death for some OG Dangerous Toys. And I'm like, whoa. Let's just hash it out right here on the auction block, okay? Badlands. Oh, boy, be careful saying that. Okay, so over here we have Fred Carnell on the wait list for artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. How much was Carnival of Souls? That was $36.99. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $75. Dawn Nicole wants a pack of inner sleeves. How much was Carnival of Souls and Psycho Circus? Carnival of Souls was $36.99. Holt, Psycho Circus was $33.99. Iron Maiden's at $76. And over here we have U2. Did Matt Nichols go out on this? He is. This is sold. Matt Nichols out. Michael Snared, $43. Okay, that's done. Next is Iron Maiden Killers. Iron Maiden Killers, the last bid was Cassette Palumbo at $76. Mike Mark Steele is out. Final call. Now, let's put up another auction. I think I've caught my breath. I'm going to try to sell as many Kiss records as I can tonight. There's one Carnival of Souls left for 36. There's one Cycle Circus left for 33. And then somebody said, how much for all the Kiss solo albums? The Kiss solo albums. Paul Stanley, $34.99. Gene Simmons, $36.99. That's the only two I have. I don't have Ace. We sold the last one a moment ago. I don't have Peter Criss. We sold the last one a moment ago. I've got plenty of Pauls for right now. $34.99. Let me put Paul right there. Okay. Nathan Myers wants a Carnival and a soap. What is soap? Carnival soap? Carnival soap. Okay, let's see what's in here. The Replacements don't tell a soul. The Replacements is $29.99. $29.99. There's Manny Ray. I was about to say, boy, I hope Manny Ray's watching because he probably would have bought a couple last night. Manny Ray gets 2 copies of Paul Stanley. Carnival of Soul. Okay, I was making sure. I had a feeling you wanted definitely a Carnival of Souls, but I was like, is soap an abbreviation for something? System of a Down? System of a P. So this is sold to Nathan Myers. Thank you on that one. And then here we go. And then Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden over here. Iron Maiden is sold to Cassette Palumbo for $76. We have the Replacements don't tell a soul. Now, we had OGs of this the other night. Not too easy to get. $29.99 the Replacements. This is also not too easy to get. When I say not too easy to get, I'm talking about OG copies. Because REM is a later album. And, of course, it has Losing My Religion on it. REM is $36.99. $36.99. And Leonard Skinner Street Survivors, $34.99. And Mushroom Head, Call the Devil. Mushroom Head's on red vinyl, $34.99 for Mushroom Head. Okay, next auction. Let's see what I got over here in the Japanese crate, too. In the Japanese crate, I have the following records. Oops, I can't say. I got to make David Johnson watch all night so he doesn't fall asleep. We have going up for bid right now, Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Lay it down. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Laura just almost scared me to death again. Laura has her Halloween costume on. It looks amazing. And every time she walks by, it's like a black shadow walking by me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? It's kind of like when they had this Michael Myers mask behind me last night. Laura wins the Halloween costume for sure. I didn't even see anybody else's, but she wins. Okay, there's that. And then let's put up another auction. We got a request for Ministry. Y'all keep reminding me what you need to be put up for auction. I'll get it up there. This is Ministry. Ministry's an 85 USOG VG condition, $10. A little noisy in spots, but played through very well when I play tested it earlier today. And she even drew a little Halloween pumpkin. So Laura play tested this. It's in VG condition. It's Ministry, Halloween Remix, and Nature of Outtakes. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. Next thing over here is Nathan Myers gets REM, Losing My Religion. Request for Depeche Mode and Slayer. We'll definitely get those going. Stephen Lewis Jr. on Mushroom. That's sold. And we have Nathan Myers also about to bid on Ministry. We have a request for Cramps. And over here we have Poison, Native Tongue. That's not a too easy OG to get, if at all. Poison's a double LP, $46.99 for Poison. And there is Alice Cooper. This is Dragon Town. This is a Record Store Day exclusive, 2 LP, and it's on colored vinyl, $24.99 on that. And I got 2 copies of Dark Side of the Moon. Whoa, I'm about to sing Great Gig in the Sky. You ready? Whoa, 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 whoa. $36.99. And Van Morrison Moondance, $33.99. It's a marvelous night for a Moondance. Van Morrison. All right, let's jump over here. Sarah Wyberdink on Alice Cooper Dragon Town. Thank you on that, Sarah. And then Rat is a Japanese pressing, no Obi. Invasion of Your Privacy, a $35 start. The last bit on Ministry was Mega Blast at $17. And we have Mastodon, Crack the Sky. Mastodon is $44.99. This is Mastodon, Crack the Sky. This is a 15th anniversary original album, and it has the score, the instrumental. It's on blue vinyl, $44.99. Okay, let's go over here. Ministry 17, Show Lord's Costume. Well, the only way I could do that is if I turn the house camera around, or if she has a picture of it, I could possibly put it up on screen if she wants me to. We'll leave that up to Laura, but that's the only way I could do that. It's kind of hard. This camera is like affixed, but it'd be possible. Could be possible. Sarah Wyberdink on Alice. We'll leave that up to Laura. And then Ministry 18. And then Days of the New. First time ever on vinyl. This is a great album. Has Touch, Peel, and Stand. Days of the New is $54.99. I saw somebody do a cover of that the other night on TikTok. It caught my attention because he started playing that riff. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I know that song. And I was like, oh, that's Days of the New. Then he started singing. I was like, wow, this guy's good. Ministries at 18. Just one no bid on Rat. So you can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now for Rat. And that is Invasion of Your Privacy. That's a no bid. Let's get some other auctions going over here. 35 over here. Brad Waits wants on the wait list for all three Days of the New, okay? All 3 Days of the New. Ministry is at 18, 21, and now another 21. And Brad Waits on all 3 Dangerous Toys. All 3 Dangerous Toys. Nathan Myers on Days of the New. That's so today's Nathan Myers. And we have Randy Travis. And this is Randy Travis now playing. That's on translucent tan vinyl. What pressing's Rat? It's a Japanese press, straight out of the Japanese crate. So unfortunately, I don't have like a confirmed year, but most of these, I think from Japan, are OG pressings. What is this that just flew out of it? That doesn't go with it. That's a picture of Benji. That just flew over here from Fred Goodwin stuff. Yeah, it's definitely Japanese. It's near mint minus, but I don't have a confirmed year for you, unfortunately. I'll take a picture. There we go. Laura's going to take a picture. I can put it up here. If you send it to me, I'll put it up here on the monitor. I wish I had a picture of Ed's. Let me also go ahead and airdrop everybody's pumpkin pictures. I'll post them on Facebook tomorrow. But Ed sent me everybody's pumpkin pictures. And we got to post. We'll drop those too whenever we do that, okay? Next thing is Joe Bonamassa, Blues Deluxe Volume 2. Joe Bonamassa, $29.99. One night I made a crack about Boomer Rock, and Chad started on liking long-haired guys with makeup. This. Yeah, there's Boomer Rock, hair metal. A lot of, we've had some conversations go sideways before, all in fun and games. I have some people's like, I can't stand grunge. It killed hair metal. And then on the other hand, I love hair metal. It's my childhood. And then we got people, I can't stand Kiss. I will die for Kiss. I will die for Taylor Swift. I hate Taylor Swift. Slayer, Show No Mercy. Oh my gosh, this is sealed. This is Slayer, Show No Mercy. Either an 87 or 88 US. Wow. So Slayer came out in 1983, this album did. This is either an 87 or an 88 US reissue, and it's sealed. Holy moly. $85 start on Slayer. That's now up for bid. We have 2 outs on Ministry. How did that happen? Y'all both went out. John Durden was first at 21. John has it for 21. Then Joe tied him. So, John, you still have it for $21, okay? John Durden, you have it. Joe Bonamassa is sold to George Jones. Mitchell Richardson on Days of the New. That's sold to Mitchell Richardson. And then Nathan Myers on Slate. and that was for what? Slate. And then we have the Best of Warrant, $54.99. That's a 2 LP red vinyl, limited edition red vinyl, 2 LP, $54.99. Okay. Rat is $35. It's a Japanese pressing of Invasion of Your Privacy. It's near mint minus and pristine. It's $35. Okay. And then over here, now if somebody bid $25 on Ministry, I can't see it. Slayer. Slayer is an $85 start. It's either an 87 or 88 sealed copy for just, it seems like a steal for $85. And right now we're in the middle of new vinyl. Next thing is Social Distortion, somewhere between heaven and hell. Social Distortion's $39.99. I have one copy of a Seam Split, unfortunately. I'm going to put that right there. And then over here, I have Bing Crosby's Christmas Gems. Really cool. It comes with a Bing Crosby Christmas ornament, and it's on red vinyl, and it has the David Bowie song too. $29.99. Unfortunately, one has a Seam Split, so I only have one Bing Crosby, one Social Distortion. Austin Latham gets Rap for $35. John Durden gets Ministry for $21. Cameron, you are second on Rap, and Slayer has a bid for $88. Our next auction is the Cramps, and the Cramps is tough to get. Holy moly, this is tough to get. Psychedelic Jungle. Psychedelic Jungle is a 1981 USOG gold stamp promo with the original on her sleeve, and it's nice. EX condition. No white label promo of this album exists. Speaking of the Cramps, check out the pumpkin we have right over here. Cramps is going to go up for an $85 start, okay? Next thing, Matt, you got Nirvana Unplugged. Yes, Fred Carnell got Social Distortion. Nathan Myers got Bing Crosby. And somebody on YouTube bid $25 on Ministry. Oh, I see that now. C-Note. Well, he never did say it again. Well, if John Durden's okay with it, it's actually on my screen. I'll sell it to him for $25. I actually, I see it now that somebody said YouTube. It got right in here kind of mixed in. And he never did say anything, but we'll go ahead and sell it to C-Note for $25 if that's okay with John Durden. I've actually already said sold to John Durden, but it's up to, we'll leave it up to John Durden because I never did see that, but it was on my screen, so okay, he can have it. All right, so sold to C-Note for $25. Next is Depeche Mode, Construction Time Again, $29.99. Depeche Mode. What time are we leaving for Knoxville tomorrow? Probably around 12, heading up to Knoxville for Dark Mode. Oklahoma's coming into town, and hopefully a win. I know we got some Oklahoma fans watching. Boomer. We have, they're supposed to be saying, for those that don't know what I'm doing, you're supposed to say sooner after I say Boomer. Boomer. We have High Fidelity REO Speedwagon. This has the original on her sleeve, and this is High Fidelity, a $35 start. Right now, Cramps opened at $100. Can you order new order movement? That actually might be coming up here in just a second, but I'll go ahead and take down your name because, yes, I can get that. Cramps opened at $100. What time should I come back for on sale new vinyl? We're going to be starting that in about a half hour. When we're done, we got one more crate of new vinyl after this. New vinyl on sale will start in about a half hour. We're going to knock out the next crate of new vinyl, and then we'll do Hatchet Ed stuff and new vinyl on sale. Okay, back down to the bottom, we have, what is this? Bone Church Deliverance. Now, that might have been a special request for somebody, maybe Justin Deckelman. I did not order that. Bone Church Deliverance, $33.99. Alice in Chains. Now, last night we took a heck of a waiting list, and I actually knew one more was coming in. And then there were several other people that wanted one, though. Alice in Chains Jar of Flies is $24.99. So here's what we're going to do. Alice in Chains Jar of Flies, $24.99. Amanda Davis was first. I'm going to keep this sticky note handy, and we can add to it if anybody else wants one. This was a stray copy. So over here, Amanda Davis gets this one, okay? That is Amanda Davis. And now we still got Michael Snared, Kenny Case Jr., John Durden, and Sarah Waberdink. That was the waiting list from last night, and we can add to it right now. They'll be in next week to start a new invoice, okay? Let's do that. Now, the last thing, Cramps was an $85 start, but the first bid It was an $85 start, but the first bid was $100 from Steve Ritchie. It was an $85 start. Steve Ritchie bid $100. Fred Cardinale bid $85. Then Thomas Reed bid $87. Then Gregory bid $100. Then Gregory bid $110. Nathan Myers wants an Alice in Chains. And we have 2 copies of Train, Drops of Jupiter. That's a 20th anniversary limited edition bronze colored vinyl. Train is $24.99. Sarah Wyberdink said she did not want Jar of Flies. I better take you off then, because they said you did want one. So no Jar of Flies for Sarah Wyberdink. We got 2 copies of the Black Crow Southern Harmony, a musical companion. That is remastered. Now, let's also show Slayer, because I think this one's gotten buried, and somebody asked, what's the Slayer? So over here, this is Slayer. It's either a 87 or an 88 sealed copy. Now, Show No Mercy came out originally in 83, but this is a sealed copy. A sealed copy. Never been opened. MT Matt just bid $95. Bone Church was sold to Hiram Aponte. Laura ordered that for Hiram. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Hiram, your Bone Church came in Deliverance. If anybody else wants one, let me know. So Slayer just got a new bid. In the middle is a rarity. I would consider this a pretty scarce record. Highly desirable, not in print. Psychedelic Jungle. You cannot order this. It is out of print. I've never seen it available. Steve Ritchie just bid $115. And that means somebody just bid right before him. Steve Ritchie has it for $115. What is the Japanese pressing? REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. REO Speedwagon High Infidelity just got a bid. It has 0 bids. It's a $35 start. I also have Quite Right Mental Health, and I think there could have been a wait list for that. That is Quite Right, $29. It's one of those where like 1 copy showed up, and I was like, well, I ordered 2 or 3, but they split our shipment, so another box will be here tomorrow. We got wait list for no. Okay, this is available. That Quite Right is available. $29.99. That's Quite Right, folks. And that is a hair metal classic. Hair metal? They got some hair. I consider them hair metal. $29.99. And Soundgarden, Louder Than Love is $34.99. And John Mayer, Room for Squares. John Mayer is $29.99. Room for Squares, okay? The Cramps, the last bid was $115 with Steve Ritchie. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. Final call to Steve for $115. Cameron Koenig on Quite Right. That was my only copy. That's so to Cameron. And then Slayer, MT Matt 102. Nathan Myers, you're out. And there is a bid on REO for $35. I've got 1 copy of Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, $36.99. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, $36.99 for Steve Miller. The Polar Express soundtrack, $29.99. Kevin J. Reitz on John Mayer. That's so to Kevin J. Reitz. And we have the best of Sinead O'Connor. That's on clear vinyl, $36.99. And this is new. New music on vinyl for today. Sam Cooke Nightbeat. They did 2000 on green vinyl. Mr. Soul Nightbeat, Sam Cooke, $39.99. $39.99 on that. Okay, so let's do a quick update. REO got a new bid for $38. Matthews right back in on $40. The Cramps is sold to Steve Ritchie for $115. Thank you, Steve, and congratulations. That is sold to him. Nathan Myers wants Polar Express. And then Nathan Myers, you're out on the Sealed Slayer. The high bid is MT Matt over on Twitch at $102. Kevin, you're out on REO. And let's put up another auction. And we got some people waiting on this one right here. Hold on one second. We got some people waiting on this one right here. And let's do, oh man, there's some good stuff in here. Let's do, golly. Let's do Death Angel. Death Angel's an 88 USOG in shrink and hop sticker with the original company in her sleeve, and that is a $65 start. Slayer has a new bid for $105. Slayer has a new bid for $105, now $110. Nathan Myers got Polar Express. REO Speedwagon got a new bid for $42. Sherry Darnell got Sam Cooke. And then we do got you down for Polar Express. And there's that. Okay, so this is the first full crate of like mixed all kinds of different stuff in here. And I'm going to go ahead and add the leftover stuff from the first couple crates, which was mostly Kiss, but this was extras, okay? And we have one more crate of new stuff to go through, then Hatchet Ed, and then all the new vinyl on sale, which is always a hoot. If you're never here, if you've never seen me go through new vinyl on sale, when I start marking down old titles, it can get kind of crazy. It's like as fast as I can read them off, and it gets really, really, really fast. Sorry, that was me chugging the rest of my first Monster. I didn't mute my mic, but we're going to the next time. All right, let's see what's over here. All right, there's that. All right, Laura's got her Halloween picture for me. Let me airdrop all these over here on the monitor so we can look at them. And everybody's pumpkins too. Let me airdrop these to the Mini Mac over here. Coletco's Mini Mac. Mini Men, wish death upon me. Something, 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 and probably other words I can't say. Mini Men. All right, let's do open with preview. There we go. All righty, awesome. All right, we'll look at these in just a second. Let's go full screen over here. Okay, so Slayer, big auction. Why? Because we're talking about something sealed, 87 or 88. And the last bid over this, the last bid on Slayer is MT Matte for $110. Everybody else is out. Everybody else is out except MT Matte. The last bid on REO Speedwagon was Kevin J. Reitz at 46. Matthew Kopus, you are out. And then Kevin said out, but Kevin has it for $46. Okay? And then Death Angel, the last bid is MT Matte at $75. Let's run through this crate one more time. Zach Sabbath, Greatest Riffs, red vinyl. Zach Sabbath is on red vinyl, 33. Haven't had that in stock since it came out. They finally just came back in. Him is $46.99, 2 LP music on vinyl. Him, Razorblade Romance, Zoetrope Picture Disc, $36.99. The Replacements, Don't Tell a Soul, $29.99. REM, Out of Time, $36.99. Losing My Religion. Leonard Skinner's $34.99. Matthew Cope, did I miss a bid from Matthew Copus? Because I got Kevin at $46. We also have Mushroom Head, Call the Devil on red vinyl, $34. Nathan Myers gets Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. Matthew said he bid at $50. So to Matthew, see that didn't show up on my screen, or I missed it. So to Matthew Copus for $50, okay? Sorry, I missed that one. So to Matthew Copus, that is done. All right, there's that. Over here we got Slayer, and that's still getting bids at $125. And then there's Death Angel. It's still getting bids at $80 with Jake Gold. And then that means we need to put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is Cheap Trick, is the Rolling Stones, is Grease, and we're going to stick with Cheap Trick. Let's do Cheap Trick in color. Cheap Trick in color is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Cheap Trick in color. It has the insert. It has the cover and obi, and it's a $35 start. We have 2 copies of Poison, Native Tongue. Poison's $46.99. Alice Cooper Dragontown, colored vinyl, 2 LP, 45 RPM. That is technically on sale for $24.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, $36.99. Van Morrison Moondance, $33.99. Somebody asked the price for that. That should be analog too. Van Morrison, also Mastodon, this is Crack the Sky, the double LP anniversary edition, $44.99. Randy Travis now playing. He doesn't have really anything much in print except for a couple Christmas albums now. And then this is a greatest hits with Deeper Than the Holler and Forever and Ever and Amen. And this is $24.99. Also, Joe Bonamassa Blues Deluxe Volume 2. That is on blue vinyl. Joe Bonamassa, $29. The Best of Warrant, $54.99. A double LP music on vinyl. Depeche Mode Construction Time Again, $29. Train Drops of Jupiter. And I think Michelle Clements claimed one of these earlier, and I didn't pull it. So to Michelle Clements, I forgot about that. And then Kevin Willis on Van Morrison. X-Wing 81 on Joe Bonamassa. And I think we've got some more of his coming up in just a second. Also, we have Black Crows, the Southern Harmony Musical Companion. That's $33.99. Soundgarden's $34.99. Nathan Myers on Randy Travis. By the way, one bid on Cheap Trick for $35. John Mayer, Room for Squares is $29. Steve Miller's Greatest Hits, $36. Polar Express, $29. The Best of Sinead O'Connor, Clear Vinyl, $36. And we have Nightbeat, Mr. Soul. The Sam Cooke comes out today as a reissue on green vinyl, numbered, $39.99. Slayer is sold to MT Matt for $125. The last bid on Death Angel that came in was Jake Gold at $80, sold to Jake Gold for $80. Aaron Andrus on Polar Express, and David Dole on SM for Steve Miller. And then Cheap Trick over here, Nathan Myers, $35. Nathan Myers, $35. By the way, let's see. If anybody wants Social Distortion, it has a seam split. I'm going to send in for a replacement copy, but the ones I can sell you have seam splits. I got another replacements, another Social Distortion, another Bing Crosby, and the Steve Miller. So some of those that look like they sold out, I actually got a couple extras over here, but they have damage. Okay? Check that, Chad, to see. It looks like you pulled something else. I pulled Train for Michelle. I pulled Van Morrison for you. I pulled Joe Bonamassa for X-Wing. I pulled Randy Travis for Nathan Myers. I pulled Polar Express for Aaron Andrus, and Steve Miller for David Dole. And then Cheap Trick has sold one bid, Nathan Myers, $35. And now we're ready for all new auctions and a whole nother crate of new stuff. So the first crate was basically all new Kiss albums. And right now, these are sticker price. So what I do with seam splits is I sell them damaged for the same price right now if you want them. If I can send them back, I will. If I can't send them back, then I'll discount them later. So I usually go ahead and the other night I cleared out a few that I forgot to send back and I discounted them. But right now I just say they're sticker price because I can get my costs back out of them. And just go ahead and get another one rather than sending you a damaged one. But some people's like, Chad, go ahead and send me a damaged one because I want it right now on this week's invoice. I can live with a seam split. Don't forget, we got Hatchet Ed stuff. And don't forget, I got the Rush box set in. I have one extra Rush box set if you hadn't seen that yet. And let's put up some new auctions and let's do this. Here we go. All right, so let's see here on the monitor. So I have pumpkins, pumpkin submissions. I bet Laura could tell us who made who. Of course, there's the Cramps pumpkin. Somebody did a pumpkin that looks like he's dead. An Ace Frehley, a David Bowie pumpkin, and then the creation on the right is Ed's. Oh no, Charlie, that's not what the axe is for. And I took a picture of that, or Ed sent me a picture of that. That's our puppet that gets moved around the back. That's Hatchet, Ed's hatchet, and he is literally cutting into the back of the head of that pumpkin. So some cool pumpkin submissions. That's everybody that works here. Did those. I just don't know who did who. Laura might know. And then and then of course the Michael Myers thing, that's what my nephew made. And he put it back here behind me yesterday and scared me. And then there's Tony Murphy's Beatles pumpkin. There's Tony Murphy's Beatles pumpkin, which lights up. I think y'all know what that is. Here Comes the Sun. Very cool. Something in the Way She Moves, Abbey Road. And then, oh, there's Laura. I was about to say, what happened to Laura picture? Laura, how'd you take that, on a timer? Laura took that freehand in the back somehow. See, she's walked past me a couple times, and I just catch like a shadow. And I'm like, whoa, what was that? The first time she walked by me earlier, and I was like, oh, that's Laura. It kind of scared me. I was like, whoa, what the heck was that? It's like a black shadow walking past me real fast. All righty. Okay. Next, we have this, the Rush box. These are the albums from the years 2002 to 2012. 2002 to 2012. I have one left. It technically comes out Friday, today. And it is, no, it came out last Friday. Yeah. It is this box set. And it is Snakes and Arrows. It is Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, and Clockwork Angels. 4 albums, and I think it's multiple LPs because I think all those are doubles. Feedback is a single. I know Clockwork and Vapor is a double. And it's $159.99. Nathan Meyer says he'll take it. We are now sold out of Rush box sets. They're gone. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We have sold 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 just this week, including that one right there. We sold some like on Monday, so we have sold a lot. They're all stacked up back here on the back now, ready to be shipped. Ready to be shipped. Nathan Meyer's got the last one. All right, here we go. New auctions. Let's go ahead and knock out the other Slayer. Slayer Live Undead. Slayer Live Undead is a 1987 US. An 87 US, a $55 start. VG Plus jacket, EX vinyl. Slayer, perfect for Halloween. $55 start on that. Okay, and then the next thing I have going up for auction right now, without a doubt, in this moment, is this one. Somebody requested it earlier. Nephilim. Nephilim. I hope I'm saying that closely. Nephilim is an 88 USOG. This is a goth alternate rock album. It is has the original on her sleeve, and it's going to go up for a $30 start. Back here is Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, 20th anniversary, orange and red swirl. Avenged Sevenfold is $36.99. The Crow soundtrack, awesome soundtrack. The Crow soundtrack is $44.99. $44.99 on that. Depeche Mode Violator. Depeche Mode is $29.99. Enjoy the Silence, Depeche Mode. And then one of my favorites, the Beatles Past Masters. The Beatles Past Masters, a double LP, $49.99. So this is everything from the Beatles that wasn't on their albums. So Day Tripper, We Can Work It Out, Paperback Writer, Rain, Lady Madonna, Hey Jude, Revolution, Get Back, Don't Let Me Down, She Loves You, Long Tall Sally. Those are all non-album singles. Amazing. $49.99. I only have one because one had a scene split. Okay, and then over here we have Slayer did get a bid for 55, Neff 35, Neff 32, Neff 35, Neff 30. Nathan Myers wants an Avenged Sevenfold. That's that. Sarah Wyberdink wants a Depeche Mode. That's so does Sarah. And then Jimi Hendrix Blues. This is a cool record. This is Jimi Hendrix doing, it's a compilation of basically all of the great blues songs he covered. Jimi Hendrix Blues is $33.99. Nathan Myers on the Beatles. Kevin J. Reitz, I can do one or two things. I can put you on a waiting list for a nice one, or I can give you a scene split. Now, I will say, Kevin, the scene split on this one's pretty faint. So if you want one right now, that's what it looks like. If not, I can put you on a waiting list, and then Catherine, you're next. Okay, so same thing. Let me know if you want scene split, if he passes, or if you want to go ahead and just get on a waiting list. We actually only had one. Here's the other Joe Bonamassa, live at the Hollywood Bowl with orchestra. This is $29.99. Nathan Myers wants a Jimi Hendrix Blues. That is so to Nathan Myers. And we have over here, we have Rascal Flatts. 20 years of Rascal Flatts, their greatest hits. God Bless the Broken Road. I like that one. Yeah, Bless the Broken. $29.99. Life is a highway, and I want to ride it all night long. Man, don't give me jukebox and karaoke and some Rascal Flatts, folks. Kevin says he'll take the scene split. Let's put Catherine on a waiting list. Okay, Catherine Lutz on a waiting list. He says he's good with the minor scene split. Neff is at 47. Neff is at 48. Is Slayer really done at $55 with Nathan Myers? It looks like it. It is a reissue, but it's a vintage reissue, and we're about to sell it. Next, I got Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. Just one for $38.99. Rascal Flatts. TF for Nathan Myers. I bet he's wanting Rascal Flatts. And he put TF instead. Sell that to Nathan Myers. Nathan, you get Rascal Flatts. And then also make sure Catherine's on the wait list for Beatles Past Masters. That's one of my favorite compilations. Here's another cool Jimi Hendrix. The other cool Jimi Hendrix is South Saturn Delta. $34.99 on that. The Slayer album, Live Undead, is an 87 Metal Blade reissue. 1987. It's VG Plus EX. Nathan has it for 55. Neff is at 50. And then let's also go ahead and run a new Japanese pressing. And that is going to be Styx. Kilroy Was Here. Mr. Roboto. Day Tripper from Typo Negative. I have not. Maybe I have. Maybe I have. No, I don't think I have. Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. Is it kind of really slow and sludgy sounding? She's a dude. I think that's what I've heard. Styx, Kilroy Was Here, $35. Nathan Myers wants Jimmy. Now, do you want the other Jimi Hendrix? Because you bought the other Jimmy, or do you want Jimmy Page? I bet he wants Jimi Hendrix, South Saturn Delta. And then we got 2 copies of Pearl Jam. This is called Rearview Mirror, a.k.a. Greatest Hits. So it's Greatest Hits Volume 1. Pearl Jam, Once, Alive, Jeremy, Even Flow, Dissidents on here, Rearview Mirror, Corduroys on here. This is 2 LPs, $38.99. It's essentially Pearl Jam Greatest Hits. King Diamond, The Puppet Master. King Diamond's on white, red, marble vinyl, $44.99 on King Diamond. Slayer is sold to Nathan Myers for $55. That's kind of surprising, but it's gone. Matt Nichols wants Hendrix South Saturn Delta. That's sold to Matt, and the other one went to Nathan Myers. Nymph is a final call to Omega, who by the way, is Omega Bushi over on Twitch. You have that for $50. Final call. Styx is a $35 start. And then the Cars is the High Fidelity series. Rhino Hi-Fi, the Cars, $39.99. Nathan Myers on Pearl Jam. That is sold to Nathan Myers. That's Donna Mitchell. Okay, Donna Mitchell is Omega over on Twitch, okay? Blaze Foley. Blaze Foley is called Silicon Messiah, $34.99 on Blaze Foley. I only got one. The other one has a seam split. And then we have The Revenge of Alice Cooper. This is on purple vinyl. It's a 2 LP, $39.99. The Hendrix album you just bought was $34.99. Black Sabbath Paranoid, remaster black vinyl, $29. Alice Cooper Killer, cut from the original analog master, another Alice Cooper, $34. And Live Throwing Copper, 25th anniversary with bonus tracks, $39.99. Donna Mitchell, you've been outbid on Neff. Nobody been on Styx. I'm going to go ahead and make that a buy now for $35. That way we can put up some new auctions, folks. It is Halloween night at Collectco. We're going through a crate of new vinyl. We got Hatchet Ed stuff. We got at least one Hatchet Ed crate of new vinyl. We have a whole crate of miscellaneous Hatchet Ed stuff. And then it looks like a Hatchet Ed CD box, a Hatchet Ed 45 box, a Hatchet Ed cassette box, and a Hatchet Ed little trinket box. So it looks like he cleared out a lot of unpaid miscellaneous. And also, the big thing for tonight is new vinyl on sale, which I told everybody would start about 8:30. And we have amazing auctions in the meantime. Plus, I have a whole crate of surprises. So Neff got a new bid for $52.53. Nathan Myers on The Revenge of Alice Cooper. Mitchell Richardson on Blaze Foley. Sarah Wyberdink on Alice Cooper. Sarah, let me know if you want Revenge or Killer. Okay. And then Tim Rory wants Live Throwing Copper. That was right here. So did Tim Rory. And then next is Nathan Myers gets Styx for $35. That was Kilroy Was Here. What did I just do with that? Right here. It's right here. That is $35. And then what price is Rascal Flatts? There's one left, $29.99. And we have next one more live left, and then John Mayer Continuum, Waiting on the World to Change. Sarah Wyberdink on Revenge, which is The Revenge of Alice Cooper. Okay, we're sold out of those, and my crate over here is full. And then Jerry Wallace on Rascal Flatts. Life is a highway, Jerry, and Jerry wants to ride it. As featured in the movie Cars, which is like one of Seth's favorite movies. That and Finding Nemo. And Toy Story, and Lion King. Go to Seth's house, good chance he's watching Finding Nemo. All right, let's go over here, and we have, I'll take it. We have Nathan Myers says Table Falost. Kevin J. Reitz on Mayor. What is Table Lafost? Table Falost. And then Nathan, you've already got a Rascal Flats. You already got one. Put down Jerry Wallace on a waiting list for another. And Fred Carnell on John Mayer. Okay, now what is Neff at? Neff is at 53. Fred Carnell has never bid again or set out. Donna Mitchell has this for $53. Now, Fred's still watching because he's still claiming vinyl. Fred, let me know on that one. So, Rascal Flats went to Jerry Wallace and Nathan Myers. Nathan got one earlier in the crate. Jerry Wallace wants to be put on the waiting list for another, okay? And that was a great crate. Let's read through this again and let's put up another auction. Next auction is the following. This is going to go up right now. And I'll keep reminding me if you're waiting on something. But I know for sure we need to go ahead and put up at least this right here. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. This is an 83 USOG and shrink wrap. USOG and shrink wrap, near mint minus, a $35 start. Nathan says beg 57. Not for sure what that is either. And then Neff is at 56. I know what that is. And anyways, we'll go ahead and put up another Japanese. Stranglers on deck. We got to balance out over here with the Japanese and Stranglers on deck. Let's do Grease 2 soundtrack. Grease 2 soundtrack. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Nice. Never seen a Grease sticker. Comes with Grease 2 sticker. Has the booklet, gatefold with Obi, and $35 start. There's that. Chad, you still do putbacks and non-payments. That's the Hatchet Ed crates. That's what we call Hatchet Ed. He was back there hatcheting today. I get an email every time he cancels an invoice. And I woke up earlier today, go get my hair cut and go get a public sub in the middle of the day. I was half asleep. I'll look at my phone. I'm like, dang, he is hatcheting back there. He was sharpening his axe, his hatchet last night. The Crow soundtrack, 2 LP. We're talking about The Cure. We're talking about Pantera, Helmet, Rage, Stone Temple Pilots, 9 Inch Nails, Jesus and Mary Chain, The Crow. Double LP, $44.99. Depeche Mode Violator. Depeche Mode is $29.99. One copy left of Jimi Hendrix Blues, $33.99. Double LP. 2 copies left of Joe Bonamassa live at Hollywood Bowl, $29.99 purple vinyl. Jimmy Page with the Black Crows live at the Greek, $38.99. Last Depeche Mode is sold to MT Matt. Jeff Dedman on the Crow soundtrack. What is Neff at? The last bid was Donna Mitchell at 56. Every time you bid, Donna Mitchell immediately bids, Fred. I mean, like, immediately. Immediately. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a $35 start. No one has bid. Grease has 1 bid for $35 of Nathan Myers. Next thing is Pearl Jam's Greatest Hits, Volume 1, Rearview Mirror, $38.99. Jay Neutral on Jimi Hendrix. Grease has a new bid for $37. King Diamond, the Puppet Master, white and red marble vinyl. King Diamond, $44.99, double LP. The Cars All Analog Cut Rhino Hi-Fi Series, self-titled, $39.99. It's all mixed up. Black Sabbath, $29.99. Fred's bid $60 on Neff. Donna bid 3 seconds later at $65. 6 seconds later. 6 seconds later, Donna bid. See how fast it was? Boom, boom. Alice Cooper Killer, $34.99. This is another all analog and live Throwing Copper 25th anniversary, $39.99. Nathan, you've been outbid on Grease. Wolverine has it for $37, and Stevie Ray Vaughan, if you want to lock in a bid, it's $35 before I make it a buy it now. It's all mixed up. It's all mixed up. Fred's out. Sold to Donna Mitchell for $65. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do this. The Stranglers is a 1977 U.S. Terre Haute OG with the original under sleeve and shrink wrap VG Plus, a $20 start on the Stranglers. $20 start on the stranglers. Okay, let's go through another crate. This time, let's do some stuff on sale. First thing I'm gonna do is walk through the right. So what is this? This is the month of October, and we're about to go into November. So I need to find stuff with early October dates and definitely September or anything before. Okay, so what do I have over here? I have August. Those definitely need to be put on sale. August. Those definitely need to be put on sale. September, July, August. All this stuff's about to be discounted. June, early October, September, July. All this is about to be put on sale. July, August, July. I'm not going to read the titles because there's going to be people saying, wait a minute, Chad, can I go ahead and just buy all these right now? I'm going to be like, you can in just a few seconds. August, July. All this stuff's about to be put on sale. August, June, August. Yep, it's time. We have August, July, May. We have July, September. And we have September. And we have another stray September, and we have September, and my crate's almost full. Let's grab these down here. May, June, July, and let's do September and September, and that's about all I can carry. Now, I don't have these sorted, so I'll probably just discount them whenever I show them. That'll be the easiest way, okay? And then at the end of the crate, I'll resort them, okay? Let's mark down some new on sale Halloween and get all these sold. Okay, here we go. All brand new sealed LPs. Now, I want to keep y'all in mind, we have people get orders and they're like, dang, this got a seam split. So we don't ship anything that has a seam split. This is all brand new stuff that got shipped to us from distributors. And I bet when it left their warehouse, it didn't have seam splits. And now they have seam splits. So it happens very often. So you can see this is about the ratio we get with damaged records. So when we get, let's say, 4 crates of new LPs, we have about 10 damaged records that come in from the warehouse. And when they leave there, they're typically not damaged. It's just the way things happen in shipping. This new LPs, they can get damaged quickly, okay? So Stevie Ray Vaughan did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $35. Any autographs tonight? Yes, I got a few to run for auction, and then we'll try to go through some more again tonight. Grease got a new bid for $39, which means Wolverine, you got outbid. Do you have any Ghost Reveries? No, but there's a pre-order going up soon. The Stranglers is at $20. The Stranglers is at $40. The Stranglers is at $20. The Stranglers is at $25. The Stranglers is at $27. The Stranglers is at $40. What is the Stranglers condition? VG Plus in shrink wrap. MT Mac got Stevie Ray Vaughan for $35. Andrew was hecking, and Grease is at $42. So Grease is at $42. Nathan Myers, you're out. The Stranglers is still at $40 with Craig Thomas. That was one of the first bids. He went ahead and bid $40. And then now going up for auction at this moment is going to be Killing Joke. Killing Joke is a 1980 USOG EX and shrink wrap, $75 start. Nathan, you're out on that. Some of these on sale LPs, I'll probably just do the price on the fly whenever I show it, okay? I haven't had time to sort any of these. I just grabbed them by dates. Here we go. Take advantage. As y'all know, I'm always super duper uber firm on that. And then Hatchet Edge shirts. Let me go ahead and grab them. I'll show you whatever I have left. I'm wearing one right now. I'm wearing actually one right now. Let me go get all the extras we have, which should be in a crate over here, unless Ed's moved them. They have been moved. I will try my best to locate them. Is that them down here on the floor? No, that's a framed Stevie Ray Vaughan record. Laura, any idea where the extra Hatchet Edge shirts are? Yeah, I'll text Ed. I'm not really for sure. They were on that table in a black crate for the longest. Over there. Okay, awesome. I'll take those. Thank you. And we got extra Hatchet Edge shirts to sell. And everybody, I think, that's got one, they've already pulled them out, so all these are available. I'll do these probably when we're doing Hatchet Ed's crate next, okay? Probably do that when we do his Hatchet Ed crate next. Here we go. Let's see. Gary Newman, we'll do this for $24.99. The Pleasure Principle, $10 off. Gary Newman, $24.99. It was $34.99. $24 for Gary Newman. The Cure's Disintegration, $10 off on that one too. $34.99 for The Cure. So those were $44.99. $34 for The Cure. Gary Newman is Soda Kenny Roll. Make sure that goes in. Whoever's tagging you, you'll probably have to hear me do these prices. Okay? So, and what I'll do, I'll make sure they know to discount it. I'll put a slash through them, some of them. $24.99. That's Soda Kenny Roll. The last bit on Grease was Wolverine for $42. I lost Nathan Myers. I've got to sell it pretty soon, though. The Cure is Soda Thomas Clark for $34. One left. And then the Stranglers, the new most recent bid was Michael Freiberger at $42. Killing Joke is not sealed. It's a 1980 U.S. original in shrink wrap EX. And that is at $90 with Jeff Brindley. Unto Others, Strength. Let's do it $10 off, just $19.99. Unto Others, Strength, $19.99. Robert Plant's newest album, Saving Grace. Let's go ahead and do these for $19.99. And I bet I can find more because I know these things are mixed around everywhere. I'm kind of ready to close it out. I love Robert Plant, but I think the original pre-order, we had like 5 people cancel. Please don't cancel pre-orders. And I think I've got them kind of laying around everywhere now. So Robert Plant, $19.99. I bet I have at least 3 or 4 more laying around. That is on colored vinyl. Robert Plant, $19.99. So Unto Others is sold to Mark Stanley. Okay. These are ones of ones. If I think I have another one, I'll let you know. But most of these are ones of ones when they're on sale. And there's also no waiting list. No waiting list because they're on sale. If I have to reorder them, they'll be the original price. Tony Freeman on Robert Plant for $19.99. Nathan, you're back out on Grease. Wolverine has it for $48. The Stranglers is sold to Stranglers, sold to Michael Freiberger for $42. I'm going to write down a couple more extra names on Robert Plant in case I find them tonight. And if I do, I'll go ahead and tag you for them. I know I have them. I'll go ahead and write them down right now. And one is Tony Freeman, and the other one is Mando Jeff, which is Jeff Dedman, right? Okay, and I'll find more of those. Radiohead, $10 off. This is just from early October, $34.99 for Radiohead. $10 off, $34.99. Natalie Merchant, Tiger Lily. Let's do this on a percentage. So if I do Natalie Merchant at 25% off, it would make it $45, which is $15 off. This is $59.99, so $45 on Natalie Merchant. That is Jeff Miller. Okay, Mando Jeff, my bad. I'll just use your handle whenever I find it. Mando Jeff. Killing Joke. Killing Joke is Stephen Parton's at $95. Did Jeff Brindley go out? Jeff Brindley has not went out. I hadn't said that bid, though. Stephen has that for $95. Nathan Myers, I'm still waiting for you on Grease. It's at $48. Fred Carnell gets Radiohead for $34.99. Ornette Coleman, let's do it for $19.99. Tomorrow is the question, the new music of Ornette Coleman from Kraft. All analog, Bernie Grumman, $19.99 on that. Fred gets Natalie Merchant, $45 for Natalie Merchant. That is sold to Fred Cardinale for $45. Make sure that goes in for $45. Jeff back in on Killing Joke at $100. And then, Nathan Myers got Natalie Merchant. I stand corrected. Nathan Myers got Natalie Merchant. Fred, you were second. I stand corrected on that one. And then Nathan Myers, I got you down for a Robert Plant whenever I find them. Let's do Pink Floyd, $15 off, $34.99 for the Division Bell. That's stupid. You know why that's stupid? Because that's stupid because I'm going to order more whenever they sell out because I always keep this in stock. There's always somebody seems like they need a Pink Floyd Division Bell. That's stupid, Chad. You're being stupid. $34.99. Pink Floyd, $15 off, $34.99. That's stupid, Chad. You're being stupid. Killing Joke is at 101. Jeff Brindley, you've been outbid. Joseph McCormick gets Ornette Coleman for $19.99. Fred Cardinell, you're second. Sieg over on Facebook gets Pink Floyd for $34.99. And then Grease, unfortunately, I lost Nathan Myers. I got to go ahead and sell this, though. Wolverine gets this for $48. Wolverine, $48. That is sold to Wolverine for $48. That was Grease 2 soundtrack. Let's go ahead and put that away. And then Killing Joke is at 105. And we have Stephen Partnow, final call. Pink Floyd sold to Fred Cardinell, $34.99. Cameron, if I run across another one, maybe. Now, what I'm going to do, if I think I have more, or I know I have more, I'm going to go ahead and jot down some people's names. Some of these could pop up later in another crate, and it's just whoever's watching at that time, okay? Like Robert Plants, I went ahead and marked down some people's names. Pink Floyd's, I honestly don't know if I have any more. So, yeah, Sieg got Pink Floyd and Fred Cardinell got Pink Floyd. We had 2 of them. We did have 2 of them, and both of them sold. Sieg got 1, Fred Cardinell got 1. Let's do Pink Floyd for $24.99. Another Pink Floyd, Animals. $10 off for the 2018 remix. $24.99 on that. And this is the newest album from Styx. Let's do it for $12 off. That is Circling from Above. Styx is $24.99. Stephen Parton gets Animals for $24.99. Styx is $24.99. That's their newest album. Steely Dan, we'll do it for $12 off. A remaster of Can't Buy a Thrill, $24.99 for Steely Dan. And we only have ones and ones. And Elvis is $10 off. Sunset Boulevard was $44. Double LP, a fairly new release, $34.99. Time for new auctions. Jeff Brindley gets Killing Joke for $105. I'm ready for new auctions if y'all are. Let's go ahead and put this away right over here, okay? Next is so Animals want the Stephen. Bob Panozniak second. Sieg was third. Mike Ospaw gets Styx for $24.99. Ivan fourth on Pink Floyd. Jeff Malwitz gets Steely Dan for $24.99. Wolverine gets Elvis for $34.99. Nathan next on Styx. Fred Cardinell next on Animals. Nathan Myers next on Steely Dan. And Sieg, not Sieg, Sick over on Twitch, Amanda, gets The Cure for $34.99. So far, everything's sold out. I'm going to do these for just $19.99, $10 off the Black Crowes War Paint. The Black Crowes War Paint is $10 off, $19.99 for the Black Crowes War Paint. Elvis, possibly one might pop up later in the show. Let me check this Hatchet Ed crate from yesterday. No, so I don't have another Elvis right now. Keyword right now. Don't go anywhere. There's the Black Crowes. Dawkin, let's do it. It was $34. $24.99 for Dawkin. It's on red vinyl. And let's do Talking Heads. $10 off. That's the red vinyl 2LP expanded. $29.99 for Talking Heads. If you're just joining us, new auctions are going up right now. We are on end of the month and Halloween new vinyl on sale. End of the month and Halloween new vinyl on sale. Even if it wasn't Halloween, we'd probably still be doing this anyway, but it doubles up. Here is Depeche Mode. Speak and Spell is a gold stamp promo. This is an OG Depeche Mode. Now, there is no promo label of this that exists, so the closest thing you can get is a promo stamp. It is going to go up. It's nice, too. A VG cover just because of a crease right here, light crease. The vinyl's nice, $35 on that. Next thing is Pam Murray on a Black Crowes for $19.99. Calvin Ward on a Black Crowes for $19.99. Scully Mack was first on Dawkin for $24.99. Jeff Church was next on Dawkin. Brad Waite's next on Dawkin. Ira next on Dawkin. Sig next on Dawkin. Michael next on Dawkin. And our next record, Pretty in Pink, Lords of Acid. Let's do it $10 off, $29.99 for Lords of Acid. I've only got one. I know for sure just one of those. Keith Richards, $10 off, Main Offender. That should be on red vinyl too. Keith Richards, $19.99. We have Nathan Myers put Speaking. What was Speaking? Speak and Spell by Depeche Mode is an auction. It's a $35 start. Next is a Japanese auction, and that is going to be this right here. It is going to be Journey Frontiers. Journey Frontiers is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. There is the vinyl. Beautiful. There's this. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi, $35 start. Lords of Acid is sold to Nathan Myers. Make sure that goes in for $29.99. Ivan was second, then Fred Cardinale. There's Keith Richards. There's Talking Heads. The Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection, $10 off, just $24.99. The Expanded Hits Collection, $24.99. Fred Cardinale gets Keith Richards. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. Keith Richards is going in for $19.99. The Godfather soundtrack. Let's do $9 off, $29.99 for The Godfather. $9 off, $29.99. Jeff Church on the Jacksons for $24.99. $24.99. I discount new vinyl once a month, and it's usually at the end or beginning of the month. Whatever I don't get to tonight, we might do again like on Monday, or I might leave some stuff for Paul tomorrow. Paul will be hosting the show, but this is a rare occasion. I get asked about every night on a discount or a price decrease, and we usually wait and we let these dates settle so they're here for at least 30 days or 60 days, and then we finally discount them. So Jackson's went to Jeff. Kevin J. Reeds is going to pick up Talking Heads for $29.99. Godfather is sold to Nathan Myers for $29.99 as well. And 9 Inch Nails. Let's do this $10 off. The Downward Spiral, $34.99 for 9 Inch Nails. $10 off. Depeche Mode's at $40. That means John Durden, you've been outbid, and Journey's a $35 start. Stephen Parton got 9 Inch Nails for $34.99. You're going to have to be quick on these. These are going to get gone fast. Jimi Hendrix, let's do it $5 off. That double LP, just $24.99. Just $24.99 for Jimi Hendrix, $5 off. And then the Best of Bread, this was $34. Let's get that down to $24 on white vinyl and all analog by Bernie Grundman. All analog by Bernie Grundman, so that's going to be pretty nice. Black Crows is sold to Kevin. That was our last copy for $19.99. We sold 3 of those. Jimi Hendrix is $24. Bread is $24. And Psychedelic Furs, let's do that $10 off. $29.99 for Talk, Talk, Talk. And that is with Pretty in Pink. Stanley Richmond on Bread. That was my only copy right now. And Melanie Jennings, you were second. Jeff Malwitz on the Psychedelic Furs for $29. Cos Omega was next. John Gollin third on Bread. Okay. Now this next record is going to be a percentage. This is 25% off. 25% off of $60 is $45. Yep. George Harrison, Let It Roll. That's the first time on vinyl collection. 2 LP, George Harrison, $45. That was $59.99. The Depeche Mode was a 81 USOG Los Angeles Gold Stamp promo. No condition notes on the vinyl. Journey's going to go ahead and be a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. Mike Torrey's getting the George Harrison for $45. Sherry Darnell gets Jimi Hendrix for $24.99. Okay, next is Shania Twain. This is already on sale for my run-out distributor, and now you get it even cheaper, $24.99. That's like $20 below the list price. It's on red vinyl. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. This is Shania Twain, Come On Over, the soundtrack to Seth's life. This is the soundtrack to his life. $24.99. $24.99 sold to Jeff Church. Great price on that. And it was on red vinyl. And Jim Sedal gets Journey for $35. That's sold to Jim Sedal for $35. You don't impress me much. I say that to Seth every time I see him. I'm like, dude, you don't impress me much. Shania sold to Jeff. Jim got Journey. The Depeche Mode is off to John Durden. We're going to go ahead and put up another auction. Anybody ever heard of Susie and the Banshees? Susie and the Banshees is called Hyena. I think that's what that says. It's an 84 USOG Allied. Robert Smith from The Cure plays guitar and keyboards on this album. VG++EX, a $35 start. Oh my goodness, this is criminal. Let's do Zeppelin for $24.99. That's criminal. This should never be on sale, but it's hung around since September. Now, I know for a fact I have reordered this since September, but this was either from Hatchet Ed or it got put into the wrong crate, or it got recycled. out in the store instead of me getting the most recent one. So Led Zeppelin, $24.99. So did John Durden. Whole lot of love. Okay, next is Dag Nasty. Let's do this for just $19.99. Wig Out at Dinko's, $10 off. Dag Nasty, just $19.99 on that. One of my favorite albums of all time. I'll let somebody have it for a great price. $10 off, $19.99 for Crosby, Stills, and Nash. One of my favorite albums of all time. Hope somebody, whoever buys it, I hope you enjoy it. $19.99. It's on clear vinyl. It's a remaster on clear vinyl. And Pretty Boy Floyd, $9 off, $29.99. There is a hair metal classic, Leather Boys with Electric Toys, $29.99 for Pretty Boy Floyd. How much, Chad? You heard me. $29.99. That's how much. $29.99. Trying to figure out how to get my monitor turned back on over here so I can see y'all's comments better. And we got a lot of people watching. Wow, Halloween night at 8:45, and there's 285 people watching. That's what on sale new vinyl will do. Holy moly. Okay, Friday night at 8:45, and there's that many people watching. Crazy. All right, so Susie and the Banshees was at 40. Sorry, the auctions are going to get pretty neglected here for a little bit. I'll try my best to keep up with it. But this stuff here is very important to make sure I get it to the right person and the right price. So John Durden got Led Zeppelin. Sandy was second. Thomas Clark got Dave, but I bet he meant Dag, right, Thomas? He did. Thomas Clark got Dag Nasty. That's $19.99. $19.99. And then Nathan Myers was second. Pretty Boy Floyd is music on vinyl. Yes. Pretty Boy Floyd is music on vinyl. Stereo, if you don't want it, Nathan Myers does. And Jeff Church gets Crosby, Stills, and Nash for $19.99. That's my only Pretty Boy Floyd to my knowledge. And check this out. Rhino Hi-Fi televisions, $29.99 each. Marquee Moon and Adventure. Those are just $29.99. $29.99. And let me pause right there because my crate's almost full. First thing I'm going to do this is Jeff Church got CSN. So Nathan Myers does get the Pretty Boy Floyd for $29.99. And I'm going to make that the last record. I'm going to swap out crates right quick. That one has filled up in a hurry. So let me put that right over there. Let me grab a new empty crate over here. And let's do this. Let me tag this. And so next is televisions. Brent Robley gets both at $29.99. And then we have Dolly, $10 off, just $24.99. Her first album, all analog from Vinyl Me Please, $24.99 on that. And then Batman, let's go ahead and do that for just, let's do it $24.99. It was $34. We'll do it for $24. $24.99 for Batman. All right, that was almost an entire crate clean out. I'm going to have to go restock. The first thing I'm doing is all of our racks. I go through the store racks, and I'm going to crate up all that, okay? And don't forget, I got some of the stuff that Laura, we keep like a special spot up here on the racks for the stuff Laura orders. I'm going to go bring all that back here in a second, and I might just do it all like one price. Just like $19.99 or something, or $24.99 on some of them. And we'll just try to sell off all of that stuff, okay? So first thing is this. We have Depeche Mode. This has been at $40 for a long time, which I couldn't believe it. That's kind of why I've left it back here, but no one else has bid. And who's had it? Sarah Wyberdink has had it for 8 minutes at $40. That's crazy, but it's sold to her for $40. Thank you, Sarah. Let's put that away. Nathan put Dylan. I bet he meant Dolly. So Nathan got Dolly for $24.99, and that just leaves Batman for $24.99. That's the soundtrack to the 66 TV show. And Depeche Mode already sold. It was an 81 U.S. Allied promo copy, and it just sold, Buck. I've been waiting for like more. I was waiting for it to sell for like $109 or something, but it didn't. And now Susie's at $90. It's an 85 U.S. Allied original on her sleeve gold stamp promo. And Susie and the Banshees is at $90. Another bid just came in at $40, but that's long gone. Don't blink your eyes, because I'm going to take this crate. I'm going to take it up front, and I'm going to fill it back up. And don't forget, we got Hatchet Ed stuff to do. But first thing I'm going to do is fill up this crate. Let's do some more stuff, okay? Let's see. May, June, August. These are all going to be on sale. We got August. We got September, August, August. We got July. There's all the lure stuff. I'll come back and grab that stuff in a second. I'll grab a couple out of here that I know will sell very quickly tonight. We'll probably do some of her other stuff just like one price across the board, and that way we'll get a lot of that moved. And there's those. And let me move these up here. Okay, now let me go to the other side of the rack. And oh boy, man, there's some good stuff over here. Okay, so there's that. That's already sold. I had a list for that. I know those are going to sell. Those are definitely going to sell. Let's see here. August, yep. August, yep. July, yep. August, yep. Let's see over here. August, yep. August, yep. No date. We'll definitely discount that then. No date. Do I have 2 of those? I do. Good. Let's go ahead and keep those together. Let's see here. We got a couple metal LPs coming up. That's awesome. Here's some country stuff. Let's go ahead and grab these for a closeout. These have been sitting around for a while, and those I'll really discount, okay? We have a whole nother crate. Let's do it. Boom. We can do this for a while. Very fun. Very exciting. Hope you hadn't blinked. If you've blinked, you've probably missed something. Okay. Here we go. Susie and the Banshees is at $90 with Stephen Parton. Final call. No, Hiram. Did Hiram bid again? If Hiram bid again, it's not on my screen. Hiram, did you bid again? Because I don't see it. See, there's his 90. And that's the last comments on my monitor. Buck, Chris, Hiram, Edwin. Oh, wait a minute. He's saying out. Okay. I thought Stephen said cheers, Hiram, like he was saying he got it. Okay. My bad. So technically, the only thing left in that first crate was Batman, and it's still back there, $24.99. Let's put up another auction, and this is Steve Stevens' Atomic Playboys. An 89 USOG with the original on her sleeve. Steve Stevens, a $25 start. Susie is on its last lap. And let's put up another Japanese pressing. And that is the Rolling Stones. And that is High Tide and Green Grass. This amazing Rolling Stones comp. And this is going to go up for a $35 star. This could be the last time. This could be the... I can't get no... All right, here we go. Y'all ready? More on sale. I'm pricing this on the fly. As y'all seen, I was doing some crazy stuff earlier. Let's continue that. Let's fill up a whole nother crate here. First, $10 off Metallica. Have I ordered these since August? Yes, I just did the other day. $10 off, $34.99. $34.99. $34.99 Metallica. Paul McCartney. Yes, he plays almost 3 hours, and technically he plays over 30 songs because the way they break down that closing Abbey Road melody. Yep, he plays almost 3 hours, no breaks. He's 80-something years old, and it is a full pyro laser rock show. It's amazing. Saritha Sessions gets Metallica. I'm going to see him Sunday night and then again in Nashville on Thursday. And that might be the last time. I hope not, but think about it. Could be the last time I get to see him. And next time Ringo comes through, definitely seeing that again. Susie and the Banshees is sold to Stephen Parton for $90. Steve Stevens has bids for $25 and now $27. And the Rolling Stones is a $35 start. John Williams conducts John Williams. Let's do it. $12 off. So $34.99. This is Star Wars music. This is May the 4th Be With You blue vinyl, numbered from Music on Vinyl. Star Wars with a foil cover, $34.99. MoFi, let's do it. $10 off. You get new and sealed Hall & Oates Greatest Hits from MoFi, $34.99. And Skinny Puppy. Let's do that for just $19.99. That's $10 off on Skinny Puppy, $19.99 for Skinny Puppy. $19.99. Aaron Civic on John Williams for $34.99. And then we got Idle Moments Grant Green. Let's do it. $10 off. That's on blue vinyl. Grant Green Idle Moments, $24.99. Taylor Swift was 33, 34. Let's do it for 24. Taylor Swift, $24.99. That is a double LP. Speak Now. Steve Stevens is up to Fred Cardinal. You've been outbid by Dwayne Sevilla. Aaron Civic gets Skinny Puppy for $19.99. Jeff Church gets Taylor Swift for $24.99. And we have Moss Icon. These were 33. Let's get them all the way down to $19.99. Moss Icon, $19.99. The definite edition of the Maryland Band's iconic genre-defining masterpiece. Available on vinyl for the first time in 25 years. Remastered for vinyl by Bob Webson. Limited edition colored vinyl, transparent white. Moss Icon, those were 33, $19.99. Fred second on Skinny Puppy. Nobody's been on Stone's final call. Darren Johnson gets Moss Icon for $19.99. Craig Thomas gets Moss Icon for $19.99. Okay? Sold. Beetlejuice, $10 off. Perfect for Halloween. Music by Danny Elfman. $24.99 for Beetlejuice. $24.99 for Beetlejuice. We have Cherry Bomb, Tyler the Creator. Let's do Tyler, $10 off. Now just $29.99. Translucent blue vinyl. Tyler the Creator with 8-page book, deluxe gatefold, $29.99 for Tyler the Creator. 9 Inch Nails, $10 off. Broken. Halo number 5 originally came out in 1992, $29.99 for 9 Inch Nails. Tyler the Creator sold to Jim B for $29.99. Over here, Omega, which is Donna Mitchell, gets Beetlejuice for $24.99. Next is Jay Neutra on 9 Inch Nails for $29. The Moss Icons went to Darren Johnson and Craig Thomas. Yeah, those are both sold. Y'all both got one each. The Rolling Stones is a buy it now for $35. High Tide and Green Grass, a great Stones comp. High quality Japanese vinyl, $35 on that. High Tide and Green Grass, Rolling Stones, $35. That is available. Okay, I'm going to lay that right there. Let's put up some new auctions after I show just a couple more on sale. Steve Stevens is at 32. Darren second on 9 Inch Nails. Fred next on 9 Inch Nails. Mike Torres, you get Taylor for $24.99. Thank you, Mike Torres. Only thing left so far is Hall & Oates Mo-Fi Greatest Hits for $34, also called Rock and Soul Part 1. And Grant Green, legendary jazz guitarist, blue vinyl from Blue Note, $24 on that. John Gallen gets the Rolling Stones for $35. And now we have Cage the Elephant. Let's do this for just $19.99. Melophobia. Cage the Elephant is $19.99. Cage the Elephant, $19.99. The Cure Pornography. Let's do it $10 off. Just $19.99 for The Cure. Wow. Both of those $19.99 each. Ministry, also $19.99. Every day is Halloween, the Lost Mixes. So 3 $19.99ers there. Ministry, The Cure, and Cage the Elephant. Those are all $19.99 each. Steve Stevens is up to Fred Cardinal. He just came back in at $35. He just came back in at $35. Jim B said, sorry, I can't make enough money on Tyler the Creator. Go ahead and put it back. Well, dang, Jim B. He said he's ran the numbers and he cannot make enough money on Tyler the Creator, so he wants to put it back. This is $29.99 if anybody wants Tyler the Creator. That is available, okay? Next thing is Eric Van Leuven on The Cure. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven for $19.99. Donna Mitchell second. Craig Thomas third. Steve Stevens 35. Thomas Clark fourth on The Cure. And then John Durden on Ministry for $19.99. Sandy next on The Cure. And then Fred Cardinal first on Cage. And then Sherry Darnell. Okay? Dwayne's out on Steve Stevens. Fred Cardinal has it for $35. Our next auction is Bob Marley and the Wailers, Rastaman Vibration, a 76 Terre Haute OG with textured cover, VG Plus $20 start on Bob Marley. And then our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that is Duran Duran. This is their self-titled album. It's a Japanese pressing. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Near Mint Minus has the insert and insert covering Obi. Next is Taylor Swift for $24.99. Her self-titled album, 2 LP, T Swift, Tay-Tay, $24.99. Saxon, $10 off. $9 off, technically, $29.99 for Saxon. Dogs of War, limited edition 1,000 on silver-colored vinyl. Saxon is $29.99. Bathory, let's go ahead and do these $15 off. $29.99 for Bathory. Not $34, $29.99. That's $15 off for Hammerheart. $29.99 on Bathory. Matt Nichols gets a Saxon. Those are numbered for Music on Vinyl, on colored vinyl, $29.99. And we have Robin on Taylor Swift for $24.99. Those are sold. And we have Operation Ivy. Let's mark that down to $19.99. Operation Ivy, $19.99. And then here's Robert Plant. So the next person to get one was Tony Freeman. So there's a Robert Plant. Sell that for $19.99 to Tony Freeman. $19.99 to Tony Freeman. Next is Matt Nichols. Got a Saxon. Robin got Taylor Swift. Duran Duran 35. Bradley Smith on Operation Ivy for just $19.99. And then we have Chevelle's newest album. Bright as Blasphemy was $34. Let's do it $24. Indie retail exclusive. Ruby in clear color, and color with splatter and black splatter. That's exactly how they describe it. Ruby in clear color, in color with white, and black splatter. $24.99 on Chevelle. I've only got two. Dwarves. Let's do this one for $19.99. Rex Everything. $10 off on Dwarves. $19.99 on that. And we have Hannah Montana. We're going to get this down all the way to $19.99. Hannah Montana. It was $37 if you round up. $19.99 for Hannah Montana. Sean Miller on Chevelle. Chevelle is $24.99. Sean, have you bought from us before? Sean Miller. Steve Stevens is sold for $35 to Fred Cardinale. And then Bob Marley did get a bid with Joe Kolowski for $25 final call. And Duran Duran has bids for $35 and $38. Sean Miller, have you bought from us before? I got you down for Chevelle, and now I got you down for Saxon. Those are sold to you $24 and then $29 on Saxon. Rancid, let's get that one down to $19.99. Rancid, limited anniversary edition colored vinyl, $19.99 for Rancid. I have that available. And then over here I have Kenny Chesney, The Road and the Radio. Let's also get that down for, let's do that one $24.99. Living and Fast Forward, Summertime, Beer in Mexico, $24.99. Mark Stanley on R for Rancid. Make sure he gets that for $19.99. Sean, if you don't mind to go ahead and register, the link to our website is in the description. The link to our website is in the description of this video. If you don't mind to go ahead and register, $8 in limited shipping. And he says he's filled out the form. Okay, thank you and welcome then. Alonzo gets Kenny Chesney for $24. Aaron Civic, you get the last Chevelle for $24. We'll invoice you on Monday. Live Mental Jewelry. Let's get this one down to $24.99. Live Mental Jewelry, $24.99. And then this is Nirvana. It's called Under the Covers, which is a 2 LP unofficial of Nirvana doing nothing but covers. $10 off on Nirvana. That's $24.99. Duran Duran is sold to Brad Waits for $38, and Bob Marley is also sold to Joe Kolowski for $25. Let's get some new auctions going. Duran Duran is sold for $38. And then Bob Marley sold to Joe Kolowski for $25. Got plenty of cool auctions over here. Let me read what's left. Don't forget, we got plenty to run. We got some expensive stuff here. Let me get these before everybody gets too distracted with these discount crates. There's like more stuff in the high-end tab than we've had all night. Let's do Black Sabbath and Guided by Voices. Black Sabbath is an OG Terre Haute pressing that's nice. This is crazy. Hope everybody's paying attention. This is EX. Black Sabbath, a 1970, their debut album, Terre Haute OG, EX condition, a $50 start on Black Sabbath. Next is Guided by Voices, Under the Bushes, Under the Stars. This is a 1996 USOG EX condition. EX condition. This is Guided by Voices, Under the Bushes, Under the Stars. That's going to go up for a $50 start. Under the Bushes, Under the Stars, $50 start. I have not sold Jasmine yet, or Jessamine. I have not sold that, no. Stephen Parton on Live, that's sold to Stephen for $24.99. Fred, you're second. Fred, you do get Nirvana for $24.99. And we have Metallica for $24.99. Hardwired to Self-Destruct, new and sealed. Metallica, just $24.99. Motorhead, Let's do that one for $24.99. Overkill. Overkill is a blue and green half-speed master, $24.99 for Motorhead. Metallica, so did Jeff Church. And we have Disney. Let's get that down to $19.99. Ultimate Hits Volumes 1 and 2. That is a limited edition 2LP, green and blue vinyl, $19.99. Guided by Voices, $1. The starting bid is $50. Make sure you put GBV 50, and Black Sabbath's already at $75. Also, we're going to mark these down to $19.99. David Axelrod, Songs of Experience, 140 gram. This is was out of print and a pretty pricey OG record. Just $19.99 for David Axelrod. Guided by Voices has a bid for $50. Jeff Church gets Disney for $19.99, and now Black Sabbath is at $100 quickly. And then I'm going to mark down the new Black Crowes album from $34 down to $19.99. This is my last 3 copies. No Rain, No Flowers. Their newest album on indie red vinyl, The Black Keys, $19.99. Way too much left over in that one. I would love to sell everything in here so we can empty it and start fresh. So let's read through those one more time. Black Keys is Soda Shakedown. There's now 2 copies left. Let's get these sorted by price, okay? Those are $19, $24, $24. That was $19. That was $19. That was $34, $34. That was $24. That was $29. That one needs to go right here then. And then that one was $24. And then that one was $34. Okay? So here's what's first. Aaron Civic on the Black Keys for $24, and Jeremy Bryant gets the last one for $24. The Dwarves album was right here. Dwarves is $19.99. Rex Everything, $10 off, $19.99. Guided by Voices just has one bid for $50. We're about to sell it. It's a 1996 OG pressing. Crazy. Buck has it for $50, and he's about to get it. Black Sabbath is tied at $125. Jersey Devil bid $125, and Matthew Kopitz bid $125. $10 off for New Sealed Mo-Fi. Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, $34.99 for Hall & Oates. Bathory, Hammerheart. Bathory is $10 off, $34.99. That was $44.99 for that double LP. Taylor Swift self-titled. Last copy is $24.99. Her self-titled debut. Also, Tyler the Creator, $10 off, $29.99. Cherry Bomb Deluxe Gatefold with 8-page book on blue vinyl. You sure you don't need that, Jim B? Joseph McCormick gets Grant Green. That was $24.99, so did Joseph McCormick. Nirvana, Under the Covers. Nirvana doing covers, $24.99. They're doing Immigrant Song, Seasons in the Sun, I Want to Be Your Dog, Gypsy Tramps and Thieves, 8675309. The Man Who Sold the World, Baba O'Reilly. Mike Torres gets Taylor Swift for $24.99. We have Motorhead Overkill, Half-Speed Master on colored vinyl, $24.99. And then for $19.99, Hannah Montana 3, blue and pink splatter. And then David Axelrod, Songs of Experience, $19.99 on that. Bob Panozniak on Nirvana, that sold to him for $24.99. Eric Van Leuven on Motorhead for $24.99. And JK got the Dwarves album for $19.99. Let's go ahead and mark down Batman, another $5. Batman for $19.99. Batman, $19.99, another $5 off. We've marked down Hannah Montana all the way from $37 to $19.99. Just $19.99. These are final prices, closeout. First come, first serve, unless another pops up later. These are final discounts. Jim Sedal wants a David Axelrod for $19.99. So we just left with Batman, Axelrod, and Hannah Montana for $19. Tyler the Creator for $29. And then Bathory and Hall & Oates for $34. Guided by Voices is sold just one bid. $50. Buck, I tried every way possible to get you outbid. It did not happen. The right people aren't on. Nice price for $50. Thank you on that one. Gregory on Hannah Montana 3. That's if Donna passes. I'm assuming you're passing Donna. Sell that to Gregory for $19.99. And then we have Bob Panozniak on Batman, and Brad Waits, you were second. That was like music from the TV show. Like da 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 Batman. Next auction. I think this is what everybody's wanting to bid on. Jessamine self-titled. Jessamine is a 1994 OG limited edition clear vinyl. Only time ever pressed a vinyl. If you're curious, Jessamine is electronic abstract experimental. This is a $50 start. $50 start on this. Over here, I asked price. It was $19.99. I didn't have time to respond, but I guess it's his. It's yours if you want it. You asked the price first. You have dibs. It's $19.99 if you want it. $19.99 if you want it. He says, no, I was trying to not top Heb, not Hannah Montana. Heb is one of my happy places. Oh, I thought you put H3 for Hannah Montana. This is still available if you want it, Donna. He didn't even want it to begin with. And then I'm not for sure what HEB even is. And then Black Sabbath's at 175 and Jessamine's at 50. Sean Miller, Nirvana's already sold. You were third. I only had 2 copies. Donna, I'm looking for my favorite 4-letter word. All you got to put is SOLD. Come on, Donna Turner. Come on, Donna Turner. All I need is a 4-letter word. SOLD, and Hannah is gone. SOLD. This is sold to Donna. We're looking for a $19.99 buy now from Donna Turner on Hannah Montana 3. 14 favorites from Hannah Montana 3 on collectible blue and pink splatter. New sealed. That is a price reduction of $17, just $19.99 for Donna Turner. I guess she's passing. Or she got mad and left the chat. She probably got mad and left the chat. She's like, well, screw you, Chad. She's like, you sold it too quick to Gregory. I was trying to figure out the price, and now she's mad at me and probably won't come back for the rest of the night. Okay, next auction is Journey Raised on Radio. This is a $35 start if anybody wants in. This is a Japanese pressing. I think we still have another Guided by Voices to sell. There's the inner sleeve. There's the cover and obi. And Guided by Voices is a $35 start on that. All right, so just a few titles left in there. Let's go get some more. And we're going to be doing this a lot. Now, somebody's asked any more Kenny Chesney, any more Alan Jackson. New vinyl, I honestly have no idea. So we're kind of pulling these here and there. I don't know what we have in stock until I'm showing it. My advice is don't go anywhere. I wouldn't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. That's what my advice is. I would try my best not to leave this chat for the rest of the night. If you go somewhere, you might miss out. Very good chance. If you leave this chat, you're going to miss out on something. You're going to be like, holy crap, why did I leave the chat? And I'm going to be like, see, I told you. I said, don't leave the chat. We got people over here trying to leave the chat. They're like, well, chat, I got to leave the chat. And I'm like, why are you trying to leave the chat? What are you going to go do? Trick-or-treating's over. Everybody's inside. Halloween's over. It's Christmas time. Just lock in and don't go anywhere, or you're going to miss something. You're going to be like, crap, Chad, why did I leave the chat? I'm going to be like, dude, I don't know. Why did you leave the chat? You left the chat. Now, all of a sudden, you've missed out all this stuff. Now, people's going crazy. Everybody's losing their mind. There's some people crying right now. One guy just said earlier, Chad, I'm crying because I've already missed some stuff. And I was like, buddy, you should have cleared your calendar. Who wants to celebrate Halloween? You should be locked in right now, just claiming the heck out of stuff. You should be in here like boom, 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 and toodly-doo. Okay? I have filled up a whole nother crate of vinyl. And I was trying to fill dead air, so I don't know what I've said in the last 60 seconds. Because I was up there trying to fill up another crate. Okay? Here we go. Any more metal? All night long, Jim Cooper. All night long. Thousands of metal records coming up. Not hundreds, thousands. All right, so Journey has a bid for 36. Black Sabbath is a final call. High bid is Matthew Copus for $175. This is a 1970 OG Terre Haute green vinyl EX condition. The price on this is $175. We're about to sell it. Jessamine has one bid for $50, and we're about to sell it to Chadwick Smith. Journey has one bid for $36. We're about to sell it to Tony Freeman. Okay? New vinyl on sale. If you're not paying attention, you're losing. If you're not paying attention, you're losing. Just FYI. Okay? First thing we're going to do is this. We have Zach Top, a 2LP, 45 RPM, $10 off. Zach Top is $24.99. Zac Top ain't in it for my health. $24. I've got 3 Zac Tops. $10 off, $24.99. Cinderella, music on vinyl, $9 off, $29.99. $29.99. Cinderella still climbing, $29.99. Ministry Twitch. Ministry is $29.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. What is that, Chad? That was a music on vinyl pressing. Just FYI. Give me 1 second. I got to do something very quickly over here. Let me delete this. And let me delete this. And one second. Okay, sorry. All right, first thing we have is this. Gregory got Cinderella for $29.99. Robin, you were second. Don got a Zac Top for $24.99. John Gollin got a Zac Top for $24.99. Fred Carnell gets Ministry for $29.99. And she says, not steal Zac Top. She says not, okay, I thought that was for Cinderella. So now Robin gets the last Zac Top. Moving right along. I accidentally, just like we had Saxon earlier, I accidentally double ordered these the other day. And we've been chipping away at them, but I'm going to go ahead and do a flash sale. This should definitely move. Black Sabbath for $24.99. They were $33. Master of Reality for $24.99. $24.99 for Black Sabbath. Those are 33. I just got a few too many of them, so those always get moved. Chadwick Smith, you get Jessamine for $55. Matthew Copies, you get Black Sabbath for $175. And Tony Freeman, Tony Freeman gets Journey for $36. Flash sale on Jazz. Donna, you've already missed about 3 titles. Will there be more coming up? Absolutely. Will you be watching? I'm going to leave that up to you. Hopefully you are. You've already missed a few tonight. Let me go ahead and start a new crate. This one has filled up quickly. New auctions are also coming. That was a great transition period because I knew there was going to be a bazillion claims for Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath. We've already filled up 4 crates tonight. We might do a lot selling off all this new vinyl. I have nothing else to do tonight except do this. We're not leaving a little bit later tomorrow for Knoxville, so I can go a little bit later than normal on Friday nights. And here's what we got. Black Sabbath for $24.99 to Stephen Parton, Shakedown, Bradley Smith, Jeff Church, Andrew Hawkins, David Polkey, and Joseph McCormick. That's everybody who got one, okay? That's everybody who got one. First thing was Stephen Parton, Shakedown, Bradley Smith, Jeff Church, Andrew Hawkins, David Polkey, and Joseph McCormick. We are out. There's no more. Hey, thought it was 50, Chad. The bid on Jessamine was $55. That was the minimum bid. I thought that's what you put. You put Jessamine 50. I'm not for sure what I said. The sticker on the back said $55. I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $50. I think I said a $55 start, and I thought that's what you bid, and you were the only bidder. But I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $50. I might have said 50, but the sticker says $55 start, and I didn't change that one. Sometimes I change them. Sometimes I do more. Sometimes I do less. But it says $55 start, but I'll sell it to you for $50 because I have no idea what I said. Next, or you can give me a $5 tip for you being the only bidder. I thought that was going to sell. As many people asked about that, I thought it was going to sell for well over $100. Morrissey. Morrissey's a 1988 U.S. Carrollton OG Club. Near Mint in shrink wrap, Viva Hate. Morrissey's a $55 start. $55 start. Back to this crate. The Cure, and this is $10 off. The Cure Greatest Hits, $34.99. The Cure Greatest Hits, $10 off, $34.99. Any vintage vinyl? Yes, but we got to get through all this. John's Mark, 4 crates of pre-owned, and we got Hatchet Ed stuff. We still got Hatchet Ed stuff too, but right now the focus is on this till we can get through at least a little bit more. And also $10 off on Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $34.99. There's been 5 no bids tonight for like 50, 55, and 50 on like $150 albums. 2 reasons. One, it's Halloween. Not as many people watching, even though my view counter says 283 people. Everybody's also so locked into this crate right now, there's like $100 and $150 records selling for $50 because everybody is so locked in right now on the new vinyl. Everybody is laser focused. There's like $100 and $150 albums. We've sold Morrissey, Guided by Voices, all this Iron Maidens. Everybody's like, blue. I got to focus on this new vinyl, Chad. You're blowing my mind. Let's take it easy. AC/DC Highway to Hell is a 1979 UK OG pressing. Holy moly! A 1979 UK OG pressing near mint minus. Another $150 record that's going to start at $55. Morrissey, another $150 record that's starting at $55, and it only has 1 bid, and I'm about to sell it. The Cure's Greatest Hits is $10 off, $34.99. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits is $10 off, $34.99. The Rolling Stones was $33.99. Let's do it for $24.99. Let it bleed. The Rolling Stones, $24.99. Napalm Death, it was $38.99. Let's do it for $29.99. Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption, $29.99. Billy Idol, Don't Stop. These were $33.99. Let's do them for $24.99. Also, Jeff Mallwitz gets Rolling Stones for $24.99. James Young was second, Michael McCullen third, and then Ministries for $29.99. Ministries for $29.99. Ministries for $29.99. Those were $38.99. Craig gets Billy Idol for $24.99. Michael Nath, you were fourth on the Stones, only had 1. The Pixies, Bossa Nova, these were $33.99. Let's get the Pixies down to $24.99. Ministry is sold to John Durden for $29.99. Michael Freiberger gets Ministry for $29.99. And we have Coplay. Let's go ahead and do these for $19.99. How much were these originally, Chad? They were $34.99. How much are you putting them on sale for now? $19.99. Once again, Morrissey, just 1 bid, $55 for a $150 record. AC/DC, 1 bid, $55 for a $150 record. They're both about to sell. Everybody's so assumed. They're so assumed right now. Auctions are slipping through your fingers. Craig Honeycutt's in on AC/DC at $56. Change Billy Idol from Craig Thomas to Fred Carnell. Change this from Fred Carnell to Craig Thomas. Change this from Craig Thomas to Fred Carnell. Shakedown gets a Coplay, $19.99. Mega Blast gets a Coplay, $19.99. There's 1 left. Iron Maiden Killers, just $24.99. That was $33.99. Morrissey, a $3,000 record, just sold, 1 bid, $50. Do y'all know how many people ask about Morrissey all the time? Chad, do you have Morrissey? Can you get Morrissey? Do you have any Morrissey? Any OG Morrissey? And it just sold for 1 bid, $55 to JK. Next someone says, Chad, you got any Morrissey? I'm be like, buddy, we gave them away the last time. I couldn't give them away. Nobody wanted them. Over here, we have AC/DC at 58, AC/DC 59, Stephen Parton on Iron Maiden for $24.99. Scully was second, Iron Maiden third. Javi gets the last Coplay for $19.99. Fred, you just missed a $5,000 Morrissey record. It only had 1 bid for $55 and nobody else bid, and he got it. Next thing's going to happen to Pavement. Another record we get asked about all the time. It's an OG record, and we're about to put it up, and there's only going to be 1 bid, and we're going to sell it. Hopefully that happens. I would love for it to get lots of bids. This is called Westing. Pavement. It's a 93 USOG compilation, EX edition, a $50 start. AC/DC's at $65. There was 7 claims on Iron Maiden. Only one person got it, Steven. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I have these. Let's close these out. This is my last 3 copies of Spinal Tap that were $36.99. Let's sell Spinal Tap, $12 off, $24.99 for Spinal Tap. $12 off, $24.99 for Spinal Tap. And my last 3 copies, $10 off, Acid Bath. Pagan Terrorism Tactics, $29.99 for Spinal Tap. That's it. AC/DC is a 1979 UK original pressing, near mint minus. Brent has it for $75. Pavement. The last bit on Pavement was Nobody. It's a $50 start. It's a 93 US original. Spinal Taps, 3 are available, $12 off, $24.99. Eddie Pasir gets one. Scully Mac gets one. Ivan R gets one. And now Acid Bath for $29.99. One to Bradley Smith for $29.99. Ivan R gets one for $29.99. Pavement has one bid for $55. Joe, we are out of Spinal Tap. We are out of whatever Big Bottom is. And now AC/DC's at $80. Here's the only thing left in this crate. Everything in here is on sale, new vinyl, priced as marked. No more, no less. The Cure is $10 off. Greatest Hits, $34.99. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits is $10 off, $34.99. Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption, $9 off, $29.99. Billy Idol, one left. His debut solo release, $24.99, one left. The Pixies, Bossa Nova, was $33.99, now $24.99, 2 left, and 1 Acid Bath left. Pagan Terrorism Tactics, $29.99 for Acid Bath, $29.99. Okay? Pavement's about to sell when I come back, and if you missed the stuff from the crate just a moment ago, I'm going to go ahead and keep these condensed so we know where all the new on-sale vinyl is. Hall & Oates Mo-Fi, $10 off, $34.99. Bathory Hammerheart, $10, $34.99. Tyler, the Creator, $10 off, $29.99. David Axelrod is $19.99, and Hannah Montana was $19.99. Okay? Let's go fill up another crate of on-sale new vinyl. If you decide you want something in there, just let me know. I'm going to go up here, and the racks are almost cleared off, and then we're going to finally get back here to the crates back here. That's where some of the most recent titles that's eligible for discount. So what does that mean? That means it's about to get even better, in my opinion. It's about to get even better, in my opinion. I've got some stuff up here I've had for a while. We're about to do some closeout prices. Let me move a few things around. We're going to mark some stuff down. That's getting marked down. These are all getting marked down. That's getting marked down. This is getting marked down. Those are getting marked down. Let's also mark down all these. I've got these over here to mark down. I've got all this over here to mark down. Don't forget about these. I got all this over here to mark down. I've got these to mark down. And I've got, let's go ahead and knock out all these. Okay, we'll go ahead and do that other title by that band we just had. I'm in a good mood. I'm like, you know what? Let's sell this stuff. Let's get this stuff sold. S-O-U-L-D apostrophe S. Solds. To use. All right. Here we go. Once again, another steal. I'm going to have to get the word out. Somebody contact Associated Press. Contact Associated Press. Headline, Coletco, the best deals ever on auctions. Fred Carnell gets Pavement for $55. Next auction is Eno. My Life in the Bush of Ghosts. Brian Eno and David Bird is an 81 US OG Los Angeles, $20 start. AC/DC is Soda Brent for $85. Soda Brent for $85. Ra-da-da, da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. Super poopy to the max. The Helicopters. A 1998 limited edition 1300 track A6 is a vinyl only bonus track, $85 for the Helicopters. Ra-da-dum, da-da-dum, 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 da da da. Boom, da da da. Eno has a bid for $20. We also need another Japanese pressing before David Johnson freaks out on me, even though he hadn't said anything in a long time. But I know he's tapping his foot. He's tapping his foot. He's like, come on, Chad, I'm here for Japanese. Feed me something. We have the Rolling Stones, Some Girls. Boy, this is awesome. This is $35 start. This is near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing with insert, cover, and obi, and that's a $35 start. Master of Reality, $24.99, please one. Those are sold out, 0 left. None are available. They're all gone. First thing we have, Seraphim Gold Dark Parade, fog-colored vinyl. Let's do them $15 off, $24.99. Seraphim Gold, marked down $15 off, $24.99. Carcass Heartwork Ultimate Edition, $10 off, $24.99 for Carcass. Seraphim Gold, Carcass, $15 off, $10 off. Ministry, $9 off. Music on vinyl, Ministry, $29.99. Jack Johnson, $12 off, on and on. Jack Johnson, $24.99. Mike Straws on Carcass. Give that to him for $24.99. Mark Stanley on Ministry for $29.99. Shakedown on Jack Johnson for $24.99. Eno is sold for $20 to Jeremy Bryant. Helicopters is a 1998 U.S. limited edition green vinyl near mint minus. The starting bid is $85. A beautiful Japanese pressing of Rolling Stone Some Girls. Unbelievably, just one bid at $35. Flotsam and Jetsam. Let's take that all the way down to $19.99. Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death, $19.99, $15 off. We have Warbringer, $10 off, $29.99 for Warbringer. Limited edition blue and green vinyl, $29.99 for that. Also, Lamb of God Omens, $10 off, $19.99. Lamb of God, $19.99. Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr. on Flotsam and Jetsam. I said $19.99 on that. Closeout price. So to Alonzo. Also, we have Bullet Boys. How about $19.99? It was $35. How much was Tyler the Creator? $29.99. Lamb of God is sold to Mark Stanley for $19.99. We have Bad Religion Suffer, $19.99 for Bad Religion Suffer. The Pretenders is $15 off, $24.99. That was $39.99. Empty Mat on B. If that's for Bullet Boys, it's sold to you for $19.99. Mike Ospaw was next. Fear of God Within the Veil, $9 off. Music on vinyl, $29.99. Ivan R gets the Pretenders for $24.99. Elton John, $12 off a reissue of his first album, Empty Sky, $24.99 for Elton John. Napalm Death, $9 off from Enslavement to Obliteration, $29.99 on that. Municipal Waste, $9 off, $29.99 for Municipal Waste. Ministry Twitch. I'm almost positive somebody else wanted one earlier. There's your chance again, $29.99. Stephen, Lamb of God's already sold. Nobody bet on Helicopters, $85 buy now on Helicopters. Next, over here is Jefferson Starship, Gray Slick, Paul Cantor, Dragonfly, Friday Music, $15 off, $24.99 on that. Gorgira, The Link, $10 off, $29.99. Mike Straws on Helicopters for $85. The Rolling Stones unbelievably sold 1B at $35 to George Scherer. Let's leave that and take that off the table. Man, that kind of hurt my chest. That kind of hurt my chest, George, but congratulations, that's so to you. Michael Freiberger gets the other Ministry for $29.99. James Young on G for Gorgira for $29.99. And Fred, you were late to Helicopters. Mike Straw's already bought it. Next auction is Misfits, American Psycho. Misfits is an unofficial on white vinyl, sealed, $30 start for the Misfits. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid. Also, we have this. We have Billy Idol, $10 off for Charmed Life. $29.99 for Billy Idol. That's called Charmed Life. $29.99 on that. Gorgira, let's do a straight percentage discount on this. So this was $55, 25% off. Let's do this for $41, $24. Let's just say $40, $15. $15 off Gorgira. We'll say $40. It was $54.99. Those are not cheap. Oceans of Slumber. Let's do $15 off. That's now just $29.99. Oceans of Slumber is self-titled, and it is on colored vinyl. It is on black vinyl. $15 off, though. Gorgira, tag that for $40 to Bradley Smith. The Misfits has a bid for $30. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. Guns N' Roses. What a nice copy. Boy, look at this one. OG shrink wrap. Contains language which may be unsuitable for some listeners, and the original price tag. An 87 USOG EX++ near mint minus in shrink. Nearly just a hair from being a top copy. Beautiful, though. $75 start on Guns N' Roses. Iron Maiden. Let's do $15 off. $40 for Iron Maiden. A Matter of Life and Death. That's now just $40. $15 off. $40 on Iron Maiden. We have Vader. We're going to get Vader down all the way to $19.99. De Profundis. That's yellow vinyl. Vader for $19.99. Cradle of Filth all the way down to $19.99. $15 off. Evermore Darkly. Cradle of Filth, $19.99. The Dead Kennedys, $10 off. Live at the Old Waldorf, $19.79. Dead Kennedys, $29.99. And 21 Pilots, Breach. That's on red vinyl. $19.99 for 21 Pilots. Taking that one down all the way to $19.99. Next, does Guns N' Roses have the inner sleeve? It does. It does have the original inner sleeve, no sticker. It does have a bid for $75. What is the condition of the Misfits? It's sealed. It's presumed mint minus. It's unofficial. It's sealed. It has one bid for $30. Aaron Andrus gets the Dead Kennedys for $29.99. Thomas Clark gets the newest 21 Pilots for $19.99. And then here is that newest reissue of Life of Agony, Soul Searching Sun. Let's get these down to $10 off, $29.99 for Life of Agony, Soul Searching Sun, $29.99. Jim Cooper on Cradle of Filth for $19.99. Should be some discounts on metal stuff in here, cheap, because I think they've already been discounted once. And then here's the rest of my acid bath inventory. This is all that I have left of When the Kite String Pops. That went on a good run. We sold a lot of them, but we're just down to a handful. 2, 4, 6, 7. We sold a lot of those. I'm down to my last 7. $10 off on acid bath, $29.99. $29.99. Ivan wants Life of Agony. That's sold to Ivan R for $29.99. Thank you on that. Misfits has a new bid for $33. Wow, this top copy, Guns N' Roses, is about to sell. One bid, $75. Bradley Smith gets an acid bath for $29. And this is the final price on that. And that's what I have left. Wow. Busy night. Halloween night. On sale new vinyl. We might go ahead and mix it up and do some Hatchet Ed stuff before it gets too late. Got to view all that. And before we do anything else, we have to run through these one more time. A lot left in here. This is stuff I think I've already tried discounting once, and now I've went ahead and bumped it down even more. That's why some of those are just $19.99. Now, up here behind me, there is crates full of new vinyl. And I see some right here that's like early October, September. Rush, Beatles, Sleep, Foo Fighters, Van Halen. Really good titles that have never been offered for discount. That was kind of like the first crate we did. I think that's why almost everything in the first crate did sell out. We're going to do some more of that in just a second. I went ahead and discounted some stuff that's already been discounted. Further discounted, okay? So let's go through these one more time and try to sort these by price, okay? I'll try to remember what I said earlier because I don't have them sorted, but I think I can get pretty close. By the way, Paul Stanley's solo album is back in stock. It's only $34.99. Paul Stanley solo album back in stock. We still got 4 or 5 left, okay? Guns N' Roses 76, Guns N' Roses 80. The Misfits has a new bid with Donna Mitchell for $34. Fred Carnell, you've been outbid. We have not sold cows. We have not sold cows, okay? First thing I have here is Seraphim Gold, $15 off, $24.99 for Seraphim Gold Dark Parade. We have Carcass Heartwork. I did $10 off on that, also $24.99. So $24.99 on Seraph, $24.99 on Carcass. Warbringer was $24.99, which was $15 off. Danny says, well, I'll do $19.99. I will not do $19.99. I'll do it for $24.99. I may have even said $29 just earlier. It was $40 originally. I'll do it for $24.99. I think I said $29 earlier, honestly. And then Bradley Smith wants Carcass for $24.99. That's sold to Bradley Smith. They'll make all those right in there $24. So Seraph was $24 now, Warbringer $24, Misfits $36, Misfits $37, and then Bad Religions $19.99. I'm not going to discount these any further than the price I'm saying because they're rarely on sale. And what I'm saying is probably going to be the price because two things, I'm going to show them again later tonight. And then they end up going in a whole lot of records in a flip video. And that's where they really get obliterated in the flip video. Whoever's not watching right now, there's usually very little left whenever I do a video like that. Just saying. Okay. Also, everything in here is new and sealed. Fear of God Within the Veil, that's $29.99. That's $9 off. Elton John Empty Sky, $12 off. $24.99 for Elton John. Napalm Death was $29.99 from enslavement to obliteration. Municipal Waste was also $29.99, The Art of Partying. And we have Jefferson Starship, that's $15 off. $24.99 on that. Guns N' Roses is OG. It is in shrink. It's EX++ near mint minus with the original sticker and the price tag. That's pretty wild. Beautiful copy, $99. The Misfits is at $40. Let's go ahead and put up that other record by Cal some people's been asking for. I still got Demon, Tigers of Pantane, Girls versus Boys, and now Cal's is going up for bid. And Cal's is a 1993 USOG VG++ EX, $30 start on Cal's. Bob Riger says he'll take Warbringer for $24.99. That's sold to Bob Riger. Next is Billy Idol. That is $29.99. That's now $10 off. First time is 2 LPs. We have Oceans of Slumber. I'm doing that $15 off, $29.99 on that one as well. Iron Maiden's $15 off. That's now $40 for A Matter of Life and Death. Also, we have Vader De Profundis for $19.99. We have a Life of Agony, 3 left, $29.99 on that. Craig Thomas wants Billy Idol for $29.99. That's Charmed Life, sold to Craig Thomas. And then that's what I got left of Acid Baths. Acid Baths is $29.99. That's all on sale, new vinyl, final price discount. $29.99. Acid Bath, Life of Agony, $29. Vader, $19. Iron Maiden, $40. Ocean Slumber, $29. Jefferson Starship, $24. Charlie Buck on Vader for $19.99. That's sold to Charlie Buck. And then we had Municipal Waste for $29. Napalm Death, $29. Elton John was $24. We have Within the Veil for $29. Bad Religion, $19. Seraphim Gold, $24. Fred Carnell also getting Iron Maiden for $40. Lots of more people wanted Billy Idol. They're gone. Misfits was up to Fred, he bid $40. Other bidder went out. Misfits sold for $40. And Guns N' Roses is moving to a final call. Travis Woods, $99. Travis Woods, $99. I said $24.99 for Billy Idol. Let's do it for $24.99 then. Billy Idol, $24.99 to Craig Thomas. $24.99 for Craig Thomas. There's no telling. This next crate I'm going to pre-sort because I think between now and the second time I read through it, I think I've said different prices on different stuff. So you probably want to either grab it when I'm saying it or whatever price I'm saying for it for the second time. Otherwise, because I think like Warbringer, I think I said 29 and then I said 24 because he offered 19, but it was already marked down to 29, but that's okay. And I probably said that they did the same thing on Billy Idol. But hey, I'm here to sell records. Sell that to Craig for 24, okay? Any autographs? Probably not tonight. I have the one Aussie thing over here. It's been laying back here for a while. Let me go ahead and condense it. Billy Idol was 24. It was supposed to be 29, but that's okay. This has been laying back here for a while. I think some people want to bid on it. So as y'all know, we sold a signed Aussie last night, and we have this Aussie available. This is signed by Randy Castillo. It's signed by Aussie, and it's signed by Zach Wild. It's JSA authenticated, and what it is, it's like a magazine insert. It's like a photo straight out of a magazine, and it's signed. It's JSA authenticated. It just got authenticated Sunday. One of the last Ozzy autographs I still got laying around here. We sold the signed Blizzard of Oz last night for $1,500 in a bundle deal. And over here, we got Ozzy, Zach Wild, and Randy Castillo. Okay, so Ozzy, Zach Wild, and Randy Castillo. And this is going to go up for auction. This is going to go up for auction right now. Ozzy, Zach Wild, and Randy Castillo. And this is... I've had a hard time because it's an Ozzy signature. It's not on an album, but it also is with Randy and Zach Wild. So I think it's a pretty dang cool item. And based on what I've been selling albums for, I kind of have an idea of what I think I can get for it. So I'm going to start this. It's never been officially offered. This is $1,275, signed by Zach Wild. He doesn't sign like that anymore. Definitely an older signature. Randy Castillo, and then Ozzy. Okay, so $1,275. That's up for bid. So 2 confirmations, just because I think I missaid prices. Warbringer is sold to Bob Riger for $24.99. And then Billy Idol is sold to Craig Thomas for $24.99. That's done, okay? Now, we got more on sale new vinyl. I think it's time to go through the Hatchet Ed stuff. Let's go through the Hatchet Ed stuff right now, okay? If anything, I think I'm not going up on prices. I think I'm going down. Every time I misquote a price, I'm going down instead of up. I'm shooting myself in the foot. I keep on saying lesser prices. Oh, yeah, there was a new Bob Dylan box set that came out. Let me go ahead and show this. I forgot to show this in New Arrivals. New Bob Dylan box set. I did not show this earlier in New Arrivals. This is Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan is Bob Dylan Through the Open Window, the bootleg series. And this is 1956 to 1963. It's a 4 LP set. The definite document of Bob Dylan's formative years, 1956 to 1963, 42 rare and previously unreleased recordings, including home recordings, studio outtakes, coffee house and nightclub shows, all from brand new tape sources, 24-page booklet with liner notes by Sean Willens and rare photographs. This is new. It comes out today. Bob Dylan, Volume 18, his earliest recordings. That's got to be really cool. $129.99. $129.99 on Bob Dylan, okay? $129.99 on Bob Dylan. That's a new box set. All right, so Cal's had bids for $30 and $30. JK gets that for $30. And then Guns N' Roses is sold to Travis for $99. All right, and the only live auction right now is Ozzy, signed by Ozzy, Zach Wild, and Randy Castillo, and that is $1,275, and that is now up for bid. It's time for Hatchet Ed stuff. We'll do at least one Hatchet Ed crate. The other stuff is miscellaneous and whatnots. We'll do all that in just a second, okay? Do you happen to get Stooges MoFi? I did not get that. That should have been posted for a pre-order, but I unfortunately never got around to it. So that those, I don't think I even ordered any. I messed up big time on that one probably. 2 of the Bob Dylans are available, and Hatchet Ed crate is half vintage, half new, and unpaid auction. So this could get really interesting. Of course, these are all sticker price or whatever price I sold them for. So if there's something in here I sold half off, I'll still do it half off. If there's an auction, it's whatever it's sold for. Okay. A lot of our really high-end autographs, they're typically like starting bid. I've seen a lot go up, but typically it's not like I can start that at $25 or anything. I mean, I could, but a lot of these autographs, based on what we've had to pay to have them authenticated on the whole, because, I mean, I just wrote JSA another huge check, and we have a lot of money invested in authentication fees, the actual purchasing of the autographs. So I'm in no hurry to ever sell them. And just like last night, there was not an Ozzy autograph left over. Within 24 hours, if it was left over, they've all been sold. That one's really cool. You could frame that with an album cover or just frame it as is. It looks really cool. And it's signed by some other pretty big names on there, including Zach Wild. Okay? So this is all stuff that either got put back or not paid for. And just make sure one thing, you pay your bills here. Don't let your eyes get bigger than your wallet. That's what my mom used to say if I ordered too much food at a restaurant, but she never did say it too much to me because I would always eat everything. She'd always say, I think, son, I think your eyeballs are bigger than your stomach. And I'd be like, no, I promise I can eat 5 double cheeseburgers, Mommy. I promise I can eat 5 double cheeseburgers, Mommy. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Captain Beefheart Trout Mask Replica. This is a grail. This is an essential. This is Captain Beefheart and his magic band. It's a 1969 U.S. Terre Haute OG on the original label. It has the insert, which Laura says she has never seen the insert before. It's EX++ near mint minus. Captain Beefheart has this insert booklet with it. How cool is that? And it's going to go up for a $95 start. It has both original inner sleeves from Straight Records. It's a gatefold jacket. Captain Beefheart is a $95 start. $95 start, okay? There is that. And I'm going to go up front and get another Monster Energy drink before we start Hatchet Ed crate. My Mango's Japanese order, I ordered steak and rice and cheese dip. It says it's going to be here between 10:01 and 10:07, and then that's when we're calling it a night. No, I'm joking. We're not going to call it a night then. That means we'll still have 3 or 4 more hours, but I do need something to drink. I do need something. I do need something. Somebody brought us crumble cookies. Nice crumble cookies here. I'm going to have to take a bite of one of these, it looks like. Very, very nice. I'll have to get one of those in just a second. I'm going to get that one with sprinkles on it. Let's grab a Monster over here. Second of the night. My mom made some homemade chili last night. I went and ate homemade chili and passed out. That's what I did. I shot the videos as fast as I could before I left. I went home, put that chili on, put a bunch of crackers, Zesta crackers in there, put a bunch of Zesta crackers, hot sauce, shredded cheese, put on Seinfeld, woke up 4 hours later. All right, I got a package in the mail. I want to show y'all, see if one of my personal collection items showed up. Hatchet Ed coming up. Some people wait all week for this. Let's see what I got in the mail. Oh, nice. Perfect. My collection is continuing. It's not a record. It's Bond. James Bond. Pierce Brosnan. Finally. I haven't had, he's like one of the most affordable ones, and I finally just got him. I've been waiting for the right photo with the right perfect looking signature. Pierce. All right. Next is a Japanese pressing. We have a Japanese pressing over here of Cheap Trick Dream Police. Cheap Trick Dream Police is a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi, and that's a $35 start. Let's start with the Hatchet Ed stuff. Alice Cooper Skulls Out. These are all sticker price unless I discounted it when I originally sold it. VG Plus, $24.99. We've sold them once. Maybe we can sell them again and actually get payment. $24.99. Ted Nugent Weekend Warriors. Ted Nugent Weekend Warriors is no condition notes, $14.99. This thing's packed too. Nothing But a Heartache, The Flirtations. $149.99. This has to have been a night when I wasn't here. I don't remember selling that. The Flirtations, $149.99. There's that. Bob Lamb on Paramount Plus. I'll have to check that out. Rivers of Neil, Where Owls Know My Name. Rivers of Neil is on greenish purplish vinyl, $39.99. We also have the Who's next. Out Here in the Fields. VG, $14.99. We Won't Get Fooled Again. We have ZZ Top El Loco. ZZ Top is VG Plus, $22.99. And we have Cheap Trick in color. We sold a Japanese pressing earlier. This is really clean and really nice. $19.99 on that. And we have Cuban Music in Jam Session. That is VG minus $34.99. Donna Mitchell on The Who. That is so to Donna Mitchell. Nobody has bid on the Captain Beefheart for $95. Nobody's been on Cheap Trick for $35. And don't forget about Ozzy. He's technically up for bid $1,275. And then I got to clear off my table. This is actually, there's way too much up here. It's killing my something. Michael Herrera on Alice. That was Alice Cooper, the first record in the bin. And then Josh Brown on ZZ Top El Loco. That's so to Josh Brown. And we have this. We have Naked on the Vague, the Blood Pressure Sessions. Naked on the Vague is sealed, $9.99. John McLaughlin with the One Truth Band, Electric Dreams, VG Plus, $11.99. This is Cowboy, Boyer and Talton. It's autographed by somebody. Jimmy Webb, I think we figured out. That was Dale's Pittsburgh Collection, EX, $17.99. We have Megadeth, A Night in Buenos Aires. Megadeth is a 2021 purple with black splatter. Megadeth, $44.99. The Best of Michael Martin Murphey, Wildfire, $9.99. And Aerosmith Rocks, back in the saddle again. EX Condition, Aerosmith, $22.99. Also, we have John Coltrane, Standard Coltrane, 2014, $24.99. Also, we have My Nation Underground, Julian Cope. This is VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Johnny Rivers, Realization, $9.99. Aerosmith is sold to Brad Waits. Thank you on that. And I just paid Facebook $849.98. Do what? The whole Burbank catalog, that is $19.99, a Warner Brothers comp. And Nina Hagen Band. Nina Hagen is a 1980 US OG, New Wave Punk and Shrink, $14.99. Nobody bid on Cheap Trick. This is a $35 buy it now. Nobody bid on Captain Beefheart. That's a $95 buy it now. Chad, I had a fly buzzing around my head. Can you tell me those prices one more time? Because I can't believe what you just said. So let me make sure I heard you correctly. You heard me correctly. Cheap Trick is a $35 buy it now, and Captain Beefheart is a $95 buy it now. So you did hear me correctly, including this here, which should be like stickered. So if we said, hey, just go ahead and straight price this, don't put it up for auction, I'd probably say $249.99 or best offer for Captain Beefheart. For that nice complete copy, OG with both inner sleeves, not bad jacket, nice vinyl, and the insert, I'd probably say $249.99 or best offer. And now it's automatically marked down to $95. You can pick it up for a buy it now. First thing is Cheap Trick is sold to Michael Salazar for $35. And then next is John Stevens on Julian Cope. That's sold to John Stevens. And then Jeremy Bryan on Nina Hagen. And then Coltrane is sold to Joseph McCormick. Fred next, you were on Nina Hagen. And Wolverine gets Captain Beefheart. And that's sold to Wolverine for $95, okay? So technically, Ozzy's a buy it now for $1,275. Also signed with Zakk Wylde and Randy Castillo. And those were signatures signed around 1988. He's been signing like that for a while. Well, that's a buy it now. Also, last night we had Keanu Reeves, a John Wick signed photo, JSA'd, framed and ready to go. That's $225 for John Wick, $225 for John Wick. This is that new Bob Dylan box I just showed you. That Bob Dylan was $129.99, a new 4LP set. No, Captain Beefheart was like EX. Yeah, this was EX 69, excuse me, EX plus near mint minus. EX plus near mint minus. That's why I said if I had to put a sticker price on this, like if I said, John, just go ahead and price that. We're not going to auction it. Just put it in a crate. He'd probably mark it $249.99. And then don't forget the Paul Stanley solo albums are back in. Paul Stanley solo albums are $34.99. Arnold Palmer signed Master Scorecard Arnold Palmer is $400, and Metallica is $10,000, signed by the full lineup, including Cliff Burton. Okay, now I can breathe. All that's off the table. Behind Paul Stanley was Ace Frehley. You can still grab Ace Frehley. He is $33.99. Faster Pussycat's the biggest pre-order of the week. It's a gold vinyl limited edition 1000, and that's $39.99. That new Bob Dylan box is $129.99. Bootleg Series Volume 18, his earliest recordings. That is 1956, 1963. That is $129.99. 200 on Keanu. Sold. John Wick photo, framed and ready to go too. That is sold to Jeff Brindley for $200. Ace is still available. And then we have David Lee Roth box set for $135. Faster Pussycat and Jimi Hendrix, okay? And then Bob Dylan box, I got one left. That's his earliest recordings, 1956. Wow, my father would have been 2 years old, and Bob Dylan's recording some music there. Thank you, Jeff, on John Wick. That's always good stuff there. The other day, I was trying to buy some Clint Eastwood stuff from a guy, and I bought and already sold the Clint Eastwood. Y'all have already bought and seen it. He had some Keanu Reeves autographs, but man, expensive. I just wasn't able to get them. Okay, and then Fred Carnell wants a Faster Pussycat. I'll go ahead and give you this one. That way we can put up something a little bit different in the back. That's sold to Fred Carnell. One Bob Dylan left. How about we leave Ozzy back there for just a second? Okay, maybe somebody needs to think about him a little longer. All right, back to this. Glenn Campbell is sealed for $14.99. That's his Christmas album, sealed. And then Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits, $9.99. The Monkees is $19.99. That's an original stereo press, $19.99 on that. And Pure Prairie League EX $12.99. Captain Beefheart for $500. Yes. And honestly, who knows? The right auction, we ran that another night. It could have got up there in the hundreds. That's kind of surprising. Let's put up Tigers of Pantang Spellbound. Tigers of Pantang Spellbound is at 81 US OG Pickneyville EX edition, a $25 start for Tigers of Pantang. Captain Beefheart's already sold. Wolverine got it for $95. But I do have Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Fire Cat for $14.99. Tony Freeman wants the sealed Glenn Campbell Christmas album. And we have John Lee Hooker, The Real Folk Blues. John Lee Hooker is a 66 VG, $34.99. Tigers 25, Tigers 25. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. This is the 68 OG with the Warner Brothers 7 Arts label, the first label. She said some of these have sold for over 100. Ours is not bad. EX condition, $35 on that. That was for Captain and Tennille, not Captain Beefheart. Okay, I was about to say, Robin Glenn buying Captain Beefheart? Robin Murphy Glenn on Captain and Tennille. And then John Lee Hooker is sold to George Scherer. All right, there's that. Also, this was a sing split. I know I marked this down just the other day. Demu Bigore, $29.99. And it's going to be discounted later regardless because I got two more over here. That one has a light crackle. I think over here somewhere behind me, I even have a couple more. So that's already discounted, $29.99. The Tiger of Pantang Spellbound, 1981 USOG, MCA gold stamp on the front. Does it have any kind of insert with it? No insert with this. Grateful Dead's also now up for bid. And Operation Ivy. Hey, we already marked down one of those. Let's mark down another. $19.99 for Operation Ivy. $19.99 for Operation Ivy. So we had one of those earlier. Let's go ahead and mark that down for $19.99. Entombed is $34.99. That's pretty recent. Record Store Day Essential Black and Blue Merge, $34.99. Scully Mac on Operation Ivy for $19.99. Just so you'll know, this is a Hatchet Ed. Now we're into some of the new and sealed stuff. It's all sticker price unless I'm doing what I'm doing right now and discounting some stuff here and there. Just FYI. This is brand new for this week or last week. Mr. Bungle Disco Volante. $38.99. The Grateful Dead cover, I would have to grade it a strong VG just because of ring wear. There's no splits or rotting. The back is really nice. I'd have to call it VG though, just because of the the coverware. $35 start on that. $35 start. Tigers of Pantang, $35. J Retard Blood Visions, $29.99 on that. And then, hey, there's another Robert Plant sold to Mando Jeff, $19.99. Robert Plant sold to Mando Jeff, $19.99. Rancid, Let the Dominoes Fall. Rancid is $29.99. And AC/DC live in Reunion Arena, Dallas, Texas. AC/DC is $29.99. Tigers of Pantangs at 38. The Grateful Dead's at 36. Now 38. Meat Puppets, Too High to Die. Meat Puppets is $38.99. Live AC/DC is sold to Stephen Parton. That's sold to Stephen. Stone Temple Pilots, new self-titled red vinyl, $29.99 for STP. That's been out of print. Silverchair Frog Stomp, 30th anniversary, 7500 yellow and green marbled vinyl. Yellow and green marble vinyl, that is $54.99 for Silverchair Frog Stomp. I'm going to put that right there. And that is pretty cool looking. Next in here is Alice Cooper Love It to Death. We just sold out of these earlier in New Arrival recap. Here's another one. Numbered Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. Tigers is at 43. Grateful Dead's at 45. The Notorious Big, Biggie Smalls, $24.99 for Now Playing. And there's another 21 Pilots Breach. Let's do it for $19.99. We had these on sale earlier. Red vinyl, 21 Pilots, $19.99. There's another one. Also, we have Rush, nice, Signals, $36.99. Subdivisions, $36.99. I think that's the copy that was back there one night, and I was begging somebody to buy it. Whoever bought it evidently put it back. So I'm not for sure that was. I have to go back. Y'all remember that? I tried selling that album all night. We finally sold it, and now it's in the putback bin or non-payment. Matt Nichols on STP. That's sold to him for sticker price, of course. Next over here is Ace Frehley, Trouble Walking. Ace is $44.99. That's on colored vinyl from Friday Music. Grateful Dead looks like it's about to be sold to Shakedown for $45. Duran Duran's Greatest Hits. That's on white vinyl. That is $39.99. It was Scott Arnold. Okay, so that was maybe the one you paid for. Or maybe you paid for yours, obviously. I don't know then. Maybe that's just from an older order. 21 Pilots, sold to Craig Honeycutt. Make sure that goes in for $19.99 for Craig Honeycutt. And then Van Halen, live in Tokyo, $29.99 on that. And we have Mr. Bungle, new Friday Music, $38.99. Looks like some people put back pre-orders. Two things. If you're pre-ordering, just like anything else, please make sure, because I can see a lot of new stuff in here, and these are from invoices that went out last week. This is people that got an invoice, and I guarantee they told Ed, sorry, I need to cancel this, and they were pre-orders. Please don't do that. Please. It hurts my soul. It hurts my stomach. You keep me up at night. I start sweating in the middle of the night. Melanie gets Silverchair. That's sold to Melanie Clausen. We got Sean Miller on Van Halen. That's sold to Sean Miller. And then we got another Mr. Bungle, $36.99. And Prince, live, Rock Over Germany. And Prince is $29.99. Prince is $29.99, yellow vinyl, okay? So what we're about to do is, Craig, you were second on Van Halen. Grateful Dead is sold to Wolverine. No, wait a minute, that was a new bid. Where's Shakedown at? Oh, my bad. Shakedown, there was a new bid. Wolverine's in at $48. I didn't say that. $48. Wolverine's in. Tigers of Pantang is sold to Tony Bradford for $48. That's what was at $48, this. And then, sorry, Shakedown, I missed a bid. He said out. Final call to Wolverine. Okay, so the rest of the crate is unpaid auctions. This is where it gets this is where it can get spicy. This is where it can start getting into Juicy Lucy. Okay? And you got to be careful hanging around Juicy Lucy. She's $19.99 in VG Plus condition. Be careful hanging around Juicy Lucy, all right? Next auction is Demon. Demon is going to go up for bid right now. Demon is the Unexpected Guest. It's an 82 French OG and EX condition, a $30 start. I bet that's Laura. I heard the doorbell twice. I bet she's bringing in the food. She did. Thank you, Laura. She brought in my food. Your food is on the front counter. Thank you, Laura. And then over here, did I tell what Demon was? Demon was an 82 French OG, gatefold cover, the Unexpected Guest. The Unexpected Guest. That's up for a $30 start, okay? The Ace Frehley Trouble Walking is a new Friday music. Now, one thing you got to know about Friday music is most of the time they don't seal their LPs, especially the gatefolds. They just come loose in a baggie. It's on colored vinyl. I think it looks like red and orange. It's $44.99. Grateful Dead is sold to Wolverine for $48. That's sold to Wolverine for $48. Let's do a new Japanese pressing right quick. I do have Rat under, or not under the cellar, out of the cellar, right? Yeah, out of the cellar. Rat, out of the cellar. A beautiful Japanese pressing with Obi. A $45 start. Round and round. $45 start. That's where we meet. Out on the streets. You make it nice. Always cross the line. Tighten our belts. Abused ourselves. Getting away will put you on the shelf. Another day. Some other way. Has some stickers on the front of it. $45 start. Okay, unpaid auctions. $90. Kiss Hot in the Shade. A 2019 limited edition blue vinyl. Hot in the Shade, $90. 2019 limited edition blue vinyl, $90. Striper, To Hell with the Devil. Record only, no jacket, $15. Record only, no jacket, $15. Striper, To Hell with the Devil. Led Zeppelin, $15. A 1979 US OG specialty press with the inner sleeve, obviously no brown bag. Led Zeppelin, $15. Michael Schenker Group, $15. An 81 US OG Santa Maria VG Plus condition, $15. Striper is sold to Kevin Tays. We sold a signed Striper last night. We still got one available. Nobody's been on Demon. Nobody's been on Rat. Let's go ahead and put up another one. Yes, Captain Beefheart sold earlier. One bid, $95. I couldn't believe it. One bid, $95. Black Sabbath, Paranoid. Blue vinyl, a 2016 limited edition blue vinyl, $50 start. Nick Bargeron gets Michael Schenker for $15. Joseph McCormick gets Led Zeppelin for $15. Mike Torres gets Led Zeppelin for $90. Tim Vergara next on Zeppelin. Robert Johnson next on Michael Schenker. Jim Sedal next on Michael Schenker. Vandenberg, $25. An 82 USOG with the original inner sleeve and EX edition, $25 on Vandenberg. Next is Black Sabbath is a $50 start. Warrior, $37. Warrior is $37, Fighting for the Earth. That's a 1985 USOG Pinckneyville press. $37 on Warrior. Next is Striper. That's the one we had last night autographed. Blue vinyl, $40. It's an 86 USOG limited edition. Excuse me, it's not OG. The first pressing of Yellow, Black, and the Tack, it looks different, obviously. This is from 86, but they call it a reissue. It is from 86, though. It's $40 for Striper. Okay? Sabbath has a bid for $50. And then Michael Schenker is $35. Japanese pressing of Built to Destroy. $35 for that. Built to Destroy, $35. Built to Destroy, $35. Okay? There's that. All righty. And then next is Demon. And Demon is a no bid. And Demon's a no bid for a $30 buy it now. Nobody bid on Demon. And we have one pending question on Rat. Let's take a look at Rat for a second. And Rat out of the cellar is a Japanese pressing. It has a rental record sticker and catalog number on the front. It has the lyric insert and the vinyl's near mint minus. We're looking for a $45 start. Black Sabbath has one bid for $50. That's on blue vinyl. Nick Bargeron gets MSG for $35. He gets Striper for $40. And next is Danny gets Demon for $30. And we have only two unclaimed auction. Vandenberg for $25. An 82 US specialty Atco OG EX. And we had, there's one more. Nina Simone, $45. A 1971 Hollywood press. I think that's an offer I took on it. Yeah, because it was marked $55. $45 on Nina Simone. $30 on Warrior. That was originally put up for a $10 start. It sold for $37. Sold out to Scott Arnold for $30. Vandenberg and Nina Simone. Nina Simone was not actually an auction. It was an offer I took. Okay, and we got more new on vinyl sale to do. We'll probably try to do at least one of John's vintage new arrival crates. Probably his check condition best offer. We got to do that at some point. I'm going to try to slip in a bite or two. I actually did not eat before the sale because I had to get up in the middle of the day, and I had a sub like at 2 o'clock or something. I'm going to try to sneak in a couple bites here. I already got my Monster back here. I got some chips and dip up so I can keep this sale rolling. Trust me, y'all will want me to pause for 10 seconds, but right now I'm not going to because I don't want anybody to leave the chat because I know some of y'all can get frisky. And I don't want anybody getting frisky on me. Don't want anybody at all getting any frisky on me. Let me move this Metallica and Ozzy autograph before I spill queso all over it. Don't want anybody getting frisky. Not at all. Whew. Chad's almost got a headache. I always have to eat before the sale, so if I eat during the day, it messes me up bad. All right. Here we go. Black Sabbath is sold one bid $50, and nobody bid on Rat. Wild out of the cellar, $45. Yeah, we got Hatchet Ed 45s. We'll start flashing some of those earlier than later, sooner than later. And what we're going to do is keep this show on the road, okay? Right now, that's one of our only no bids, I think, is Rat. The Alice Cooper you got was VG Plus. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, I'm here. I'm ready to go. I got a few bites in. Let's see here. All right, sorry for the timeout. Okay, David Polkey on Rat for $45. Next is Steve McGee wants an ace for $33.99. Thank you. Now, earlier in the flip video, there was, I think, a waiting list. I'll have to go back and see. But since this one's right here, I'll go ahead and give that one to you right now. And let's put something else back there then. Let's go ahead and put something out of the new arrivals back there. Let's go ahead and put the Crow back there. This is new out of new arrivals this week, or tonight actually. The Crow soundtrack, $44.99. If anybody wants that, I still got to watch that movie. Hadn't seen that yet. And then the Nina Simone, sure. So Nina Simone was a 71 Hollywood press, nice clean vinyl, $45. The cover up here has a little bit of a ding, $45 on that. If you need a price, this was the Hatchet Ed, the only Hatchet Ed crate. The other Hatchet Ed stuff is posters, CDs, cassettes, and miscellaneous. If you need a price, let me know. That way we can get right back into new vinyl on sale, okay? Ted Nugent, Nothing But a Heartache. That was the Flirtations, $149.99. These are all sticker price right now. Maybe later we can consider something. The only thing I've negotiated on is the auctions. Rivers of Neil, $39.99. Cuban Music and Jam Session, Cheap Trick and Color. If you need a price, let me know. This is Naked on the Vague. We had Cowboy, Boyer, and Talton. John McLaughlin. Megadeth was $44.99. Purple and Black Splatter. Also, we had the best of Michael Martin Murphy. We had Johnny Rivers' Realization. We have the whole Burbank catalog. We have the Monkees. We have Pure Prairie League Firing Up. Cat Stevens Teaser and the Fire Cat. That's all vintage pre-owned. Record Guy, I'm going to right now keep Ted Nugent at $19.99. Sorry, did I get Ace Trouble Walking? Oh, you wanted Ace Trouble Walking. My bad. I thought you wanted Ace Frehley's solo album. Let me give you Trouble Walking then. You almost got the wrong one. So to Steve McGee. And then Demue Bigore, Entombed, Mr. Bungle, Jay Retard, Rancid, Meat Puppets, Alice Cooper, Biggie, Rush, Duran Duran's Greatest Hits, Mr. Bungle, Prince, Vandenberg, $25, only unpaid auction, and Nina Simone was an offer I took. Everything else in here sold originally at sticker, it looks like, or Ed would have left the discount price, except for some new stuff that I already discounted once tonight, and we're going to discount it again, okay? And I think Ace Frehley, I need to check this morning's video. Honestly, I think I need another one. No, that was Paul Stanley. Who was that this morning? I think it was. This is sold to somebody. This is sold to somebody already, actually. Give me 1 second. I have not done Laura's records. How about we do that right now? The Laura vinyl on sale, and I got more auctions. Don't go anyway. Yeah, Tony Carter from the Facebook, he gets this Ace Frehley. See, I forgot there was even one hanging back there. I needed another one from the video this morning. But let's make a note to order more Ace Frehleys, and I've got Paul Stanley's in stock if anybody needs one. Okay. The Warriors record you got was The Warriors. Was a 1985 USOG Pinckneyville press, some coverware, a strong VG. It actually doesn't look bad whatsoever. It's got some pretty long scuff marks across it, and that's probably why Seth called it a strong VG, which means it should almost be VG plus, somewhere between those couple grades. Okay, there's that. Yeah, let me go do that, and we need new auctions. Sorry, there's no auctions up right now. We're in a big transition mode. I had to eat some queso. Yeah, let's clear out some of these. This is going to be pretty wild. I'm going to sell all these at $19.99. Okay, this is all pretty recent Laura top stuff. We'll do all these for $19.99. Some of these go back to July, and it's some of the last stuff we have of hers. And some of them are going to be really good prices at $19.99. So hope everybody's paying attention, especially if you like the kind of stuff she does. And I have filled up almost the whole crate. And then what I'll do is I'll start mixing in some other stuff over here. And we'll start showing some all this stuff here. And then we'll show some of that stuff over there. And then we'll show some of this stuff over here. And then we'll show some of stuff that over there. Okay? Waitlist, yeah, put down Chris Ferrara for the Ace Frehley solo album. All right, new auctions. First thing over here is Girls Against Boys, House of GVSB, a 1996 USOG. Girls Against Boys, House of GVSB, a 96 USOG, EX, $30 start on that. Excuse me. No more Japanese glam metal. I got choked almost on a chip, and then I tried eating another one and almost got choked. I better stop trying to eat so fast. I think I'm good to go now for a while. I feel a lot better than I did about 5 minutes ago. New model Army, no rest for the wicked. This is an 85 USOG New Wave Punk, VG $15. I'm finally going to get something to drink. I'm on a quick snack break. And I'm trying to eat too fast. I might choke here in a second. It's hard to turn down chips and queso when it's back here behind you, you know. All right, everything in here is $19.99. Parquet courts, wide awake, $19.99. $10 off on parquet courts. Fancy that, Pink Pantheress, red collage vinyl, $14 off, $19.99. The Mariah Cinema, $10 off, $19.99. We have dry cleaning, new long leg. Dry cleaning is $19.99, $10 off. Foster the People torches, $19.99 for Foster the People. $19.99 for Bratmobile Potty Mouth, $19.99. Ray Red 73 on the Mariahs for $19.99. Also $19.99 is 1000 Geck, $10 off on that for 100 Gecks. We have one available. Oakloo Choke Enough, $10 off, $19.99. Girls Against Boys auction. It's a final call. It has one bid with JK for $30. New Model Army has a bid for $16 with Thomas Clark, and now a bid for $15. We have Citizen Youth. This is $19.99. Citizens is on yellow vinyl. Eric Van Leuven on Oakloo. John Bergenstorm on Foster the People. This is everything some Laura has ordered here recently in the last few months. Now marked down to $19.99. Also, Chat Pile, God's Country, $10 off, $19.99 on Chat Pile. Charlie XCX is on clear vinyl, $10 off, $19.99 on that. We have Leslie. You were second on Foster. We have this is Halsley. Halsley is now $19.99. Girls Against Boys has another $35 bid. Darren Chrisman on Chat Pile for $19.99. Leslie, you were second on Foster. Also, Kate LeBon Pompey, that's $10 off for $19.99. And then the Callus Dow Boys, Celebrity Therapist, $10 off, $19.99 on that. Wow, Melanie Martinez, half off at $19.99. 2 LP Deluxe Edition. That's a kind of an outlier. That one probably should definitely not be $19.99. Pam Murray on Halsley. That's sold to Pam Murray for $19.99. We have Lord Pure Heroin. That one's almost half off at $19.99. And we have this at half off, Law Dispute Wildlife, $19.99. So quick update, Girls Against Boys just got a new bid for $40, and New Model Army just got a new bid. New Model Army, JK has that for $18. Thomas Clark, you're out. Stephen Parton on Lord for $19.99. Mitch T was second. And Jim B takes both Melanie Martinez. Folks, Jim B's kids are celebrating, not only because it's Halloween, and Jim B's been hitting every door he can, trick-or-treating with his kids, getting candy for free. He just scored big on these Melanie Martinez, and now they can pay next month's water bill. Thank you, Jim B. Those sold to you $19.99, and congratulations. We also have Die Spitz, something to consume. Die Spitz is $19.99. Sherry Darnell, third on Lord. The OC's Floating Coffin, $19.99 on the OC's. And then we have Isu Sexa. That's by FKA Twigs, $19.99. Eric Van Leuven on Die Spitz. Sold to Eric Van Leuven for $19.99. Carolina Polachek, Desire, I Want to Turn Into You. That is $19.99. And Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs, $19.99 on Earl Sweatshirt. We've got 2 Earl Sweatshirts, and we have Vessel 21 Pilots on Silver Panel, $19.99. Girls Against Boys has a new bid for $41. New Model Army has a bid for $21. FKA Twigs is sold to Steve Riley for $19.99. Mark Stanley on Earl Sweatshirt for $19.99. If y'all were not familiar with what that is closeout Halloween sale, end of the month sale on new vinyl that Laura has ordered. These are all $19.99. 21 Pilots, Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs, Carolina Polachek, Desire, I Want to Turn Into You, The OC's Floating Cuffing, Law Dispute is half off at $19.99, Jim B, not taking advantage of that, Callous Dowboys, $19.99, Kate LeBon, $19.99, Charlie XCX, $19.99, Citizen Youth, $19.99, 100 Geck, 1000 Geck, $19.99, Bratmobile, $19.99, New Dry Cleaning Long Leg, $19.99, Fancy That Pink Pantheress, $19.99, and Parquet Courts Wide Awake, $19.99. All right, let's get into some more stuff. Let's go over here to a little bit different crate of new vinyl right quick. As soon as I dunk another chip into some queso. Oh my gosh, I'm dangerous. I got a whole, I've set up a little table here on top of these crates, and I'm dipping in some queso. Man, the more I keep eating this queso, the more I want to reduce prices. I mean, every time I take a bite of a chip with queso, prices just keep going down. Discount up. Just more price. Here's the price chart. As Chad eats chips and queso, prices go down. Like this. It's like that. More chips, queso, prices inverted. Hey, Hatchet Ed, I got to show Hatchet Ed shirts. Look, Coletco, records you can't refuse. And the back of my shirt has a Hatchet Ed flyer. I'm wearing a white shirt. This is on the back of my shirt. Hold on. There you go. Oh, this is painful. There you go. There's the Hatchet Ed shirt. And we're about to put up some more Japanese glam metal. Girls Against Boys is at $47. And then New Model Armies at $25. Okay. Next thing over here is we had another claim. Jim B on Law Dispute, and his kids go wild. And his kids go wild. $19.99, that's sold. Over here we have Details on the Crow. That's new for today. It's the soundtrack, a double LP with etching, $44.99 on the Crow. All right, let's do some more. Let's do some more. Everybody's feeding the beast. Eat, Chad, eat. Eat, Chad, eat. I'm bringing out the Japanese glam metal, too. Gregory says he's going to bed. Time to bring it out, too. Here we go. I'm muting my mic for a second. Bob Bushwood? Bob Bushwood? John crate. Yeah, we will do that. Let's do one more crate of on sale. I'll do a John New Arrival Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Yeah, we got to slip at least one of those in. He's got 4 over here. I know we're not going to get to them all tonight, though. Okay, let's see. September, early October, early October, early October, early October, early October, September, 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 early October, early October, early October, the first week, early October, early October, early October. All right, this is pretty recent stuff. This is first week of October. This is probably the most nonsensical earliest crate of new vinyl we'll do on sale. Okay? This is probably the most recent, newest stuff that will be discounted tonight. I usually do August, September. Sometimes if it's the first week of October or the first week of the month, and I feel like I've shown it to death and everybody's already got what they wanted and about the only way somebody's going to buy one if it's on sale, then I'm going to go ahead and show it again, okay? And I'm about to mute my mic. Look at, here's what my front porch looked like. Here's what I left for my trick-or-treaters. An Amazon box and 3 bags of candy I bought at Publix. And I left my porch light on and I left my house about 6 o'clock. That's what it looked like with my Dark Side of the Moon doormat. That's what I left on the my front porch. Okay. All right, here we go. So, new model Army. I sent it to some people and they's like, dude, that's got to be the worst Halloween setup I've ever seen. New model Army is sold to JK for $25. Hallbrook, did you know that you were out on this? He did say out. That sold to Chris Knapp for $47. Sold Girls Against Boys for $47 to Chris Knapp. Okay. Yeah, it looks like a bear trap or something. Next is Wasp. Wasp is an 84 USOG Winchester. This is with the original inner sleeve, and it looks like it was at a radio station. WXGC. This was probably played all over the airwaves. No telling how many thousands of people heard this album being played over the airwaves. Wasp. VG condition with the original inner sleeve, a $20 start. It's not marked a promo, but it was definitely at a radio station at some point. There's that. And I'm going to finally take a drink of Monster. Some of y'all are probably good enough to know the first record that's coming up for discount, and that's Led Zeppelin. $24.99. This was $33.99. 180 gram remaster. My only copy. Led Zeppelin. $24.99. Wasp 20. Wasp 25. Our next auction's Love Hate. Blackout in the Red Room. Love Hate. Love Hate is a 1990 USOG. This is a garage punk glam album. Love Hate is going to go up for a $30 star. Wasp 20. Wasp 25. And no trick-or-treaters. Well, I'll tell you why. I said this earlier. Here in Lebanon, they were trick-or-treating on Wednesday night, Thursday night, or Tuesday night, too. I know some people had trunk-or-treats at businesses on Tuesday nights. Churches did trunk-or-treats on Wednesday. I think by Friday night, Halloween night, parents are like, we're done. You've had plenty of candy. Tim Vigari got Led Zeppelin for $24.99. On sale new vinyl, Halloween night. Here we go. I have Naked Eyes, $9 off. This is a new reissue that just recently came out. $29.99. Came out at the first of the month. $9 off, $29.99. Naked Eyes, $29. There's always something there to remind me. $29.99. I'm curious at how much candy's left in my box when I get back on my front porch. I'm curious. $29.99. Also, we have Avatar, Dance Devil Dance. Let's do this for $9 off. Avatar is $29.99. Let's do the newest release here by Madonna, Madonna Verotica Electronica. $5 off, $24.99. So the newest Naked Eyes, the Avatar, the Madonna, and this is going to be 25% off. Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. 25% off makes it $75. That was $99.99. Now 25% off, $75. Cynthia Hurdren on Madonna. We're doing on sale new vinyl. Cynthia gets Madonna for $24.99. Van Halen's probably about the cheapest I'll ever be able to offer that. $75. We have Foo Fighters. Let's do this for $10 off, just $19.99. Live unofficial two titers. What did I just say? Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters. $19.99. That is available. Wow. Tony Murphy and Doug Page are both on the chat. Doug Page, we are honored by your presence. We are honored by your presence. He's here. The Two Titers is a cover band right down the road that plays at the local honky tonk. This is Foo Fighters. That's the real deal there. Next thing is Orbit Culture, $10 off, Death Above Life. Gatefold Fruit Punch colored vinyl, $29.99. Love Hate is at 43, 42, 40, 42, 43, 46, 47. Wasp has one bid for $25 with Derek Gunn, and that's a final call. Thelonious Monk, How about $19.99 for Thelonious Monk's Quartet? $19.99. Foo Fighters is sold to Corey Ross for $19.99. And then on sale, $10 off. Let's close them out. Sleep's Holy Mountain, green and transparent merge effect, $24.99. That was a Record Store Day essential. I've got 5 left. Let's close them out, close the door, throw away the lock. $10 off, $24.99. You can't even buy a pizza for that. You can own and cherish this record for your whole life. I just spent $32 having some queso delivered here, okay? We live in an era for $25. That is basically giving it away. I'm basically saying you can have this for free. Over here, Van Halen is sold to Cameron Koning for $74.99, and that's going to be the last thing in this crate. I am going to start a new crate, and we're going to fill up another one full of new vinyl, and we're going to start with Sleep. These prices are basically free. You need to tell your wife or significant other, honey, when I get an invoice on Monday, sweetie, I know that $900 is coming out of our checking account, but like Chad said, that's basically free, okay? So, honey, sweetie, baby, darling, I know when $1,180 comes out of our checking account on Monday, it's going to look like I spent a lot on my hobby. But just like Chad said, these are practically being given away. First thing is Sleep, sold to Mark Stanley, Jay Nutra, Joe Kolosky, and Stephen Parton. There's one left, $24.99. What is the condition of the Wasp? It is in VG condition with the original inner sleeve, and it has radio station writing. Hiram gets the last copy of Sleep. Sleep is gone. There's that. Next, Avril Lavigne, $10 off. $8, $9, $7, $8, $9, $4. Let's do it. $29.99. $9 off. Avril Lavigne. Skater Boy. $29.99. $9 off. Gordon Lightfoot now playing. $19.99. Now playing. $19.99. Gordon Lightfoot now playing. And if your husband or wife gives you crap, then to say, hey, there's the door. As my mom used to say, don't let it hit you on the way out. We have Dokken now playing, $19.99. Dokken now playing, and then Black Sabbath. Let's do it for $19.99. Almost said $24, but that's a trick or treat. $19.99, Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy. Wasp is sold, and Wasp is sold to the only bidder, and that's Derek Gunn for $25. That is sold to Derek Gunn for $25. Love Hate, what a battle, but it's gone. See you later, Love Hate. That is sold over here to MT Matt for $55. Next is Scully Mac on Black Sabbath for $19.99. Track on Gordon Lightfoot, epic. If you could read my mind, right there, I shouldn't have to read another song after that one. The Summer Side of Life, back-to-back bangers. Beautiful. Sundown, Carefree Highway, Rainy Day People. The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. It was rammed by the Cat Stevens. Daylight Katie, Come On. The Circle Small, Baby Step Back. $19.99. Next is Michael Snared, You Were Second on Black Sabbath. Donna Mitchell wants a Gordon Lightfoot. Mike Conway, you're next in line if you want the last one. Chuck Haley says buying records is the big reason I've been divorced 3 times. Chuck Haley's told 3 of them. Chuck Haley's told 3 of them. He said, hey, don't let that door hit you on the way out. That's what he's told 3 of them. Mike Conway gets the last Gordon Lightfoot. Epic. And then don't forget, this Dokken now playing. That's another greatest hits, just like Gordon Lightfoot now playing, $19.99. Next auction's going up right now. I hope I'm not causing any divorces right now. Please don't message me and say, Chad, I'm getting a divorce because of you. I gotta sell my record collection. This is Escape to Witch Mountain. I have never seen this Disney record before. This is Escape to Witch Mountain, a 1975 USOG. I have sold a lot of Disney records, thousands. I don't think I've ever had Escape to Witch Mountain before. Probably why Paul and Laura pulled it for auction. Never heard of it, never seen it, don't know anything about it. Looks like somebody got in a crash. Looks like somebody's rich. A helicopter's upside down. There's a UFO. There's a lot going on here, folks. There's a lot going on in that story. I don't know what that is, but that's a $10 start. Jay Nutra gets docking, and Sig, you were next. And then we got Rush. This is criminal to discount this. $7 off, $29.99. Rush Moving Pictures, $29.99. Now I'm going to get haunted by the ghost of Neil Peart tonight. I'm going to wake up. He's going to be in my kitchen playing pots and pans. $29.99 for that remaster of Rush Moving Pictures. What is going on? And then we got Siglo. What is this? It's Siglo XX Under a Purple Sky. An 89 USOG, a dark wave goth album. $25 start. Next this is criminal. I'm going to be haunted by the ghost of John Lennon and George Harrison. $7 off for Abbey Road. $29.99. Here Comes the Sun. These are essentials. I mean, they really shouldn't be discounted. I need to take them up front and put them out in the racks in the store if nobody buys them tonight. $29.29. And then Queen, we'll do that for $29. $10 off. Now I'm going to get haunted by the ghost of Freddie Mercury. A Half-Speed Master, $29.99 double LP. And then Dolly. Thank goodness she's still alive. I'm going to close these out. $10 off, $24.99. Dolly, this is new, came out 1st of October, $24.99. Dolly Parton, live from London, $24.99. Cameron Coning gets Rush, Modern Day Warrior. That's so to Cameron for $29.99. I have Good Charlotte. I don't want to be just like you. Let's do these. $5 off, $24.99. This is The Young and the Hopeless, green vinyl, $24.99. Cynthia's going to get a Dolly, $24.99. Robbie Woods on A, and I'm assuming that's for Abbey Road, $29.99 for Here Comes the Sun. And then over here we have what? Iggy Pop with David Bowie. $10 off, $19.99. Good Charlotte, sold to Amanda Sieg for $24.99. And then Van Halen, $24.99. $5 off. We just had one in a putback bin. Robbie wants Queen, and that's $10 off, $29.99 for Queen. So to Robbie Woods. David Polkey wants an Avril Lavigne. One left, $9 off. Avril Lavigne goes in for $29.99. Jeremy Warwick gets the last Good Charlotte for $24.99. And we have what? Queens of the Stone Age. Let's do it. $10 off, $29.99. Robbie did not want Abbey Road. He just wanted Queen. Okay? That is going back in the bin. And then Preston Rose gets Iggy David Bowie for $19.99. And then we have Neil Young. Let's do it. $10 off, $24.99. Escape from Witch Mountain, sold to Ken Crooker, one bid, $10. Siglo XX is a final call. Let's take a look at that thing one more time. Siglo XX, Under a Purple Sky, $25 start, final call on that. Another successful crate of new vinyl on sale. Another successful Japanese pressing is going to go up for bid right now. And that's going to be the classic, 80s classic. This is Huey Lewis and the News Sports, big album. Huey Lewis News and the Sports, big album. $35 start. The vinyl, it couldn't get any better. If this got any better, it would be illegal. It's a $35 start. It has the insert. It has the cover and obi. Siglo 25. Let's read through the new vinyl on sale one more time. And then I promised a buy it now best offer. And don't forget Hatchet Ed t-shirts. So the Hatchet Ed t-shirts are available. I can pull up the price chart. I have several sizes still left. The plus sizes get more and more. And if you are interested and you want me to hunt you a size, let me know and I'll start hunting you a size. I think they start at 19 or 24. Let me pull up that price chart because it varies on how big of a size you get, okay? Let's jump over here. And let me jump over here to a whole lot of records, and let's get into another crate. But first, we got to recap this one quickly. Hatchet Ed shirt, Hatchet shirt. Let me search that in the group. And Hatchet Ed shirt. Of course, that's the pre-order for the new one. I got to submit that to Craig ASAP. So, yeah, they're 19, and then there's how they jump, okay? They're 19, 22, 23, 24, 26. 19, 22, 23, 24, 26. So small through extra large is 19. A double starts at 22, and then they go up by $1 every additional X, okay? Now, Doug Page personally recommended. He said everybody watching should own this Queens of the Stone Age, and you can for the $10 discount price of just $29.99 for that double LP. Naked Eyes, blue vinyl, 2 LP remastered, expanded, $9 off, $29.99. Avatar, Dance Devil Dance, $29.99, $9 off. Orbit Culture, Death Above Fire, Gatefold Fruit Punch Colored Vinyl, $10 off, $29.99. Monk's Dream, Thelonious Monk, Monk's Dream, Thelonious Monk, $19.99. Avril Lavigne, Sold One Left, $9 off, $29.99. Abbey Road, $7 off, $29.99. Remastered. Come on, it's Abbey Road. Dolly, $10, $24.99. Van Halen Live, $24.99. I'm pretty sure earlier in the Hatchet Ed crate, we sold one for $29. And there was a backup. They must not be watching anymore. They could get one for $5 cheaper. And Neil Young with Jack White, or produced by Jack White, $24.99 on that. Kristen Barnett on Monk for $19.99. Final Call to get a bit of Louie for $35. And Cyclo XX is at $25.26. And now Stevens at $28. Tim Voldness wants a size large Hatchet Ed shirt. Okay. Let me dig through here and hopefully we got those. So in stock, I have 2X, I've got 2X, 5X, extra large, I've got extra large, 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 2X, 3X, 3X, medium and small. Dang. Sorry, Tim. Can you live with an extra large? Can you live with an extra large, Tim? Doesn't look like any larges are left. Can you live with an extra large, sir? If not, I'm sorry. We're out. Over here, we have Steven's going to go ahead and get that last Avril Lavigne for $29. And where's that at? That's right here. And he says he's good with extra large. Okay. All right. Thank you for Craig for tagging and bagging these. I used to not really like Dylan and T-shirts at all, because having them loose in a tub and trying to figure out what sizes are what, whew, it was a wild ride. Craig, this is amazing you doing this here for us. That's fantastic. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare. Or when they come in, we'd have to take time to do it. So Chris Kirkley on Naked Eyes for $29 and Tim Voldness on extra large. Thank you, and that's $19.99. Y'all heard me read out all the sizes. White. I don't wear white too often myself. I wear white like around the house to like sleep in and stuff. I'm wearing one right now. I'll probably get it really dirty, but I'm going to consider it like a work shirt. So I'm wearing one right now. Here's the back of it. Can you see that? Hatchet Ed. It's got the Hatchet Ed flyer, and then here's the breast logo. I came up with that thanks to Godfather, one of my favorite movies, The Puppeteer. Records you can't refuse. Okay, Siglo 3332. And do you have a post for add names of band lights? I don't, but let me know right now. He's working on Kiss and Metallica, and I got to get the newest pre-order. I think the next most request is probably Iron Maiden. And that's probably going to be my next one. We're doing them like about 2 a week now. We're doing Kiss and Metallica, and then next week I'll probably do one early in the week and one later in the week. And we're gonna keep these coming in, okay? All right, let's do our first crate of vintage for tonight. Except for the Hatchet Ed stuff, we have no vintage. Please don't crush me. Can I do a putback? No, you can't. Nice try, but not happening. Next auction, next crate is going to go this right here. This is going to be Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's see if John marked some check condition stuff over here. Let's see here. He did. Let's go through check condition stuff. This is all Buy It Now or Best Offer. Buy It Now or Best Offer. And there looks like there's some pretty cool stuff in here. Oh, man. Yeah, I see some stuff that's going to fly out immediately. And then we'll get right back into new, on sale, sell. Okay? Here we got blankets. Oh, yeah, let me see where those are at. Blankets? Did those... That was bizarre. Blankets. If not, I'll go ahead and invoice them because they'll be here Monday. I'll have to check tracking. I don't see them around here unless they're in a box and they're hidden, because I just seen a drum set I didn't see. And of course, here's the Hatchet Ed. Let me bring these Hatchet Ed 45s a little closer to me. Okay, I'm going to bring these a little closer to me. All right, I'm going to put them right in here. Here's what they look like. Here's what they look like, okay? Here's this right here. All right, and then Huey Lewis is a buy it now for $35. Huey Lewis is a buy it now for $35. Any Hatchet Ed CDs or cassettes? Yes. And Huey Lewis is a buy it now for $35. Okay, I've almost made a mess behind me. There is a pre-order up. One of our distributors are selling Iron Maiden, Metallica, fleece blankets. And we have Iron Maidens on the way. I tried that. I was going to show them. And then the next one I'm going to post is Metallica. What I'll probably do is go ahead and invoice everybody that comes out Monday. And they'll probably be delivered Monday. I do that sometimes just because I think people's expecting them. 35 on this. 35 on this. Jim B needs to put back both Melly Martinez because he can't make enough money on them. Gosh, Jim B, can I allow this? A double on a half off new vinyl putback? Folks, should I allow this? He's done market research and he's figured out he just can't quite make a high enough margin. Oh my gosh. And he's already put back something else after he found out he couldn't make a high enough margin. Oh my gosh, should I let this guy do this? Holy moly. Jim B. Coletco Army's about to turn against you, brother. They are about to lose their minds on you here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're about to get crushed. Siglo is at $37. That means somebody's out. Donna Mitchell, you're out. This is at $37 with Stephen Parton. And Jeremy Rourke, you put Aerosmith. Oh, that was for a lot. Jeremy Rourke on Aerosmith lot, okay? We'll work on that. All right? And let's go ahead and do Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. We have Sticks, VG Condition, $9.99. Sticks is VG $9.99. Jim, I'll allow this under one condition. There was somebody, I think, that wanted a Melly Martinez that didn't get one. And if you can go back and maybe figure out who that is, we'll tag it to that person and maybe we can sell the other one. Otherwise, you're in some trouble. This is VG $9.99. This is Sticks. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Stray Cats, built for speed. VG $9.99. Sieg right off the bat. Sticks sold. Boom, done. And then we have the Cars Candy O, UK pressing from 79. 79 UK pressing. VG Plus $19.99. What's the plan for the rest of the night? On sale new vinyl, new vintage stuff best offer, Hatchet Ed miscellaneous, Hatchet Ed CDs, Hatchet Ed 45s, Hatchet Ed cassettes, Hatchet Ed posters, new vinyl on sale, new auctions, autographs, posters, robots, lawyers, guns, and monies. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, New Blood, VG Plus $9.99. We have Fabulous Poodles. Wow, look at that. Fabulous Poodles, VG Plus $9.99. We have the Drifters Golden Hits, VG Plus $9.99. The Doobie Brothers Minute by Minute, VG Plus $9.99. And Teos is VG Plus $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Kiln House, VG Plus $17.99. Burt Jordan on the Stray Cats for $7. Sold. Solely on the Doobie Brothers. Sold. And now Siglo XX is sold officially to Stephen Parton for $37. Next, Marshall Tucker Band, VG Plus $14.99. Carl Perkins, The Heart and Soul of Carl Perkins, VG $9.99. New edition, whoa, VG $9.99. We have Le Mans from 1986, VG $12.99. Big Hair, Saritha Sessions, Fleetwood Mac, sold to Saritha Sessions. Positive Vibration, 10 years after, VG Plus $12.99. And Uriah Heep, Innocent Victim, VG Plus $14.99. Okay, so the first thing in this Hatchet Ed miscellaneous little cratey thingy here, let's see what we got, okay? We got Patch and Ticket Stub for $13. It's half of an Aussie ticket stub and a Black Sabbath patch. A Black Sabbath patch and half of an Aussie ticket stub from 1982. Diary of a Madman tour. That is $13. Patch and ticket stub. Johnny Cash photo, $35. Johnny Cash photo taken at Carlisle, ABC, May 18th, 1968. $35 on that. And Disturbed, Inside the Fire, Perfect Insanity picture disc, $20. That is some Hatchet Ed stuff here in this first little batch. Next thing is this. Next thing is this. Next thing is this. Next thing is this. Kristen Barnett on New Edition for $7. What was Golden Hits going too fast? That's the Drifters Golden Hits. VG Plus, $9.99. And then is there a Survivor Eye of the Tiger? I'll look right now. Kelly Vlodarchek gets the Johnny Cash photo for $35. Michael Ruttman gets patch and ticket stub for $13. Kelly Vlodarchek gets the Sturb for $20. Corey next on Ozzy. And then Derek Gunn next on Ozzy. Johnny Cash, I'd like to see you again. Boy, I don't recall seeing that one too often. Johnny Cash again. VG Plus, $14.99. We have the Tourist, Reality Effect, 1980 promo, VG $9.99, and Cool and the Gang Emergency, VG Plus $9.99 for Cool and the Gang Emergency. Also, I have the Beatles 62 to 66, VG Plus $36.99. Robert Vlodarchek on Johnny Cash, then Chris Frazier, and then we need 2 new Japanese pressings. 2 new Japanese pressings. And at this point, you're like, my gosh, Chad, what other Japanese pressings could you put up? You sold about 300 tonight. This is actually getting pretty out of hand. My mind's going like insane. I can't see straight. My gerbil is over here biting into my brain. And, you know, so Christopher Cross. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. That means it's beautiful. That means it's near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And then Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. Cyndi Lauper, also near mint minus and pristine. Another Japanese pressing. It also has the poster with it. There's Cyndi. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 start for that. Next thing over here is this. We have Chris Frazier second on Johnny, Terry Gearhart third, Terry Gearhart first on Cool in the Gang, and then he got any wham. It doesn't look like it. Jim B said there was no other claim for Melanie Martinez. All right, let's go get these for Jim B. Everybody's pointing their finger and laughing at them. First thing we have is this. This is Melanie Martinez. This was marked down for $19.99. Who wants them? You can save Jim B's entire reputation if you can claim these. It's a 2LP deluxe edition for Melanie Martinez Crybaby. Half off at $19.99. You can save his entire reputation, possibly his entire ability to purchase here, honestly. Olay ELO, VG $9.99. We have Phaedra. That's an original motion picture soundtrack. Phaedra, VG $9.99. Also, U2 Boy. This is a 1981 press. U2 with promo sticker. U2 Boy. VG Plus, $24.99. Topographic on Cars. Cars, Candy O sold to Mike Bartlett for $14. Both of the Japanese pressings are $35 starts. Both of these Japanese pressings are $35 starts. Also over here we have it. The Motels all for one. The Motels VG Plus $9.99. Josh White Jr. one step further. Never seen that one before. VG Plus $9.99. How much was U2? U2 VG Plus $24.99. Vlodarchek has said I had Johnny Cash in the crate. I've already pulled it. I pulled it so fast you didn't even see it. Elvis, How Great Thou Art. VG Plus $9.99. And Tommy the Who. VG Plus $24.99 for Tommy the Who. Tommy the Who. All right, what else is over here in this little Hatchet Ed thing? Black Sabbath patch and Black Sabbath ticket stub. $20. That's an original Black Sabbath ticket stub and a Black Sabbath patch. That sold for $20. Hard Rock Cafe button from Hollywood. $6.99. Tom Petty, Don't Do Me Like That. $14. And we have the Rolling Stones, $39. Heart of Stone and What a Shame. A Japanese single, Rolling Stones, $39. $39. Wow, there's some good 45s in here that didn't get claimed or picked up or something happened. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Jeff Black is VG Plus $39.99. Jim B says, no one interested in my celebrity reputation. No, I told you, everybody's pointing their finger and laughing at you. We do that to Seth all the time. I'll get everybody up front. Whenever Seth walks in the door, we all start pointing our finger and laughing at him. Next thing over here is Vlotter check on the Hard Rock button. Make sure that goes in to Vlotter check for $6.99. Let's make sure Derek Gunn gets this patch and ticket stub for $20. And we got Tom Petty for $14, and we got the Stones for $39. Next is Metamorphosis Rolling Stones VG Plus $24.99. The Best of Blondie 81 Canadian Press EX $39.99. U2 October, another one, VG $19.99. It has one feelable scratch through tracks 2 and 3. That's why it's VG $19.99. Now, what happened on the other U2? Jay Neutra passed. So James Frank, you got this U2, James Frank. That's sold to you for $20. And then over here, we have Elton John Blue Moves, VG $12.99. Danny second on the Hard Rock Cafe pen. Jethro Tull Benefit is VG $9.99. The Shades of Deep Purple was EX $29.99. And Prince Purple Rain. So we had Shades of Deep Purple and Prince Purple Rain with poster, VG Plus $19.99. Tom Petty is Casa Dega. Casa Dega. That's been in a jukebox. It's about VG Plus condition with the picture sleeve, though. Don't Do Me Like That. Don't Do Me Like That. That's from Damn the Torpedoes. And then the Rolling Stones is a Japanese press. Japanese press. Heart of Stone. Beautiful. $39 on that. All right, let's lay those right over there. No bids on these two Japanese pressings. You can pick these up for $35 and $35. Cyndi Lauper, $35. Christopher Cross, $35. Jimi Hendrix, $29. Juicy Lucy, VG Plus, $19.99. The Crows, a 2LP, $44.99. David Lee Roth box set, $134.99. The Cramps Pumpkins, not for sale. But I tell you what is for sale. My soul. You can purchase it for, it's not for sale. First thing over here is Christopher Cross. Let's put that in a sleeve for $35. How much did the Stevie Ray Vaughan sell for? $35. In the 45 container. Jeremy Rourke, I'll do a quick flip. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nada, nope, nope, zip, nope, 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 nope. Jeremy, probably what happened is it got tagged for somebody else. They paid for it, we shipped it to them, and it's gone forever. And they possibly didn't even realize they got it. Or they thought that maybe you got it and there was a mix-up and then they got it instead, so they paid for it and they got it. I've always asked everybody, when you get your invoice on Monday, check it for errors. Some people open it up, hit auto pay, or their card's on file, and we ship them stuff that they didn't even buy, but when they get it, they're like, hey, I got something I didn't even buy, but I'm going to keep it anyway. And then we're trying to figure out who it went to. Then somebody messaged us and was like, hey, that belonged to me. And then I got to tell somebody, hey, that belonged to somebody else. And then they got to ship it back. That happens a few times a week. It happened way too many times a couple weeks ago, and there was almost no mistakes last week. Almost no mistakes last week. So I was like, hey, we can't let this happen. So one thing, customers, I ask of y'all, check your invoice. A lot of people get their invoice. There's something on there they didn't even buy, but they pay for it. We ship it to them. And then Ed gets a message, hey, I'm missing a Survivor 45. It wasn't on my invoice, and it's already been shipped out to somebody, and they didn't even say anything. And they're not doing that intentionally. They're probably like, man, I didn't even remember buying a Survivor 45, but evidently I did. It's on my invoice, but they didn't. And then they end up with it, and we don't know what happened. The person's looking for it, and then, and then everybody's mad, and then I'm mad, and then I have to go eat Oreos to calm myself down, and then we're in this same situation. Okay, so there's that, and then how much is Le Mans? Richard Davis. Le Mans is this. This is what happens when I'm selling thousands of items quickly, as fast as I do, and I'm going at like a record-setting pace. Le Mans is VG $12.99. It is VG Gold Stamp Promo $12.99. Alan Hagen, I will sell you prints for $35. It's marked $39.99. And then the next thing over here is this. Corey Ross got BS. BS, 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 BS. There's no BS in here. And then we have these two for a buy now for $35 and $35. Okay? Let's read through these one more time. And if anybody wants a price, let me know. We got about 10,000 more items to put up for auction, but not before I show a few more things here out of this Hatchet Ed little 45 crate, okay? First thing I have is this. Heaven and Hell, Bible Black. That's Ronnie James Dio and Tony Iommi, $21. James Brown and the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta will be rocking, $22 on that. This is a signed Runaway CD. It is signed by Jackie Fox, made out to Andy, JSA authenticated. That's only $25. And then Howard Jones, Things Can Only Get Better, $6.99. $6.99. Next thing is Richard Davis on Le Mans. You got it. So to Richard Davis. Le Mans. So to Richard Davis. He is getting that. That's going to the state of Texas. And then Heaven and Hell is sold to Jay Nutra for $21. And then it was Mike Strauss and then Hiram Ponte, then Danny Thomason. If anybody wants anything else in here, let me know. It's Buy It Now Best Offer. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG plus $9.99. The Fabulous Poodles was VG plus $9.99. Teos is VG plus $14.99. Marshall Tucker was VG plus $14.99. Carl Perkins was VG $9.99. Positive Vibrations by 10 Years After was VG $12.99. VG plus $12.99. Uriah Heep was VG plus $14.99. And the Drifters Golden Hits Under the Boardwalk. We'll be having fun under the boardwalk. That's the Drifters. So nobody on Atlanta Falcons, nobody on the Runaways, and nobody on Howard Jones. Sad but true. The Taurus, Reality of Fact, VG $9.99. Hop Sticker, 6266, Red Beatles compilation, Apple, VG plus $36.99. Olay, ELO, VG $9.99. Phaedra, original motion picture soundtrack, VG $9.99. The Motels, All for One, VG plus $9.99. Josh White Jr., One Step Further, VG plus $9.99. Elvis, How Great Thou Art, VG plus $9.99. Tommy the Who, VG plus $24.99. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow, VG plus $39.99. Stones, VG plus $24.99. Best of Blondie, EX $39.99. U2 October, VG $19.99. Does have a feelable mark. Elton John, VG $12.99. Jethro Tull, VG $9.99. Deep Purple, EX $29.99. And Prince, VG plus $39.99 with poster. All right, let's do some more out of the little 45 box here. We have, oh my gosh, No FX, $25. We have 45 bundle, 4 records, 1970 Soul. What is this? This is Manitobia, The Soul Children, Little Beaver by, that's the name of the group, and Bill Cauday. Okay? So 45 bundle, 4 total. It looks like all kind of soul stuff. $20 on that. Give me 1 second on these. We might have to run these for auction. I don't know what they are. They're not priced. They look kind of cool and modern. This one is $7, and this is $6.99. Arrows, Wings Through Me is $6.99, and then Convicted, Unconquered. Convicted is $7, Unconquered, okay? What is, of course, Jim B, the Putback King. No FX. Xmas has been X'd. Xmas has been X'd. $25. For Jim B, $250. Okay, there's that. And give me 1 second. I'll check on the small faces, okay? Okay. Let's do another crate. And I've made a mess back here behind me. One of the few unsold Japanese auctions is Huey Lewis for $35. Let me condense some more of this new vinyl. Let me put the Hatchet Ed flyer down in there. Let me throw away this envelope. Let me move this before it falls and bends. That's not for sale. Just got that in for my collection. This is crate number 1 of leftover new vinyl. I'm going to put that over there so we can go through it possibly later tonight. So that's crate 1 of full of leftover new vinyl. We'll hit the highlights on that later. Here's an empty crate. Okay, let me push that way over there. And then that was the lower leftover new vinyl. I'm going to set all that right there because I think there's more up front we possibly can add to it. Who offered earlier on Nina Simone? Who offered earlier on Nina Simone? Okay? Who offered earlier on Nina Simone? I wasn't saying no and I wasn't ignoring you. I forgot about you. I'll be honest. I forgot about you. I saw that come in. I read it. I kind of acknowledged it. And that's what happened. Let me put away my food. I'm taking it up front. I've ate all the chips and queso I can. It's all, the cheese is literally hardened. So won't be eating that again until after the show in about 5 hours. Let me take all this up here. I got to do a little cleanup before we get into our other crate of new vinyl. We still got new vinyl on sale. New vinyl. Let me grab a couple things while I'm up here. That's going to be on sale. That's going to be on sale, and on sale. Let me grab a few things here for new vinyl. Put those right there. Okay. Tim V on the Nissan. Tim Vigari. Who made an offer? Tim Voldness. Somebody did. If you remind me what that was, we'll talk. We'll talk. All right, let me throw this box. Sorry, I have kind of trapped myself in. There's so much stuff over here, and I'm in a pickle. And it's not the good pickles that they give you at, not the good pickles either. They give you at Panera with your sandwich. Not those pickles. These are, I'm in a bad pickle. I'm out of space. Okay. This is all the new vinyl from tonight. 3 crates still, including a whole crate of new Kiss reissues I ordered. And then, let's see, here's a few no bids for tonight. Let me put those up right there. Let me move some of the valuable stuff around. And then let me move all these Japanese into one crate, because that's going to be some of the other auctions for tonight. Okay, a couple of these 45s that just flashed are about to go up. Sorry, I'm in cleanup mode right quick. There's the leftover hatchet in. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Now, we're good to go. Let's grab this crate over here. This is where, let's see, September, early October, mid-October. Some of these are, some of these aren't. Some of these are, some of these aren't. So let me start sorting, okay? So, let's see. September, yes. September, yes. September, yes. September, yes. Early October, yes. That is mid-October, or that's the second week in October, but I'll discount it. And that, not this one, or that, we'll go ahead and discount that because I have a little bit more room into it. I'll discount those because they got left behind. I'll discount these two, and I'll discount that, okay? This stuff here doesn't need to be discounted yet, but I am going to go ahead and add these 3 records. And I'm going to add August, September, early October, August, July, and we'll really mark that one down because I've tried, and, well, I might just put it up for auction later or another night. It's just got a seam split, but no one seems to want to buy it. All right, we're ready. Hope everybody didn't go too far. It's 11/16, Friday night, Halloween night here at Coleco. It's about to be a new month in 45 minutes. We are rolling. I am here. I'm about to discount more new vinyl. We've sold a lot. We still got plenty of stuff to show, including Hatchet Ed stuff. Chad's about to sneeze. Hold on. Whew. Okay, it went away. Now let's just get right to the punch, okay? Jim B got no FX for $25. That's sold to Jim B for $25. Next thing is Tim Vigari, Nina Simone, $35. Sell this to Tim Vigari for $35. Okay, thank you, Tim Vigari. Now I'm going to move this stuff off the table again now that I have a flat, clean spot to lay it. Okay, whoops. That shoveled those down like one of those coin machines. But those Kiss solo albums, they don't like standing up. They fight back all night. Last night, Ace Frehley was like trying to literally jump off the table. Paul Stanley's doing the same thing. So the only unsold auction is Huey Lewis. We got an offer on Cindy. I'm going to take down Juicy Lucy. She really doesn't need to be up there. We're going to put Paul up there. He's in stock for $34.99, okay? And now we're ready for more activity. Here we go. The Meat Men is $19.99. $10 off on the Meat Men. We're the Meat Men and you suck. $10 off, $19.99. This was originally $29. Let's get it down to half off. It's a Beautiful Day. Colored vinyl, half off at $14.99. One of the last copies I have left of Quicksand Slip. Quicksand is a 30th anniversary on orange vinyl, $10 off, $24.99 for Quicksand. And then Anthrax, $24.99. This was $34, okay? And the no bids tonight so far is Huey Lewis for $35. We had a few unsold Hatchet Ed 45s. I'm working on those. Cyndi Lauper is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $25. Sold to Larry Gonzalez for $25. And I still got Christopher Cross for $35. And let me not mix up these. And I'm going to put these Melanie Martinez back in Laura's $19.99 crate since they went unclaimed. Now we're moving right along. Okay, and that's these two unsold Japanese. Let's keep those together. I'm about to put up some new stuff. Craig said he would do 15 on those Soul 45s. These right here. Sell these to Craig Thomas for $15. All right, and so the only 45s I've shown that hadn't been sold is a promo of Wings, Arrows Through Me for $6.99, the Japanese Rolling Stones for $39, Tom Petty for $14, Convicted Unconquered for $7, Howard Jones for $6.99, actually an unpaid autograph, The Runaway, signed by Jackie Fox, J.S. Sade for $25, and then James Brown, the Atlanta Falcons, Atlanta Will Be Rocking, $22. And I'm pretty sure that was pricey on Discogs. We put it up for auction. And there was a lot of interest in it when we found out it was pricey, and then somebody didn't pay for it. I don't like that. Okay, I don't like that at all. And then let's put these up for $7 starts. Small Faces, Lazy Sunday, and Ogden's Not Gun Flake on yellow. $7 start on that. And Jack White, Would You Fight for My Love in parallel. And Jack White is also a $7 start, black vinyl. Small Faces and Jack White, $7 start, $7 start. Mike Wood gets a Paul Stanley, $34.99, and I have more if anybody else wants one. Now we got to find something to replace that. We'll replace Paul with Jimmy. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, the iconic Live at the Greek concert, 25th anniversary, $38.99 for Zoso. All right, so right now we're on sale new vinyl. Nobody on Meat Men for $19.99. Nobody on Beautiful Day for $14. Quicksand $24. Anthrax $24. Metal Warrior $15 off, $29.99. Metal Warrior $29.99. Crushed Souls of Our Enemies. That's $15 off at $29.99. We also have Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, $9 off, $29.99. $29.99 for Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. Deep Purple, made in Japan. Now we're all the way back to the first Rocktober that was delivered. First one I've discounted. $9 off, $29.99. That was the first Rocktober that was delivered earlier this month. That's the newest Steven Wilson remix of that classic Deep Purple, sealed for $29.99. New Pantera, $5 off, Reinventing the Steel. Should this be on sale? No. I think I just ordered more. I always are ordering 2 and 3 copies of all the Panteras. They're just like clockwork coming in every week. And then this one just got shifted around in an old crate. $24.99 for Pantera. Korn, was 33. It's a double LP. I'll do Follow the Leader for $24.99. Corn is $24.99. On sale new vinyl. A lot of these in here are rarely on sale. Small Faces has bids for 7 and 7. Holbrook, you're out. Robert bid first. Jack White has bids for 8, 7, and 7. Craig was in first at 8. So Craig has Jack White at 8. Holbrook, you're out. Robert has Small Faces for 7. Bradley Smith gets Corn for $24.99. If anybody's watching over on Facebook and YouTube, do me a favor right quick. Make sure you've hit the like button. If you're new to our channel, make sure you subscribed. We got 195 people still watching at 11:22. That's fantastic. Let's do Godsmack, $10 off. $29.99 for Godsmack. $29.99 for Godsmack. Let's do Highwayman, $9 off. $29.99. Actually, $10 off. $10 off, $29.99 on Highwayman. MT Mac gets Godsmack for $29.99. Sold. We have Ghost, their newest album, Skeleton. $24.99 for Skeleton. It's on pink vinyl. It has foil cover. $24.99 on that. And Leeway, Born to Expire. Leeway is a limited edition numbered black LP. It's numbered and it's $24.99. Number 299 of 500. I've got 2 Leeways. Now $10 off. $24.99 for Leeway. We have Chevelle. This type of thinking could do us in. How about we go ahead and knock down Chevelles for $19.99? And I think those just recently came back in stock. Now they're $5 off. $19.99 on Chevelle. $19.99 on Chevelle. Where's my monster at? Here we go. The Crow soundtrack is $44.99. Double LP. The Crow soundtrack. All right. Here we go. Here we go. We got to put back on Godsmack. That's a $10 billion restocking fee. GMB is paying everybody's restocking fees. This guy's a multi-billionaire anyways. Empty Matt on G, and he's putting it back. That's okay, but not okay for GMB. Robert Johnson on Chevelle for $19.99. Small Faces at 9. Holbrook's out. Jack White is sold to Craig Thomas for $8. And then the next little stack of 45s I have here are these. Let's do some more, okay? Here's some more 45s. Talking Heads, $14. Burning Down the House. Jimi Hendrix, Gloria. That is a bonus record that goes with an album. $6.99. $12 for New Order, The Perfect Kiss. $12 for New Order. And $25 for Scuba, The Revelos. $25 for Scuba, The Revelos. $25 on that. Next thing is Ice-T, $10 off, $29.99. Ice-T, Original Gangsta. Ice-T is $29.99. We got 2 of them. And then AC/DC, let's do this $10 off, live, Boston, 1978, with Bon Scott, just $19.99 on that. Craig gets Jimi Hendrix for $6.99. He gets New Order for $14. Stacy gets New Order for $12. Stacy gets Talking Heads for $14. And William Drugovich on the Revelos for $25. You were second on New Order. Kelly Cook on Ice-T. We're also going through on sale new vinyl. Antonio gets that last I see. We never have new vinyl on sale. Y'all probably see people almost every night. I'll price a box set or a new LP for $39.99 or a box set for $114.99. And someone say, Chad, will you do 100? And I'm like, sorry. New vinyl's firm. We only discount it once or twice a month, and that's at the end of the month / the first of the month. This is the end of the month. It also happens to be Halloween night. So we're slashing prices. We're slashing like thrashers and slashers. This is the only time. The only time this has happened. Brooks Vaughter on AC/DC, $19.99. That's sold to Brooks Vaughter. Craig Honeycutt was second. Joe Sloop on Deep Purple. These are final prices too. Joe Sloop gets Deep Purple for $29.99. Seal Kiss from Rose. I honestly would have no clue. Faces is sold to Robert Warner for $11. Thank you on that. And then Rihanna, Good Girl Gone Bad, Under My Umbrella, $24.99. That was $33.99. Marilyn Manson, let's do a straight percentage on this. So Marilyn Manson was $54.99. Let's do it for 25% off. That should be around $40. Yeah, $15 off. Marilyn Manson's $40. And then Ella Fitzgerald, you might want to grab these in time for Christmas. That's her classic Christmas album, A Swingin' Christmas on red vinyl, $5 off, $24.99 for Ella. $24.99 for Ella. And then we had back here Under My Umbrella, and then there's Ella. And then we have Morbid Angel. Let's do those for $24.99. Heretic, that was marked $33.99. And then the Cranberries. This is an amazing compilation. Stars, the best of the Cranberries, $10 off, $34.99. Next is some more singles. Let me grab right from the middle of the box, okay? No price, no price. Those are pretty good ones, so let me lay those there. Let's see, Wayne Chung, $6.99, To Live and Die in L.A. Falco, Rock Me Amadeus, that's $6.99 worthy. Okay, this one was $17. Walk Within My Brain, Love Army. Love Army, Walk Within My Brain, $17. Poison, $20. Every Rose Has Its Thorn. And then Georgia Satellites. We'll do that one for $6.99. Keep your hands to yourself. I got a little change in my pocket. It's going, Seth, you're fired. We have Cranberries. This is Soda Shakedown for $34.99, $10 off on sale. Michael Nath gets a Ella for $24.99. Vladarchek on Falco for $6.99. And Houdini. Let's do these $10 off. Music on vinyl, numbered, colored vinyl. Houdini's just $24.99. Houdini, $24.99. We got William Drugovich getting Poison. Every Rose Has Its Thorn. We also have Chris Ledoux. Let's mark these down, $10, $24.99. Chris Ledoux, Wyoming Cowboy, $10 off, $24.99. Antonio gets that last Cranberries, $10 off, $34.99. Chris Ferrara gets Wayne Chung for $6.99. And that leaves Love Army and Georgia Satellites, $17 and $6.99 for Georgia Satellites. What was Deep Purple already sold. It was the only copy. Next time is Tool. Let's do a straight percentage. Wow, Tool on sale never happens. $47.99 is the on sale price. These are normally $59.99. $47.99 for Tool Lateralis. Prince, $5 off, $24.99. Purple Rain. Tool, $24.99. And Jimi Hendrix, $19.99. Every price I said was discounted between $5, $10, $15, $20. Next, 45s. Looks like a bundle deal I did. Looks like a bundle deal. The only way I can do this, let's just count them out. Let's show them and count them out and rerun them for auction. Los Lobos, Restless Heart, Phil Collins, Marilyn Martin, The Highwayman, Julio Iglesias, Simply Red, Willie Nelson, Lionel Richie, Swing Out Sister, Highway 101, Dan Seals, and Highway 101. We'll say 45 lot, $10 start. 45 lot, whoop, watch that tape there. That tape will get stuck to the cover. 45 lot, $10 start. 45, all those, $10 start. That's now what for bid, okay? Next is David Dole on Deep Purple. He meant Purple Rain. $24.99 sold to David Dole. Shakedown on Undertow. That's $24.99. And let's go ahead and put up some more auctions, okay? Japanese pressing. Still got some over here. Japanese pressing going up right now. And that is a Japanese pressing of, you know, honestly, I don't think I see this too often. Charlie Daniels Windows on Japanese vinyl, that is. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, $35 start. It is near mint. It has the cover. It has the insert. It has the other insert. And it has the cover. Okay? There's that. And here we go. And let me open this up, and this up, and this up. And one second here. Okay, All right, so here's what's left in here. Meat Men, $19.99. Beautiful Day, $14.99. Quicksand Slip, $24.99. Anthrax, $24.99. Metal Warrior, $29.99, $15 off. Billy Joe, $29, $9 off. Pantera, $24. Highwayman's $29. Ghost was $24. Leeway was $24. Chevelle was $19. Godsmack, $29. Rihanna was $24. Marilyn Manson was $40. Ella Fitzgerald, $24. Morbid Angel, $24. Houdini, $24. Chris Ledoux, $24. And we have Tool for $47.99 and Jimi Hendrix for $19.99. Amanda Darby Sick on the Marilyn Manson for $39.99. That was the more than 25% off. That's more like 27%, 26% off, 27% off. Nobody bet on all these singles. Wow, all those for $10 if anybody wants them. They're already bagged and ready to go. Nobody bid. Let's see what else was in this little crate over here. So let's do this, and let's do one of these Parliaments or one of these other interesting looking ones that wasn't priced. So this is the Primates. The Primates did not have a price on it. Definitely looks like something I need to run for an auction again. The Primates, Like a Puppet, and Hitler Youth, and 13. So 3 tracks. The Primates, $7 start. And then Ben Harper and Charlie Musselwhite, No Mercy in This Land, and Bottle Wins Again, $7 start on those. Rick Perrine wants It's a Beautiful Day. That's sold to Rick Perrine for $14.99. Anybody else? That's pretty recent stuff there that was marked down. Anything that's left tonight, maybe not these because they're pretty recent, but I probably will show these again at 6 a.m. in the morning in the group. So I would grab something if you're interested. Chad's going to touch his toes right quick. Hold on. Oh, yeah. I got more Hatchet Ed stuff over here. Chad's got to do a little stretching. Get some oxygen. It's a release sometimes, taking a deep breath. You know it? Everybody do it with me. You ready? Wow. Whatever that's doing, it feels good. Breathe in the air, okay? Relax. Zen Buddhism. Enter the twilight zone, okay? Over here, Primates is at $7. Jeff Church on Godsmack. Sell that to Jeff Church for $29.99. Edwin Riviera on DP. DP was for... There's no Deep Purple left in here. If that's for something else, let me know. All right, let me swap out crates. Man, I feel refreshed. Good stretch. Some deep breaths. The lungs were full. The lungs are empty. And let's see what else we have over here. I know there's more eligible stuff for discount. I'm going to have to just do a little digging. I'm going to have to do a little pushing and shoving over here with these crates. Like this crate here, this is a whole stack of newly priced vintage stuff. Let me move this over here. Okay. That's vintage stuff. Another time, another place. Every rose has its thorn. There's leftover vintage flip crate stuff. We probably need to hit those at some point tonight. There's all the Christmas albums so far this year that has not been sold. I'm keeping them right over here for Jason Boxell when he hops on again later tonight. And there's unsold autographs. There's my laptop. Let me go put all this somewhere, stuff safe. Laptop and like 15 grand worth of autographs here. I need to go lay somewhere carefully. Every rose has its thorn. Okay. All right, here's new vinyl. This is new stuff, though. Like, this stuff's pretty recent here. Boy, I hadn't seen this stuff in a while, though. September. Okay, some of this isn't. Some of this is September. Eligible for early October. Boy, I got a bunch of these. I don't know what happened with this Demu Bigore release, but we had a ton of people cancel. Let me get them down even cheaper, because I just found 4 more. $24.99. So I just found 4 more there, or 2 more. I don't know what happened with that pre-order, but we had tons of non-payments and putbacks. It's called Godless Savage Garden, limited edition, Coke bottle, green transparent, and black marbled. And I think there's 3 more in that first crate that I condensed. So let's get those down all the way to $24. That's $14 off, well below what I paid for them. And now you can take advantage. Is Tyler, the Creator Chromacopia eligible for discount or 2 new? I would say, because it literally comes out today, it's 2 new. Now Jim B's pushing his luck. Now he's asking for discounts on stuff that comes out today. Now he's starting to push his luck. He's trying to push his luck. All right, so what happened over here? We have Primates, 1 bid, $7, so did William Drugovich. And then we have no bid on Ben Harper and Charlie Musselwhite, $7 buy now on that, okay? And then Ed Rivera put DB, Demu Bigore, sell that to him for $24.99. My son was asking. Yeah, sure. Sure, Jim B's son. Sure, Jim B's son. His son was asking. We've all heard that one before. All right, let's pull some more titles. Here we go. Here we go. My son was asking. All right, that's October 23rd. That's October. All right, so that's going to be a while on that stuff. Let me set those aside. All right, this is all new October, so that's new. All right, what's in here? That's all... Some stuff in here, September. Yep, some stuff in here. I'm going to start picking by hand, so bear with me. I'm going to start picking some of these out by hand. I'm looking for definitely September. I'm looking for definitely September titles. Let's see, that's October, 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 October. Of course, if they're early October, I'll go ahead and discount them, like these right here. Yeah, some of these I feel like I've read 100 times recently. They're like from the first week of October. And let's do some of these. And it's just time to mark them down. Okay? So take advantage. Some of them are kind of pricey too. Charlie Daniels is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now for Charlie Daniels windows. I have not officially made that a buy it now. Okay. Back to turbo mode for on sale new vinyl. Everybody locked in with me? Got a few more stray Japanese pressings over here. These 45s. Let's see what else is over here in this Hatchet Ed stuff, especially with these 45s. Okay, here's what was left. We got to run some of these for auctions. Actually, let's do that a buy it now. White Snake, Slip of the Tongue, The Deeper the Love. Buy it now, White Snake, $6.99. ELO on purple vinyl, Sweet Talking Woman, $6.99. Let's do that one for an auction. Crowded House, $6.99. Bananarama, $6.99. These Parliaments are going to be an auction. And then 45 bundle, 10 total to a new YouTube buyer that never did register. So $15. There's 10 45s in here. 10 45 bundle, $1.50 each, $15. That's Howard Jones, Juice Newton, Elton John, Loverboy. Looks like Phil Collins, Madonna. Kind of a mystery grab. I told you some of them. 10 for $15. That was from a new buyer. That's why we immediately have new buyers register, because we have new people hop on, they buy stuff, they get off the chat, we never do hear from them again. It's a bizarre thing. Brooks Valder gets White Snake for $6.99. Bananarama sold for $6.99 to Kelly Cook. And we have Holbrook on ELO for $6.99. That leaves Crowded House. Now, the ones that I set aside are going to go up for auction right now, $7 starts. First, well, this one will be a $7 start because I don't know what it is. Legendary Lonnie, Constipation Shake. The Legendary Lonnie, $7 start, and then 2 Parliaments here. The first one is Do That Stuff. It's beautiful. And Handcuffs. I mean, beautiful Parliament. Beautiful. And we have Children of Production and Dr. Funkenstein. Beautiful. Like mint minus. Almost like old looking stock. So, Lonnie, $7. Both Parliaments, $10 start. Did I miss the $10 bundle? Oh, was you claiming that? I might have missed that. So you wanted these right here, Chuck Haley. Chuck Haley wanted those for $10. And then if you want that other bundle back there, those 10 for $15, just let me know. All right, on sale new vinyl. Here we go. The first one's $54.99. Let me do well, I know that math from memory now. $15 off. Michael Jackson, History Continues, double picture disc. That is $40, $15 off. $40 for Michael Jackson History, $40 off. Or excuse me, $15 off makes it $40. The Archies, $10 off. Friday Music, new. This is the Archie's Greatest Hits with Sugar Sugar and Jingle Jangle. It's brand new, $10 off, $29.99. New Friday Music, which is technically a remaster. Parliament has bids for 11 and 10. Brent, you're out. Craig bid 11 first. Lonnie Mack, or not Lonnie Mack, Legendary Lonnie's at 7, 1 bid. Chuck, I got you down for these singles for 10, and we're going to sell those to Peter if he wants them for $15. If not, then Chuck Haley says he'll take them. Ed Sheeran. I'm going to make this one all the way down to $19.99 because it doesn't include the autograph. But I'm going to mark it down all the way to $19.99. And that is Ed Sheeran Play on pink vinyl. By the way, the Parliament songs are Dr. Funkenstein, and the flip on that one was Children of Production. And then this one is Handcuffs and Do That Stuff. Just FYI. Okay? All righty. Now, first thing I have is we have Peter does get this bundle for $15. Susie Breedlove on the Archies. That sold to Susie for $29.99. And then Burt Jordan was second. Parliament 17, Parliament 16, Parliament 20, Parliament 21. And next is Jimi Hendrix. I've already sold one of these tonight. There's another one. $5 off. First Ways of the New Rising Sun. $24.99 for Jimi Hendrix. First Rays of the New Rising Sun. Jimi Hendrix is $24.99. Carole King Tapestry. $5 off. $19.99 for Tapestry. The Legendary Lonnie is $7 sold. $7 sold to William Drugovich. Thank you, William. And then we have 2 copies of Tapestry, just $19.99. Hendrix was $24, Ed Sheeran $19. Bolt Thrower, $10 off. Let's go ahead and make it $15 off. $24.99 for Bolt Thrower. That's our last copy. That's been here since September 12th. Once those once loyal, white vinyl, $24. Brent has both Parliaments for $25. Final call. And then Mudvayne, we'll do it for $15 off. We'll make that $40. Mudvayne LD50, $40 for Mudvayne. LD50 Mudvayne, $40 on that. And then Breaking Benjamin, we'll do those for $19.99. Ember, Breaking Benjamin, $10 off, $19.99 for Breaking Benjamin. And then Faith No More, Let's do that at 25% off. Wow. So this was marked $64.99 times 0.75. That is $48.74. We'll say $48. That was marked $64.99. MT Mac gets that for $48. These two Parliament singles are sold to Brent for $25. So the only thing left in that first little tray from Hatchet Ed is nothing except the stuff that didn't sell. So let me show you what didn't sell one more time. If anybody wants to make an offer or buy it, let me know. Crowded House, $6.99. Charlie Musselwhite, Ben Harper, $6.99. Georgia Satellite, $6.99. Walk Within My Brain, Love Army, $17. James Brown, The Atlanta Falcons, $22. The Autograph Runaways CDs, signed by Jackie Fox, made out to Andy, J.S. Aid, signed Runaways, $25. Howard Jones was $6.99. Convicted Unconquered was $6.99. Tom Petty, $14. Don't Do Me Like That. VG. The Stones was $39. What a Shame and Heart of Stone, Japanese. $39 for the Rolling Stones. And the Paul McCartney song, Wings, Arrow Through Me. That's a good song. $6.99. Ooh, baby, you never done love through me. I can't sing like Paul McCartney, obviously. Wish I could. I wish I could sound like he does now at 82 years old. We have A Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant. Let's do that $12 off, just $24.99 for A Perfect Circle. Suicidal Tendencies, $29.99, $10 off for that Music on Vinyl press. And The Strange Case of Hailstorm, $10 off. Hailstorm, $19.99. Natasha on BB for Breaking Benjamin for $19.99. I can tell it's getting kind of late. If I usually show on sale new vinyl like this during prime time, these are going so fast I can't keep up with it. Might be one of the last crates I do because I like showing it when it's all just boom, 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 flying out of the crate. Hailstorm, sold to Natasha for $19, unless somebody starts waking up and is like, Chad, I'll take this, Chad, I'll take that, Chad, I'll take this. And then we have the Runaways. Record Guy, I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $20. I hate to, but I'll do it. That's sold to you for $20. Thank you on that. Robert Barnett, second on Hailstorm. Entombed, $10 off, $29.99 for Entombed. Also, we have Merciful Fate. We'll do that $9 off, also $29.99. Papa Roach and Fest, how about $10 off, $24.99. Most of these I'm selling for my cost, or most of them below cost. So it's just like, here they are. Boom, take them or leave them. These are being sold at cost or below cost. That's why I don't take any less. I've had some people make some offers tonight. I've said pass. Over here, we got Michael Nath on Stones for $30, sold to Michael Nath. Suicidal Tendencies is $24.99. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, $24.99. Those were both $33 each at one point. Let's do the Goodfellas for $19.99. I've got two Goodfellas at $19.99. Interpol, we'll do that for $19.99. Michael Jackson for $19.99. We'll do Boys to Men, $10 off, 2 LP colored vinyl. Now $34.99, $10 off. A Very Special Christmas for $24.99, $5 off. And then Elvis on green vinyl for $19.99. Kelly Cook on Goodfellas for $19.99. I have one left. Anybody on any of these singles or want to make an offer? If not, that's okay. I'll put them right back over here. Let me take this little stack of stuff, and then let's grab another little Hatchet Ed thingy. I don't think there's any more 45s, but I'll check. I know there's two maybe with CDs, and then I think there's some like miscellaneous. And while Brent's watching, I'll give y'all a prime example of I think how something got tagged and then never invoiced. Because I saw something in here that I know I sold to Brent Robley, and I bet it didn't get ever keyed in on his invoice. So let me go over here, and if he's still watching, I'll show that to him. I'll bring all this other Hatchet Ed stuff over here. And we'll keep this show rolling. So I'm going to go as late as I need to tonight. But also, Craig Thomas, did you not buy this robot, this mechanical robot, Craig Thomas? Let me bring all the miscellaneous toy-looking stuff over here. I could have swore that I sold Craig Thomas this robot. Craig, am I crazy? Or didn't you buy this robot? Okay. How much? First thing is this. Burt Jordan on Elvis Presley for $19.99. Eric Connard on Interpol for $19.99. And then, what was the Michael Jackson? Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Jamone, $19.99. And MT Matt needs to put back Faith No More. That's another $1 billion restocking fee, MT Matt. Does anybody want that for $48? Craig, wasn't the robot like $300? $350? 16? I thought it was like $800. I thought that was like $1,200. Brent, I know I sold this to Brent Robley. Brent, I sold that to you for $15. Did you just not want it, or was that a mistake? I know I sold that to Brent Robley for $15, that Tonka truck. So Craig Thomas. Now, whoever's watching, make sure these get tagged. Let's not mess these up again. Let's sell it again to Craig Thomas for $16. And then, who asked about MJ? Kevin J. Reitz, if you want this, let me know. If not, Jim B is celebrating because he's about to grab it for $19.99. Brent, there's your Tonka truck for $15. And then this, I don't know where this went to. Don't know where this went to or who got this, but it's a Keith Richards poster that sold for $45. It's a Keith Richards poster that sold for $45. It's beautiful. And it was Keith Richards, a UK poster, Rotterdam Ahoy. Was this something else of yours, Brent? Brent, that just a big stack of your stuff didn't get keyed in or something? That's a sweet Keith Richards poster, $45. And it's up for anybody, but I think I sold that to Brent too. $1,200. Did Ozzy sign it? Oh, the robot? No. Okay, so let's go take this in here. This is sold for $16 to Craig Thomas. This truck is sold for $15 to Brent Robley, and he gets the Keith Richards poster for $45. I think we have some weeks miscellaneous stuff just doesn't get keyed in. They think it gets keyed in, but it's not keyed in. And that's prime examples there. I got a lot more stuff like that right here. I got some Funkos and a lot of stuff, okay? So now Jim B does get Michael Jackson. This is on sale new vinyl, something I rarely don't do. And this crate's probably worthy of another read-through. Here's a couple puzzles. Power Slave and Live After Death. Those are jigsaw puzzles. $24.99 for Iron Maiden and Iron Maiden. $24.99. Okay? This was $5. Guitar Magazine Ozfest. $5 with Ozzy on the cover, as you can see. The Twisted Saga of Ozzy, The Shock and Death of Randy Rhoads. $5 for Ozzy. That either didn't get tagged to somebody or somebody didn't pay for it. This was an Eagles tour book. The History of the Eagles. This is a tour itinerary book. I remember selling this to somebody. It shows where the Eagles stayed. It showed where the Eagles went to. It showed everything. It's an Eagles itinerary book. $25. The Derek Gunn on Iron Maiden. Do you want Power Slave? Do you want Live After Death? Do you want both of them? Chris Frazier gets Ozzy for $5. Chris Frazier gets Ozzy for $5. Saritha second section, then Patrick. Michael Jackson is sold to Jim B for $19.99. Then Kelly, then Susie, then Cameron, and then Saritha, and then both Ozzy puzzles are sold to Derek Gunn. Okay, what I'm going to have to do is this is going to be the last item in this crate, if it will fit. And then let me start a new crate. All right. All right. Crazy. That's how it goes. Millions of people watch Coletco. Maybe, if they're not too late, they will buy lots of records and learn how to hate Seth. I remember selling this too. Didn't this sell to Michael Nath? Writings and Drawings by Bob Dylan, $49.99. Am I crazy, Michael Nath, or did you buy this? $49.99. The Writings and Drawings by Bob Dylan. Am I crazy? Okay, Funkos. Dorothy and Toto, Cosmo Kramer. These are $14.99. Chewbacca and Undertaker. Chewbacca and Undertaker. Michael Jackson and Bean. Michael Jackson and Bean from Disenchantment. Michael Nath does get this Bob Dylan book. Let's make sure this actually gets keyed in this time. Sold to Michael Nath for $49.99. New vinyl on sale. $15 off. History continues. Michael Jackson's $40. Ed Sheeran Play, no autograph. Pink vinyl though. It is still pink vinyl, $19.99. Jimi Hendrix, $5 off, $24.99. Carole King Tapestry, $19.99. Bolt Thrower, $15 off, $24.99. Mudvayne, $40, $15 off. Breaking Benjamin, $10 off, $19.99. $12 off on Perfect Circle for $24.99. Suicidal Tennessees, $10 off, $29.99. Entombed is $29.99. And let me pause there on Merciful Fate for $29. Actually, let me not pause there because she's nude. Let me pause on Papa Roach for $24.99. So those are unclaimed Funkos. That was Dorothy, Kramer, Chewbacca, Undertaker, MJ, and somebody named Bean from Disenchantment. That's the only thing I don't really know in there. Whoever Bean is. Anybody familiar with Disenchantment? I'm not familiar. Okay. There's those. What else is in this box? That's about it. Uh-oh. Somebody didn't buy an air freshener. Or didn't pay for it. Ozzy Osbourne air freshener. $7.99. Can you believe it? Somebody's car is stinky right now. And then I've got 2 Kiss dolls. $6.99 each. Ace and Peter. $6.99 each. Ace and Peter. Okay? Funkos are $14.99. Funkos are $14.99. Suicidal Tendencies, $24. Iron Maiden, $24. Goodfellas, $19. Boys to Men, $34.99. Very Special Christmas, $24. Elvis is $19. And Faith No More, $48. That was discounted from $65. Okay. I officially leave for Knoxville in 12 hours to go to dark mode, Tennessee versus Oklahoma. So any time from this point on that I extend the show cuts into my cleanup time, my video time, my help Paul get ready for tomorrow time, my sleep time, and my eating time. So right now, Chad's working into the Mystic. I'm on a timer. I leave in 12 hours. So anything I do subtracts from the time I'm going to try to sleep, okay? Goodfellas is sold to John Durden for $19.99. Run the Kiss remasters. I can do that. Boomer. Sooner. Boomer. Sooner. That's what Neyland Stadium is going to sound like when they go up 14-0 and the crowd is silent. All of us volunteers are silent. Oklahoma's up 14-0, and their crowd over there is going Boomer, Sooner, and then the Pride of the Southland's going to have to start playing to blow some of that out. Mudvayne's on colored vinyl. That's on limited numbered colored vinyl. CDs, yeah, let's show the Hatchet Ed CDs. Mudvayne is limited edition 3000 yellow and black marble vinyl. $40 on that. Okay. All right, we got Hatchet Ed CDs, and somebody wants to see all the Kiss remasters. Let's do that, and let's put up some of the Hatchet Ed CDs, okay? Right now, we're officially going through the Hatchet Ed stuff, and here we go. Afraid it might hurt tomorrow. Well, we got a 70% chance to win, which means we have a 80% chance to lose. We got to win out. We got Oklahoma. We got New Mexico State. We got Florida at Florida. And we got Vanderbilt at home. That's our last 4 games. Oklahoma at home tomorrow. Night game at Neyland. They should be shaking in their boots. They probably won't be, though. New Mexico State, 3:30 game. That's a shoe-in. We hadn't won in Florida since I've been like 5 years old. I mean, I don't remember since I've been alive us winning in Florida, and we play them every other year in Florida. But in my memory, since I've been alive, I don't remember us winning at Florida. So it's been that long. And then Vanderbilt, which is a really good team, is coming to Neyland. And they're probably going to have playoff hopes on the line. Whew, golly, we got a stressful season. There's a lot of stress in the next 5 weeks. This is Kiss plushies. They're actually from Funko, and they're $6.99. $6.99. Ace and Peter. They're Funko plushies. Over and under 55 and a half. For tomorrow, Craig, I would throw $10 on the over. That's my betting advice for you. Vanderbilt has to go to Austin, Texas tomorrow. Mega Blast said, Vanderbilt is beating Texas tomorrow. Patrick Francis said, Vandy is losing tomorrow. Okay, we'll open up the panel for more discussion. Here we go. First thing we have is this. Peter Chris. It's a pitcher disc, $38.99. Peter Chris pitcher disc, $38.99. Paul Stanley pitcher disc, $38.99. Paul Stanley pitcher disc, $38.99. We have Ace Frehley. Both of those are Ace Frehley, Peter Chris dolls sold to Rick Perrine, $6.99 each. $6.99 each. Dress to Kill, $36.99. Now, all these Kiss are 2014 remasters. Embossed, it has an original sleeve just like the original. Let's go grab that first tray of Hatchet Ed CDs. Hatchet Ed CDs. Oh, man. Big college football games tomorrow. Big college football games. Seth said, he texted me early, he said, please get some rest. He said, we need you to give your all tomorrow. He says, we got to have you screaming. We can't have you up there half asleep sitting in the stands like I normally am. I'm like, that's true. That's very true. All right, here's some $6.99s that didn't get claimed or got put back. Mostly, I think a lot of these are putbacks. $6.99, we got Nagy, Just an Illusion, Diana Krall live in Paris, the very best of Diana Krall, R. Kelly, I Believe I Can Fly, Slime the Family Stone Anthology, Diana Krall, From This Moment Out, Bob Mould, and James Brown, 20 all-time greatest hits. Also, we have Kiss Asylum, $33.99. We have Kiss Cycle Circus for $33.99. Kiss Self-Titled for $33.99. Crazy Nights for $36.99. Gene Simmons solo album, $36. Hotter Than Hell, $33. Paul Stanley is the big one this week. Those are normally not in stock, $34.99. I have several of those in stock. Kiss Unmasked is $36.99. That comes with a poster just like the original, and Lick It Up is $33.99. Let me go ahead and take this little stack of miscellaneous that's sold right in here so I can start a new pile for CDs, cassettes, 8-tracks, autographs, and also live goldfish tonight coming up soon. I'm going to start getting into live goldfish. We're going to show them, and we're going to feed them, and then people's going to buy them, and then we're going to ship them. Okay, first thing we have over here is Brent Robley on Crawl. He says all 3 crawls for $15. Crawl 555. Those are sold to Brent for $15. Done. And then Chuck Haley on James Brown for $6.99. Sold. Let's do some more. Coming up right now are CDs for $6.99. Jazz for the Open Road. Tone Loc, Loc After Dark. Soulful Love Great, 72 to 83. Earth, Wind & Fire, The Best Of. The original soundtrack of Rising Sun. That's a Sean Connery movie. Brian May, the guitarist from Queen, Another World. And Earth, Wind & Fire, the classic Christmas album. The classic Christmas album. Oh, man, somebody didn't pay for this? Is this the thing that... Hold on a minute. Is this the thing that... No, it's not. Oh, I remember who bought this. This is that guy. He did that on purpose. I know that guy. I'll show it in just a second. When I saw him buy that night... Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything. Pretend I didn't say anything. Okay, and then over here... We have Chuck Haley on Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Patrick Francis wants Brian May for $6.99. Now, Chuck, I'm assuming you wanted collection. He did, okay. And then we have Dynasty for $33.99. And then we have Kiss Unplugged for $46.99. And then Kiss Revenge is $36.99. And then Animalize is $33.99. Kiss Hotter for $30. Well, this is all new stuff that I never sell. But since it's Halloween and since it's Kiss, here's what I'll do. Record guy, if I can get one other person to say they'll take one for $30, I'll sell you one for $30. We'll sell both of them for $30. Does anybody else want a remastered copy, a one-time discount, rare occasion, because it is Halloween and I'm doing new vinyl on sale, brand new for tonight? We got to sell both of them. We can get one other person. Brent says he'll take one. There we go. Sold for $30 and sold for $30. Record guy and Brent Robley. Sold for $30, sold for $30. Over here is this. Nice. The Rolling Stones. Exile, $6.99. Is that a deluxe? Or is it just the full album? I think it's just the full album, which is a lot of music. Jewel, Lullaby, and Anthony Gomes, Blues and Technicolor. Okay? Mega Blast got Rolling Stones for $6.99. And there's that. Here's that thing I was talking about. Tool Fear Inoculum. Let me scan this on Discogs, make sure I'm within reason on Tool Fear Inoculum. This is that Blu-ray type deal. Let me figure out what happened here. Whoop, wrong thing. Every time I click on Discogs, I click on Grok because their logos are so similar. All right, so yeah, this is Tool Expanded. It's a CD. I think it's the CD of Fear Inoculum, but it has it's expanded. We Spirit. Wow, the lyrics to Numa. Invincible. Longing tooth and soul, longing for another win. Lurching to the fray, weapon out and belly in. Warrior, struggling. That's amazing. Tool, $10 start. Fear Inoculum, $10 start. Okay? $10 start on that. So Stones went to John Durden. Brent was second. Mike was third. Jim B fourth. But Mike Ospaw does get Anthony Gomes. And then Chuck next on Stones and Joe Sloop next on Gomes. Tool Fear Inoculum, $10 start. That's going to be a live auction, okay? Anybody else on Kiss? These are all new remasters that came in today. We had 2 full crates and we still got that many. But that means we sold a lot. I ordered about everything available from Kiss. Animalize, Revenge, Unplugged, Dynasty, Lick It Up, Unmasked, Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Crazy Nights, Self-Titled, Psycho Circus, Asylum, Dress to Kill, Paul Stanley picture disc, Peter Criss picture disc. Levi has Tool for $10. That's now up for bid. Okay. All right. And here's another crate of CDs, and then there's a crate of Hatchet Ed cassettes. Warrior still remains. Not a hot hell, but would you do that for a few of the Kiss remasters? Lick It Up, Dynasty, Asylum, Crazy Nights. If you buy that many, yeah. If you buy Lick It Up, Dynasty, Asylum, and Crazy Nights, I'll go ahead and do them for that, yeah. Tonight only. Halloween night special. Here's some more good-looking CDs for $6.99. Here we go. $6.99. We have Mariah Carey, Daydream, Candy Duffer, Sax A Go-Go, Boney James, Sweet Thing, Sax a Go-Go Candy Duffer, James Taylor's Greatest Hits, and Love Train, the best of the OJs. $6.99. Tool 10, Tool 10, Tool 12, Tool 12, Tool 13, Tool 15. When I walked in today, my nephew and sister was listening to that song, Invincible. I just did the lyrics to. Man, that song Tempest on there. Tempest is amazing. Numa, the song Fear Inoculum. So Cameron gets Lick It Up, Dynasty, Asylum, and Crazy Nights for $30 a piece. Let me just figure out what I just did with those. Anybody else want to buy several out of there for that kind of deal? And let me see if I can remember those. He said Dynasty, Lick It Up. Short-term memory loss. Hold on one second. He said Dynasty, Lick It Up, and then Asylum and Crazy Nights. Okay, Asylum and Crazy Nights. Asylum, not Animalize. Asylum and Crazy Nights. Lick It Up. Crazy Nights cost a bit more, but that's okay. Sold. Cameron Coning, 30, 30, 30, 30. What tool item should I start with? Fear Inoculum. Fear Inoculum. Their best work. Don't listen to John Durden. He has no knowledge on tool. We have James Brown 40th Anniversary Collection, Matchbox 20 Mad Season, Spyro Gyra featuring Jay Beckenstein, The Beatles Rubber Soul, Lean on Me, The Best of Bill Withers, and yes, the Definite Rock Collection, $6.99. James Brown, Mad Season, Spyro Gyra, The Beatles, Bill Withers, and yes, $6.99. Also, we have Phil Collins. That one was marked $9.99, probably because it's a sealed deluxe edition. We also have Ultimate Funk. We have Jimmy Reed, Mr. Luck, and then we have Ronnie Millsap. $6.99. And then over here, we have first thing is Tools at 16 with Levi Hilton. Patrick says, I'll check them out. Yep, go listen to Fear Inoculum. It's their best album by far. Mad Season is So the Mortgage Guy Rob for $6.99. Scott Oman wants TLCD if it's still there. TLCD. Let me figure out if it's still there. TL, Tone Loc. Tone Loc right here, $6.99. Tone Loc, and that is sold to Scott Oman. I saw Tool Live before you're born. That still doesn't make your opinion correct. Chuck Haley on B for Beatles. Beatles is sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Scott Oman, you were second on Matchbox 20. And then Bill Withers is sold to Susie for $6.99. Mega Blast on PC for Phil Collins for $9.99. Danny Thomas the next on Bill Withers. Patrick Francis got Yes for $6.99. And then we have Chuck Haley next on Yes. Jim B next on Peter Criss. Brent Riley on Jimmy Reed. John Durden next on Jimmy Reed. Jim B next on Jimmy Reed. And then Tool has a new bid for $16. Tool has a new bid for $16. Tool has a bid for $16. And that is James Brown, Ronnie Millsap, Ultimate Funk, and Spyro Gyra. All right, there's that. Let me stack these over here. Do I have any Monster left? I do. Undertow and Anima are great albums, and then they get better. 10,000 Days is better, and then Fear Inoculum is their best album. Y'all got some facts backwards. Y'all are in a different timeline than I am. That was the song, that was Matchbox 20. Vicki Allison on Ultimate Funk. Vicki Allison on Ultimate Funk. So to Vicki Allison. By the way, Tools at $17. Levi, you're out, and Jim B, you're out. I think the same people that saying this album's not any good is bidding on it. Now Jim B has it for $18. Jim B's going to put this on Discogs for $59.99 whenever he wins it, just FYI. So y'all can buy it right now for more than $18, or you can buy it on Discogs off GMB for $59.99, okay? So it's your decision. Right now, he has it for $18. So Matchbox 20 needs to be put back. We'll give that to the next person. That's a confusing album title. Mad Season only has one album. It's called Mad Season. Matchbox 20 is the name of the band, and this is going to be sold to Scott Oman instead. Give this to Scott Oman, okay? There's that. So my tool journey began with Doug that used to work here. Doug bought a bootleg one time off of us of Anima, and he put on Anima, and I heard the first ever Tool song of my life other than Sober. I think I only knew Sober. That's the only Tool song I knew. He put on Anima, a bootleg of it, which was Stinkfist, that first track. And that got my attention because he was blasting it, and I was like, dude, what are we listening to? He's like, this is Tool. I said, I've never listened to Tool. So this was about 3 years ago. So I started listening to Anima. And then about that time is when Fear Inoculum came out. That was like 2019, 2020. And then the Toolbox set came out, and I got burned on it. Essentially, Tool came out with Fear Inoculum on vinyl. And then Amazon immediately had them on sale the same day, half off. And so I got burned on them. People were canceling orders. They were putting them back. Nobody wanted them. And it was like a disaster. And I pretty much got a bad taste with Tool. I stopped listening to them. I lost thousands of dollars on a Tool debacle. And I just never did even think about them again. And then Doug one day said, dude, have you not listened to Fear Inoculum? I know you love progressive rock. He said, this is like progressive metal. And I said, progressive metal, huh? And so I think just because I started talking about Tool, you know how you start getting suggested stuff in your like YouTube, and you get suggested stuff on your Facebook? I started seeing people talk about Numa. And then I started seeing people do drum covers of Numa. And then I saw that video of Danny Carey playing Numa. And I was amazed, because I love watching drummers, because I have no technical ability to play drums. So I started watching Danny Carey play these live versions of Numa. And there's a very famous version. He's wearing that Boston Celtics jersey. And then I started listening to this album, and I was like, man, this is amazing. Like, it's incredible. And so when they came to Nashville, Paul was working here then. He said, Chad, we got to go see Tool. He said, I know you're just now getting into them. When you see this band play live, you'll be changed forever. I was changed forever. They come out the Fear Inoculum. It goes quiet. Danny Carey starts playing those drums for Fear Inoculum. And probably top 3 best concerts I've ever been to. After that, I've listened to everything. I'm a fan. I went and seen them 2 weeks later in Vegas, met some customers out there, and a couple times on this tour, I've thought about traveling out of state and even out of country, because they were on the end of this tour, and I was like, dang it, I'm catching them on the end. And so I always thought, like, they've played in Japan, they've played in Hawaii, they've played in other places internationally, and I'm like, man, I got to go see them. So, of course, when I was born, Tool was just coming out, so obviously none of this music is from my era. For anybody that's like, dude, has this guy lived in a cave? So I'm just kind of new to them. Yeah, I've been listening to Tool thoroughly for about, you could say, 2 years. So I've never seen Led Zeppelin. Probably Tool, Paul McCartney, and yeah, their music's just incredible. Maynard's vocals, insane. His lyricism. Danny Carey is the best drummer that's alive. I can't say all time, because there's some great dead ones. And then my favorites are passed away. And Adam Jones, it's just amazing music, especially if you like prog. Now, if you don't like prog stuff, you're probably not going to like Tool. But I've had a lot of people cross over because they know what kind of music I like, and they're like, yeah. Now, they've got some stuff I just don't like. Tool's got some songs I just don't like. There's some bands I like everything, like Led Zeppelin, Beatles, yes, through a certain era, but I don't like everything Tool. I do like this album a lot. Okay, who has the high bid? The high bid is Mega Blast at $20. Everybody else is out. Now you know my complete history of Tool and why I like them. But I respect watching stuff live, and when you watch those guys live, you'll be amazed. You'll just be like, if you ever get a chance, I mean, I respect whether it's just somebody sitting on a bar stool, a singer-songwriter in Nashville, or going up there and do that, and then you all the way to somebody like Tool that's just like on a, they're just on this music, the level is just insane. The guitar work, the drumming, the timing, they are insanely talented people. So, insanely talented people. It's kind of like when a bunch of, you know, this is like a really good sports team. You get a bunch of Hall of Famers playing on the same team. Okay, so no bids. There's no bids tonight. Just don't bring out your phone or camera. No, I saw a guy get kicked out in Vegas. Saw a guy get kicked out in Vegas. Chad, can you add a Paul Stanley and Animalize and Revenge and Gene Simmons? Okay, Paul Stanley, I'll have to keep at $34.99. $34.99 for Paul Stanley, but I will sell you an Animalize and Revenge, and Gene Simmons will have to be sticker price. I'll discount you Animalize and Revenge, but not Gene Simmons or Paul Stanley. I'll have to keep those at 34 and 36. How could you go wrong? Right? How could you go wrong? All right, so these are sold to for 30 and 30 to Cameron, and then let me know if you want these two a sticker. Paul Stanley sticker and Gene Simmons sticker. All right, and then Fear Inoculum is sold, and Fear Inoculum is sold, and that is sold to Mega Blast for $20. Okay? Now, let's kind of clean up everything around me and see what's going on. This was leftover on sale new vinyl. We've already been through that. I'm going to put Ozzy over here. Unsold Hatchet Ed stuff. Eagles itinerary book. Eagles itinerary book, $25. Mudvayne was marked down to $40. Mark Stanley says he wants it. That was perfect. So Cameron gets these two at sticker price. I still got a couple more Paul Stanleys. And then Japanese no bids. Japanese no bids. Charlie Daniels, Christopher Cross, and Huey Lewis. So Huey Lewis, Christopher Cross, and Charlie Daniels, those are technically some of the few no bids. On sale new vinyl, Faith No More, Elvis, Very Special Christmas, Boys to Men, Iron Maiden, Suicidal Tendencies, Papa Roach, Merciful Fate, Entombed, Suicidal Tendencies, Perfect Angel, A Perfect Circle. There's Maynard. That's the lead singer for Tool. He also has a couple other bands. He's in a band called A Perfect Circle, and he's in a band called A Perfect Circle and not Promise. What's the other one? Perfect Circle and Tool and heck, what's the other band he's in? He's in 3 bands, and he's kind of different in all of them. Perfect Circle, Pussifer. Yeah, not Promise, Pussifer. We marked this down $12, $24.99 for that. Great price, $24.99. Elvis was marked down $10, $19.99. Pussifer, yeah, Pussifer. Boys to Men is $10 off. These are all on sale new vinyl that did not get claimed. Unbelievably, new vinyl still left in here unclaimed. $34.99. And Charlie Daniels is $35. Unsold Japanese. Yeah, these are all on sale. I've already went through them, though. Perfect Circle, Elvis, Faith No More, very special. Boys to Men is $10 off, $34.99. Iron Maiden, Suicidal Tendencies, Papa Roach, Merciful Fate, Entombed, Suicidal Tendencies, Breaking Benjamin, Bolt Thrower, Carole King, Jimi Hendrix, and Ed Sheeran. Christina Curtis gets Elvis for $19.99. Sold. Anybody else? Okay. Let's put this over here. That was Hatchet Ed left over. I'll put that over here. That was the CDs that didn't get claimed from Hatchet Ed. We've already read through all those. And let's put this new vinyl over here with the other new vinyl. Levi gets Perfect Circle for $24.99. Let me move these over here. It looks like I'm going to have Ed Sheeran is not autographed. No, that's why it's marked down to 19. It was a straight... Honestly, I didn't know those came autographed until I already ordered the indie exclusive. The indie exclusive, like, is just pink vinyl. And then the standard version has an autographed photo that's not indie. Isn't that weird? It's a weird thing they did. Now, somebody asked me about Mad Season. I can get Mad Season, whoever wanted one, waiting list, $39.99. Waiting list, $39.99. Indie Candle Box. I have Candle Box, $46.99. I think I do. I feel like we had some at one point. Candle Box, yeah. We had some earlier this week, I'm pretty sure. Okay, there's all the Kiss stuff. There's all the other new vinyl from tonight. Throwing Copper, Alice Cooper, Black Sabbath, The Cars, King Diamond, Pearl Jam, Joe Bonamassa. That's all new stuff from tonight. We might need to run through all that one more time here in just a second. But I think we should try to show as much new stuff on sale and the rest is Hatchet Ed for the last moments of the show. Not that this thing's coming to an end, but, you know, there's still a lot to do. I think I have the third and final Hatchet Ed deal, which I think is cassettes. And I think I see some good ones in here, like metal cassettes, And I'm sure if I do a little bit more digging, I can find some more eligible on-sale stuff, right? Yes. Chris Frazier on Mad Season. Any more Elvis? No. No more Elvis. That was it in that crate. And, yeah, let me try to dig up on one more because I want a big video to post tomorrow of everything that y'all don't claim right now. So I'll pick out some more eligible on-sale records here like DRI and Anthrax and Killer Be Killed. Some September titles here. Some straight percentage stuff. I've only got a couple of these laying around. Let me grab an empty crate. Awesome. Dum, dum. Of course, we all know the best band of all time is Led Zeppelin, so, I mean, come on. Not even close. Okay, here we go. So, speaking of Led Zeppelin, $5 off the new live EP. Just $19.99. I think I've only got those two left. Led Zeppelin's $19.99 for that live EP. All right, here we're going to do this. We're going to do this for more than 25% off. Last copy, Steel Panther, $40. Last copy, $15 off, $40. $40 on Steel Panther. Eric Van Leuven gets a Led Zeppelin for $19.99. There's one left. One left for $19.99. Josh Brown on Led Zeppelin for $19.99. I think I've got one more up here on the rack. Let me do a final rack walkthrough too. Down, 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 down. I got a woman, stay drunk all the time. Down, 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 down. I got a woman, wanna ball all day. Down, 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 down. I got a woman, stay drunk all the time. Down, 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 down. I got a little woman, she won't be true. In the bars, the men who play guitar and drinking time. My little woman is a midnight shift. I'm there all the time. Dum, 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 dum. Last Led Zeppelin is sold to Michael Knapp for $19.99. Daniels, Kevin J. Reitz offered $25. Okay, we'll go ahead and sell that for $25. And then there's a there's one over here, Good Eyes. Who had those eyes over there? Nice eyes. There is one right over here. And I think they're done now. Led Zeppelin, 1999. And who was next? Christina said Saint Panther. I bet she wants Steel Panther. Nick Bargeron gets one, 1999. Christina gets Steel Panther for $40. Make sure that goes in for $40. And these are discounted $10 off. The newest release from Between the Buried and Me. $10 off, blue and orange vinyl, $29.99. Okay, let's see what's in this cassette thing over here. Hatchet-Ed cassettes. Let's see what's going on. Hopefully they're priced. $10, $15, $10. Profit, $10. Profit, self-titled, $10. Sex Pistols, $15. And Predator, Easy Prey, $10. 10, 15, 10. Christopher Cross Christmas album. Let's go ahead and knock these out for $19.99. $10 off. White vinyl, a Christopher Cross Christmas. $19.99, white vinyl. Kill or Be Killed. $14 off, $24.99. A picture disc, Max Cavalera, $24.99 for Kill or Be Killed. And then here's Anthrax, not the punk band, or excuse me, not the metal band, a punk band. Anthrax, $10 off, $19.99. $19.99. Kill or Be Killed, $24.99. Mark Stanley. Kill or Be Killed, $24.99. Jay Barnes. There's one left. Andy Lane on Predator. Andy Lane gets Predator for $10. Looks like some unpaid cassettes over here. Let's do a few more. Next is $10 for Ice Cube, the Predator. There's another Predator, but this time Ice Cube. Iron Maiden, $16. And we have Witchcraft, Bastille something, no price, $10 start on Witchcraft. $10 start on Witchcraft. Danny on KOBK. Danny on KOBK. Danny on Kill or Be Killed. That's sold to Danny for $24.99. Nick Bargeron on Christopher Cross Christmas for $19.99. Andy Lane on Ice Cube for $10. That one doesn't have a price, so let's put it up for a $10 start. And we have Nick Bargeron next on Ice Cube. And DRI, $10 off, $19.99 for Crossfire. $19.99 for DRI Crossfire. Here's a couple more Hatchet-Ed cassettes. No price on this one, but I'll make it $6.99. Dawkin, Back for the Attack. Striper, $17. Striper, $15. Striper, $17. Striper, $15. Striper and Striper. This Witchcraft is a $10 start. Okay? Next is, that's what's left in there. This is on sale, new vinyl, process marked. First is Danny on ADRI. He wants DRI for $19.99. And then what's left in here is the newest release from Between the Buried and Me. The Blue Nowhere, that's on blue orange vinyl, $10 off, $29.99. A Christopher Cross Christmas is $10 off, $19.99. And Anthrax is $10 off, $19.99. Nick Bargeron on Dawkin for $6.99. And if anybody wants Witchcraft, it's sealed, a $10 buy it now on that. And let's do a few more cassettes. Boy, the great titles in here. Yes, yes. 10, 20, 14, 10. No, 10, 20, 14, 16. So Kicks, Midnight Dynamite, Kicks, $10. $20 for Princess Pang. Princess Pang, $20. LA Guns, Hollywood Vampire, 14, I guess. I don't think that's 19. 14. Somebody's got bad handwriting. And Kicks is 16. Hotwire. Or boy, is that a 10. I don't know. Let's say $10, okay? Let's say $10 on that Kicks. The other one was 10, right? Yeah, that could be 10. Somebody needs to... Whose handwriting is that? I'm about to choose somebody out. Nick Bargeron on Striper and Striper. That is sold to Nick Bargeron. Nick Bargeron. Danny Thomason on A. I'm assuming that's for Anthrax, $19.99. The Sex Pistols is Nevermind the Bullocks for $15. Nick Bargeron on LA Guns, and that's 14. I'm settling with 14. If it's 19, then that $5 is coming out of whoever's handwriting is that their check. Your $5 coming out of your check, buddy or gal. Wow, this is $47. Who bought all these cassettes this night? Does anybody remember? Because whoever did this, they bought all similar stuff and they didn't pay for these. Rat is $47. Sealed detonator. Sealed detonator with hop sticker. Double hop sticker. $47. $47 for rat detonator. Sealed. Unopened. Tesla, $6.99. 5-man acoustical jam. Tesla, $6.99. Okay, let me move these over here with the other unclaimed new vinyl. Bow, 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 bow. Now I got Led Zeppelin stuck in my head. Hey, hey, what can I do? I got a woman, she won't be true. Sex Pistols 10. Sell that to Robert Barnett. Mortgage guy Rob for $10. Okay. Nick Bargeron wants Tesla. He gets that for $6.99. All right. This sold as an auction lot for $20. Poison, poison, poison. Flesh and blood, open up and say all, and look what the cat dragged in. 3 poisons for $20. There's about 5 more left in here, but Chad needs a bottle of water. I'm thirstier than the devil that's been eating cotton balls. Boy, that would be thirsty. You got the devil and he's eating cotton balls. Shoo-wee. You're down there in the lower chambers of Hades, just burning alive, and you're eating cotton balls. You'd be wanting a bottle of water. Refreshing. Okay, next thing we have is this. We have these for $10. This first one's $10. White Line, Fight to Survive. White Line, $10. Pretty Boy Floyd, $10. Leather Boys with electric toys. $10 for Lynch Mob. That's Lynch Mob self-titled. And then $10 for Lynch Mob Weekend Sensation. $10, $10, $10. So those are the $10 ones. These are all 10. 20, 10, 10. Those are all 10. 16, 47, 20, and 20 on the poison lot. 12 on poison. Pass. Pass. What time is it? 12:38? Okay. Let's see here. Who's ready for one nonsense vintage half off crate? One vintage nonsense half off crate. One vintage nonsense half off crate. Maybe 2. Maybe 3. Maybe 4. Maybe 5. Maybe 6. Could we go 7 half off crates? 8, anybody? 9? Anybody 10 half off crates? 12? Do I hear 13? 15 half off crates? 30 half off crates? 50 half off crates? 100? 200? 400? 800? 16? 3,200? 6,400? See how that exponentially grew? That was like crates to the 9th power. X to the 9th. Okay. I need Dasani water. This is nature's power. All right. Has all the Hatchet Ed stuff been read through? There's only 1 crate of vinyl. We did that early. There was 1 crate of miscellaneous. We knocked all that out. And then we had the CDs. Yeah, we've done everything. Thanks for everybody who bought stuff out of there. And I know y'all will pay for it. If not, I'm going to be disappointed. I will find you. And I will have Seth come over and he will subscribe you bad medication. That's what he does all day as a pharmacist. He subscribes people. He fills people's wrong prescriptions all day. Prescriptions. Surely they don't subscribe to them. I'm like, dude, nobody really comes to your pharmacy, do they? They would have to be insane. Absolutely insane to go to Cassette Pharmacy. Like, dude, stay away from there. He does not know what he's doing. I think these are pretty recent. Yeah, these are just from 4 nights ago. These are just from 4 nights ago, so that's nonsense. That's what we call nonsense. 4 nights ago, that's nonsense, okay? 4 nights ago, that's a bunch of nonsense is what that is. Unsold striper autograph. Nick, I was waiting for you to ask. Let me find it over here. Because I know you're one of the top striper buyers. It's To Hell with the Devil. It's got 3 of their signatures on the front, and then on the back, it's fully signed. And let me figure out what I've done with it. Honestly, I have laid so many things around this building. Our goal in 2025 is more shelving, more labeling, and a better workspace. There's about, let's see, what is this? Is this it right here? I found it. Okay. Striper. To Hell with the Devil. 86 OG. 1, 2, 3 signatures on the back. 1, 2, 3, 4 signatures on the back. 1, 2, 3 signatures on the front. 4 signatures on the back. Sign, sign, sign. Tom, God rules, and sign. So technically 1 personalization on the back. The actual record, of course, is OG. You know that from the original cover. We sold 1 last night. We sold Last Command. And then I've got this. And I will entertain a fair offer. It just got authenticated Sunday by JSA. That and many other hundreds autographs. I've got them stacked up here behind me. All right, half off, no more, no less. And this stuff is check condition. So that means it's already kind of discounted because it's been graded accordingly. And now it's half off, no more, no less. So let's get started. We have 10 years after, A Space and Time. 10 years after is VG Plus, $7.50. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment. VG Plus, $9. Crosby, Stills and Nash, VG Plus, $12.50. Sweet Judy, Blue Eyes. Eric Burden and the Animals, Love Is, VG Plus, $15. Double LP Gatefold. Loverboy, Get Lucky, Shrink Wrap, not bad at EX at all, and that has their big hit. Everybody's working for the weekend so we can buy records from Coletco. We have Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood, commonly known as Nancy and Lee. Great album. Very cool. Very cool if you've never listened to it. VG, $5. Also, Neil Young, one of my favorites. Everybody knows This Is Nowhere with Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, and Cowgirl in the Sand. VG Plus, $12.50. Hello, Cowgirl in the Sand. Hello, Cowgirl in the Sand. How much is Loverboy? $9. A half off of $17.99. I've got the Pretenders. That's the Pretenders 2. It's in Shrink, EX $9. And Foghat Boogie Motel, EX $6.50. EX $6.50. John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall is EX $10. And we have Culture Club, Kissing to Be Clever. Culture Club is EX $11.50. And Hall & Oates, bigger than both of us. Hall & Oates is EX $9. Chuck Haley on Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood, sold to Chuck Haley. I'm going to take this little stack of sold stuff in here because every time I put a record in the crate, it feels like I'm about to knock it all off the table. Everybody's working for the weekend. Everybody wants to shop at Coletco. Next over here is Patrick Francis on Foghat. Slow Ride. Da, 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 da. Culture Club. Karma Chameleon. That's so to Christina Curtis. We have Bruce Springsteen. Shrinking Hype. VG Plus $7.50. Robert Palmer. Double Fun. EX $9. I know I got some blues buyers on. Here's a blues autograph that kind of got slipped in the other night. If anybody wants to buy it or make an offer, I'm asking $255. It's Buddy Guy. $255. It's signed by Buddy Guy. Nice. Buddy Guy 2019. The Blues is Alive. JSA double LP. The cover has a little bit of a damage right here, but I'm looking to send that to a new home. Signed by legendary blues guitarist Buddy Guy. Asking $255 for that one. Also, we have Foghat Night Shift. Foghat's VG Plus $5. And Grateful Dead Oxo Moxo Oxo. VG Plus $17.50. Grateful Dead. That's not an OG label. It looks like it's a Burbank 1976 Allied pressing. $17.50 on that. Maha Vishnu Orchestra and Shrink Wrap $12.50. Grateful Dead Shakedown. No surprise there. We have Elvis Costello Get Happy Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker. $12.50 for Elvis Costello Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker. Also, Journey, Look Into the Future. Journey is $17.50, Look Into the Future. And yes, Fragile, I'll be the roundabout south side of the sky. That's OG, no conditionals, $10. Are you kidding me? I should go arrest myself. Foghat, Night Shift, sell that to Michael Nath. Also, Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. That's in Shrink Wrap. Hold on, I'm going to go arrest myself. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust. Nick Lowe is $10, and Noiseworks. Noiseworks is $10. $10. We have Terry Gearhart, yes. Terry Gearhart, yes. Nick Bargeron says, buddy, let's talk on Monday. Sounds like Nick wants to buy a couple autographs, but sounds like he's like, can we wait just a little bit longer so I can get him on a new invoice? We might can work something out for that. We might can work something out on that. I'll keep bringing more stuff out. You'll have an invoice started for next week before this one even ends. Costello is sold to Chris Knapp. Sell that to him, half off. And then we have Alquin, Nobody Can Wait Forever. Alquin is $6.50. Chris Knapp on LR for Lou Reed. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Chuck Haley second on Yes. Jeff Church on Loverboy. John Durden, I'm assuming you were passing on that. So to Jeff Church. We have Jules Shear, The Eternal Return. Jules Shear is $7.50. And The Origin. The Origin is in Shrink Wrap. That's $10. Also, Close Up, The Beach Boys. That is $15. It's a double pack, 2 LP. Shh. By 10 years after, that is $9. Also, the Frost Music. The Frost is $12.50. And Mr. I Wear the Face, Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, Inner Sleeve. Mr. is $17.50. Neil Young is still available. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. VG Plus $12.50. It's still available. Mark Chesler, The Kinks Greatest Hits, $10. That is No Condition Notes, Well-Respected Man. Mood 6, I Saw the Light. Mood 6 is $5. And the Moody Blues in partial shrink. A little torn there, but that means it's really nice, and it is. Moody Blues, $7.50. Nick Bargeron on BB, that's for the old Beach Boys. That's so to Nick Bargeron. And Cruel Story of Youth. Cruel Story of Youth is $5. We got Lines and Ghosts for $5 on my right, and on my left is Polly Rock, Changing Hearts. Polly Rock is $10. That was fast. Probably need to read through those again. Feel like I hit a second wind all of a sudden. Also, I'm hitting this bottle of water pretty hard. All right. Here we go. Nick also wants Kinks Greatest Hits. Nick, that's so Nick Bargeron. Mark Chesler got the Neil Young, and Chuck Haley got the Moody Blues. Great stuff there. All right, thank you on that. And let's just skim through those again. Quickly, as I touch my toes. Come on, Chad. There we go. Oh, ouch. I just moved pieces of my spinal plate back and around. Loose little chunks of spine back into place. Oh. Now my knees are gonna sound really bad when I stand up. Ooh. Okay, that was a good little stretch though. Okay. We have What Was the Journey album? That was Looking to the Future. That's an earlier Journey album, pre-Steve Perry. Journey is an OG 1976 Santa Maria with the original on her sleeve. $17.50 on that. $17.50. The Poly Rock, no condition notes. A lot of these in here were check condition, but not Journey and not Poly Rock. Poly Rock is clean. Really nice, actually. $10 on that. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. We're going to read through that again quickly. There's that, there's that. And we have 10 Years After. That's with Alvin Lee. I'd Love to Change the World. Cool song on there. VG plus $7.50. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment. That's VG plus $9. We have Crosby, Stills, and Nash, one of my favorites. VG plus $12.50. Marrakesh Express. Amazing Harmonies. Eric Burden and the Animals, Love Is. VG plus $15. The Pretenders 2. EX $9. John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall is EX $10. Hall & Oates, Bigger Than Both of Us. EX $9. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. VG plus $7.50. Robert Palmer, Double Fun. EX $9. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire, $12.50. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust, $10. Chuck Haley, Getting the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, so did Chuck Haley. Noise Works is $10, Gold Stamp promo. We have Alquin, Nobody Can Wait Forever. Alquin was $6.50. Jules Shear, The Eternal Return. Jules Shear is $7.50. The Origin is $10. Also, 10 Years After is $9, another one. The Frost Music, $12.50. Mr. I Wear the Face, $17.50. Mood 6, I Saw the Light, $5. Cool Story of Youth is $5. And Lines and Ghost is $5. Lines and Ghost is $5. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so let me show y'all this. Before I accept this offer on eBay, I told Tanner, he listed some stuff. Of course, we have thousands of Fred Goodwin autographs, and I told him, I said, let me show this on Facebook before we accept this offer. I got Tom Selleck signed Magnum PI photo, and if y'all want it, it would be $155. I didn't even know we had this. See, we're finding a lot of photos because we have hundreds and hundreds, and I've never looked through them all. I've never got a chance to look through them all. So Tom Selleck, and I know we had a lot of autograph buyers the last couple nights. It's $155, and based on the offer I've got for it right now, that's about what we would net after fees on eBay. But of course, I can decline, and I can go ahead and sell it to y'all. Or they might not take it, and then I have to maybe sell it for slightly less. But I think that's a pretty fair price because it hadn't been on there long. I got the notification. I was like, Tom Selleck. And I was like, we probably need to go ahead and sell that here. So Paul Brothers says he'll take it. Great. That's so to Paul Brothers. So let me make a note. We got to find that. Whoever's watching, make a note. Tanner knows the location of that photo. And that's sold for $155. And this guy's probably going to be wanting to know why his counter offer was declined and the photo's been taken off. Well, that's because I sold it to somebody else. So let me go end item. This item's no longer available for sale. I know Paul Brothers is going to pay for it. So that's sold. And then let me show y'all some other stuff here in just a second that I didn't even know we had that got listed, okay? Tom Selleck should disappear. I think I have another one too. I have another one. I don't think it's a Magnum PI photo though. That was a Magnum PI photo. Yeah, I'll show y'all some other stuff in just a second, okay? I'll do that in just a second. This should go off now. Okay, it did. A frame Stevie Ray Vaughan. Not to my knowledge. Oh, I may have seen one back there on the frame, but it probably wasn't anything special. Anybody else on anything in this crate? So $12.55. And sorry, Friday nights when I have a ball game the next day is kind of weird because, I have a big day tomorrow. And then I go right to a concert on Sunday. So my next couple of days are like a lot of traveling and a lot of important stuff. A lot of stuff I've spent a lot of money to go to, football games and concerts, and I don't want to be half dead. So I would love to sell thousands of more dollars in merchandise, but also I have a pretty big investment to back up with all this stuff I've went and paid for, like football games, concerts, and everything. So I'm going to be live a little bit longer, but not much longer. I'd rather probably knock out some miscellaneous like autographs and stuff like that. Here's some other stuff. Paul's doing the show tomorrow, by the way. I got them in a group message, and I said, I want y'all to decide who wants to do the shows from here on out, Paul or Laura. And I think they're going to start taking turns, or whenever Paul's not available, or whenever Paul would rather mark records and Laura. Here's some other autographs I got. I got another Tom Selleck, but it's not Magnum P.I. If anybody wants to see any of these, let me know. Tom Selleck, Jimmy Stewart, Blue Murder, and that I think we've already got an offer on. Blue Murder, the band Blue Murder, Jimmy Stewart lobby card, Don Rickles. I thought that was at a great price. Don Rickles, $89.99. I thought his autograph demanded a little bit more, but it's a very fair price from what I checked. Loretta Young, Martin Sheen, Shirley Temple, Richard Thomas, Lily Tomlin, Richard Thomas, Lily Tomlin, Richard Thomas, Gordon Scott from Tarzan. Gordon Scott from Tarzan. To the loyal fan, you something, something, something. And it's signed by Gordon Scott. Debbie Reynolds, Lily Tomlin, Hank Ballard, Lily Tomlin, Richard Widmark, Depeche Mode, John Denver, Richard Widmark, Trombone Shorty, Martin Sheen, Susan Sarandon, McLean Stevenson, Willie Dixon, Richard Widmark, Ann Rutherford, Susan Sarandon, Michael Bublé, Susan Sarandon, Midland, Don Rickles, Lee Remick, Cliff Robertson, Butterfly McQueen from Gone with the Wind, Silver Eagle, Grateful Dead, Dick's Picks, Lily Tomlin, Midland, Richard Thomas, Ann Rutherford, Libertad, Silver, Glenn Ford, Neil Young, the Golden Palominos, Richard Widmark, Gangsters, Nayu, 2-ounce silver John Dillinger coin, Shirley Temple, Mexico Libertad, Lee Remick, Shirley Eaton, Guy Clark, Loretta Young, Carl Reiner, Lee Remick, Susan Sarandon, Debbie Reynolds, Cliff Robertson, Gordon Scott again, Masters hoodie, Lee Remick, Shirley Eaton, Carl Reiner, Michael Bublé, Masters hoodie, Dale Reeves, Hank Ballard, Silver Eagle, Richard Widmark, Susan Sarandon, Bill Monroe, Al Jolson, Susan Sarandon, Roy Acuff, Ron Campbell, Susan Sarandon, Don Van Vliet, a.k.a. Captain Beefheart, Neil Young, Don Rickles, Masters t-shirt, The Band, Susan Sarandon, however you say her name, Don Rickles. We got a lot of her. Martin Sheen. Are these things repeating? I think these are repeating. I think we have that many, though. Neil Young. Hold on a second. Let me click on this. I think these are like repeating. Let me go here to this view. Sort. Let's go highest first and work our way down. Stevie Nicks, Don Van Vliet, Roger Maris, Eric Clapton, Linkin Park, Don Van Vliet, To Kill a Mockingbird, Neil Young, Don Van Vliet, Roger Maris, Eminem, Frank Zappa, The Band, John Prine, The Band, John Prine, Neil Young, Roger McGuinn, Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, Bill Monroe, Gene Clark, Willie Dixon, Neil Young, Bill Monroe, Harry Carey, Bad Day at Black Rock, Willie Dixon, Gunfight at the OK Corral, Kid Rock, Errol Flynn, Cheap Trick, Bill Monroe, John Dillinger, Joan Crawford, Bill Monroe, Grand Ole Opry, Ward Bond, Depeche Mode, John Denver, Gene Kelly, Blue Murder, Al Jolson, Eddie Rickenbacker. I'll pause right there. That's some of the best autographs we have listed. That's some of the best autographs we have listed. So there's that. I didn't follow you PC software. I guess I didn't. I will do that. I'm going to make a note below your Tom Selleck over here. PC software, okay? I'll make a note below your name here. PC software on that. There's throwing some high-end autographs we have in there. Saturday's video. Saturday video will have a recap of everything not claimed tonight. Saturday video will be a recap of anything not claimed tonight. There won't be anything new added until Monday. When I'm back for Monday's show, that's when I'll start adding new discount stuff, because we didn't go through everything, not even close. We got crates back here that I hadn't pulled everything out of. I still got a lot back here, yeah. eBay handle should be Collect Company. Should be Collect Company. Or you can search an item and then find us and click on everything. Earl Scruggs, lots of Masters gear, Duncan Ronaldo, Tammy Wynette's on there, Jane Seymour, Shirley Temples. I think our handle's just Collect Company. It is, what is our exact handle? I think it's just Collect Company. Yeah. Second, if I would have had my, if I could have had my first eBay account still, I would have had like probably a 50,000 feedback score. I lost my first eBay account. All right. Anybody, anything else? Because now would be the time to ask. Anybody, anything else, now would be the time to ask. I mean, I don't mind showing something or another. Maybe something that won't take 45 minutes or take me a half hour to find. Nothing signed by Erasure. I'm just now seeing that. Nothing signed by Erasure. And, or Chris, if you have trouble finding our listings, I can send, if you DM us, I can send you a link and then you can go from there. And as always, don't ever buy anything through eBay. Message Ed or me or Paul, and we'll give you our best price. Because some of those John Prines, I will take significantly less. Some of those Neil Youngs, I will take significantly less. They're just kind of marked for price. Empire, new old crates for 24. No, that's too recent. Queensryche is too recent. That will be another 30 days if it's still available. Harry Carey. Harry Carey is right here. Harry Carey's a tough one. Harry Carey is right here. It's from Fred Goodwin's collection. It's matted. It's a cut. Comes with a full letter from JSA. Harry Carey. $599.99. $599.99. Any sign Slayer? No Slayers. No, all the metal and stuff is all the metal and stuff signed, sold like. The stuff on eBay is really niche or esoteric, like the Captain Beefheart, Neil Young's. You kind of have to wait for the right person to be looking for the right signed album. Now, Michael, that's from Fred Goodwin's, which means I probably have a lot of room in it. I've had it for a long time. So if you want to think about it, don't hesitate to make an offer. And I can check comps. I mean, that's probably pretty close if I priced it for that. But, yeah, some people have had eBay accounts for 30 years. It's amazing how long so many people have had. Striper is signed, 3 on the front, and 4 on the back and $325. Now, Nick Bargeron has basically told me he wants it, but maybe wants to start a new invoice with it on Monday. So it's $325, but it's kind of pending sold. Jim B said, what type of item did you sell the most on eBay when you first started? Baseball cards and comic books. Harry Carey. Kisses him. I don't think that's the same Harry Carey. I think that's the Harry Carey that did the radio broadcasting, right? Different Harry Carey. There's 2 Harry Careys. There's a Harry Carey that's an actor. That's an old Western actor that died in like 1947. This guy, that's the guy we have a signature of. He died in 1947. And then there's Harry Carey, the radio broadcaster. And then Harry Carey Jr. Harry Carey Sr. is an expensive autograph. I mean, he was born in 1878, so... Mr. Smith goes to Washington. Yeah. Yeah, that's not the Cubs announcer, Michael Nath. That's the actor. This Harry Carey that's $600, that's an actor. That's the actor from the 50s. Or, excuse me, the 30s. He died in 1947. The one we have on eBay is Harry Carey, Michael Nath, just so you're not confused. It's not the radio announcer. His autograph is significantly less. The Kicks cassettes are $10, $10. Hot Wire and Midnight Dynamite. I think that's the same. I think that's the same photo that's on his Wikipedia page. Yeah. Yeah, when you get somebody that died, a Hollywood actor that died in the 40s, usually their signatures, if it requires a letter, yeah, steel tip fountain pen. I mean, it's at least from the 40s, probably 30s, when he was signing. And a lot of those guys wasn't signing autographs; they were just signing stuff, and those are cuts. Those are cuts and stuff. Edwin Riviera. Edwin, I mentioned you yesterday. I said Edwin Riviera is a longtime great Coletco customer. He watches every night for years down in Puerto Rico, and he watches almost every moment of the sale every night. It's one of our longtime Coletco staples. Like, he's been here for years, every night, almost the entire length of the show every night. And those are the kind of people, like a lot of y'all, that has helped grow this business to a different crazy level. I'm talking about people who watch every night, sometimes 6, 7, 8 hours a night, every night, and do nothing but help support Coletco. Sell those to Ed Riviera for $15. Any more movie post signed ones? We went through some last night, Paul, and I'm going to get them out. We have several more signed by, of course, Shirley Eaton, but they're not Goldfingers. Not Goldfingers. I have one more signed Shirley Eaton Goldfinger. It's a reissue poster, but it is signed by the Golden Girl, and she signed her golden body. Last night we found some other stuff signed by like James Stewart, and we even found one signed by Richard Petty. And I honestly don't know what I've done with it, and I don't know if John Durden still wants it. So yeah, if you flip, so last night, if you go to last night's video on YouTube, Paul, if you go to last night's video on YouTube, right there at the end, I'm reading through stuff, and that's the next stuff Tanner's about to photograph. We're about to start photographing. It's really hard to show them, honestly. Now, we did get new Chevy Chase autographs. Y'all seen those? Other than that, everything else really hadn't been tagged or researched. So, Petty was $275, and I forgot to tell Carol Puckett about it. And I'm not for sure where it's been laid, but it's around here somewhere. It's been laid around here somewhere. Of course, Ozzy, we had a couple big no bids tonight. Ozzy, I forgot about that. Let me go get that. I laid it up front before it fell or got bent or fell down in a crate. Ozzy was $12.75. We might can get that sold here at the last second. And I still got Arnold Palmer. Ozzy is signed by Zach Wilde and Randy Castillo. And that's signed by Arnold Palmer. $3.99 on Arnold Palmer. And let's put Arnold right there. And then Ozzy is $12.75. Earlier signature was Zach Wilde and Randy Castillo. That's pretty nice. We sold another Ozzy album last night, signed, and I should have one more next week. I got a guy that's been piecemealing them out to me. He got a bunch of Beckett witnessed. He got a bunch of Beckett witnessed, I guess, at different conventions, and that's most of the ones I've been selling lately. So I don't think he wanted to sell them all at once. He likes getting paid for them in kind of pieces. And I've got a Diary of a Madman coming next week. And that's from a different person. I got that from somebody completely different. I have 2 Ozzy autographs. I got that and the signed album. Signed albums always demand more money. I don't have any more down Nolas. No, we sold the last one of those the other night. The next most expensive thing would be a signed Ozzy guitar. But, you know, he's not really a guitarist, but still, Ozzy on a guitar would be pretty pricey, honestly. But a signed album jacket's probably the most desirable thing for Ozzy right now. Signed Black Sabbath albums and signed solo albums, especially his early solo albums. I'll read through the cassettes one more time, sure, because there's some good ones here. We had Poison, a 3-pack for $20. Flesh and Blood, Open Up and Say Ah, and Look What the Cat. We're selling all 3 of those for $20. Princess Pang was $20. Sealed Rat Detonator, $47. Iron Maiden Live After Death, $16. And then these are all 10. Prophet, self-titled. Witchcraft, Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensation, Lynch Mob, self-titled. Pretty Boy Floyd, and White Lion. Those are all $10 a piece. We have not sold CLC yet. No, still hadn't got around to that one. And then Paul Brothers got Poison. Paul Brothers on this for $20 for that 3-pack. The Beatles full signatures. I've got the set of 4. And there's 2 really high-end items that I have in stock that I know people want. The Beatles signatures and the Metallica. And what I've been telling people is if you ever want to work out some kind of... I don't really offer payment plans unless something gets up into the thousands. But I have convinced a few people, if they're interested, I would spread out some payments on the Beatles. And then I also have that one signed by Harrison and Starr. That's really cool. And it's Kazo authenticated. This is the world's leader in Beatles authentication. If you have a Kazo letter, that's all you need. You don't even need Beckett. You don't need JSA or Pissy. If you got Kazo, this is the expert. He knows sometimes based on the provenance, even when and where they're signed. He's that good. He can get it down sometimes to the month when they were signed. He is pretty dang good. He is the world expert on Beatles autographs. So if you got a Kazo letter, that's all you need. And that's Harrison and Starr, Kazo authenticated. And then I've got the set of 4. I've got John, Paul, George, and Ringo, 15,000. Selling the set of 4, Beatles, 15,000. 15,000 for the set of 4 Beatles. Ed Riviere wants Prophet for $10. He wants White Line for $10. And he gets Iron Maiden for $16. Okay. Having the 4 Beatles cuts sold together are pretty cool. I have not sold the Hendrix poster. We have a whole collection of original Fillmore posters, MC5, Jimi Hendrix, you know, like $5,000 and $10,000 posters. They're all stacked up right over here. I got Hendrix. Probably some of the best items we have right now are the Beatles autographs, the Stevie Nicks autographs, the Jimi Hendrix posters, the MC5 posters, the Beatles autographs, the Metallica autographs. What else? We got 2 fully signed Metallicas, the Hendrix poster, the Stevie Nicks signed poster. I got a Kid Rock signed CD. Yeah, I've got a pretty niche item here. Let me show you this. I haven't found another one. I got the signed Kid Rock guitar. This is a pretty tough signed CD you get. It's one of his first album, his rap album. Grit Sandwiches for Breakfast. $5.99 on that. Early signed Kid Rock CD booklet. Huey Lewis Sports is a Japanese pressing. $35. And Christopher Cross, $35. 007 Platinum, you need Aussie. You can come up with $12.75, can't you, 007 Platinum? Any other signed guitars? Or maybe he was asking about Kid Rock, just in general. Signed guitars, nobody just no one big name. I've got some multi-signs. I've got a few multi-signed guitars, but no huge individually signed. No Bruce Springsteen like you bought. No Paul McCartney. No Green Day like I've sold. I've got Creed. I still got Creed laying around here. I got Creed, Kid Rock, Carly Pierce, and then I've got some multi-signed that I really need to move. I'd love to sell them to you for a great deal just because I wouldn't have to ship them. So, Oasis is gone. We sold Oasis. These 2 were sold. Whoa. These are sold for $25 and $25 to Wolverine. Everything's getting a little topsy-turvy here on me. We don't want that to happen. I'm about to just lay that flat. I got Creed, and then I got some multi-signs that I'd let go cheap just because they've been laying over here. They're signed by... There's some pretty big names on a couple of them, but nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. I got somebody trying to sell me a really early Taylor Swift autograph. Like, she was in junior high at a play. And I'm working on trying to acquire it. It could be a really rare item. It's Taylor Swift, and she signed, like, she's in junior high, and she signed like a playbook from a play she was in. I'm negotiating with them right now. I don't think we're on the same page. You know, some of the most valuable Taylor Swift autographs that have sold in the last year, we're one of them. We sold that guitar for $10,000. So, Creed is a signed black guitar on the body. I think all the guitars I have left are signed on the body except Kid Rock. Kid Rock is a pick guard, and it's on a red Stratocaster. Creed is on the guitar. I think the guy I bought it from is watching. Michael, are you still watching? I bought it from Michael Nath. He's probably still watching. He had to move recently, and I bought some stuff from him before he moved. So, one of the best signed Taylor Swift things to have is a guitar. And the next thing would be probably like some of her clothing articles. A signed pair of boots a while back sold for huge money that she wore on stage. Huge money. Yep, Michael Nass here. Yeah, I bought the Creed guitar from Michael. He might even have some provenance. Did you buy it from us, or did you buy it from us, Michael? What happened? No? You didn't buy it from us, did you? Creed on, yeah, it's on a black flat top. I think we just got it authenticated from. We did the letter for him, but I think he got it somewhere else. With arms wide open. Here's one I'll sell you cheap. Here, if you'll come pick this up, I'll sell it to you cheap. $100 if you come pick it up. Gretchen Wilson, Johnny Van Zant, let's see here. Gretchen Wilson, Johnny Van Zant. I forgot he told me on the other ones. Dang it. Okay, but there's a kicker. This is a secretary signed Dale Earnhardt. Or they were signing it backstage and they needed Dale Earnhardt on there and he didn't sign it. So Dale Earnhardt is bad. The other big ones like Johnny Van Zant and Gretchen Wilson are good. And there's 2 or 3 we really don't know. 2 or 3, even JSA didn't know who they were. So there's 2 pretty good ones on there that make it, Gretchen Wilson and Johnny Van Zant. The other ones are either not too important or Dale Earnhardt Jr. is a forgery or a secretarial. We think it's just basically a forgery, meaning they needed his signature on there, but that's the cheapest signed guitar, I'll say. It's not authenticated. They couldn't do a basic on it because it's multi-signed, and the letter would cost more than what it's worth. No, I mean, JSA was here with it. I'll promise you, Gretchen and Johnny's good, but Dale's bad, and the rest of them are kind of it's just as is. So, and if you don't like the bad Dale on there, you can rub it off. You can just take it off, or you can still display it and pretend it's real. So to Paul Brothers, $100. Great. I don't have any super joint rituals, no. Last 3 copies, I sold on those immediately. All right, that's so to Paul, thank you. He's going to pick that up. That's gone. So, Let's see. There's something in here in a case. Is this Creed here in a case? No, that's some kind of Epiphone guitar. I think it's water damaged or something. Here's a Creed poster. Let's see. Who is this? This is signed. We'll have to get to these later because some of these I don't even know. Gosh, we got so many. We got so many autographs that hadn't got brought out yet. Tanner texted me, he said, man, we got so much stuff we need to start getting on our website. He says, we got so much stuff we need to get on our website, because he's like, we'll never be able to photograph and show all this. Or you'll never be able to get around to it on Facebook. And because some of this stuff we've now had for, we've had some of this stuff for 2-3 years from Fred's collection, and we hadn't got to it yet. Yeah, 2 and 3 years autographs that's been authenticated, and we hadn't touched them yet. So we're going to have to do kind of like I did tonight. We're going to have to get stuff on a website where y'all can find it. Where y'all can find it and then be like, hey, I want this off your website, and we can add it to your order. That way, like Tanner's listing stuff, and then I'm here selling, and then y'all can go check the website, and we'll put stuff on there that's like $500 plus, like signed guitars, signed posters, concert posters, Kiss posters. We got hundreds. We got hundreds of concert posters, movie posters, high-end records, high-end autographs, merchandise, stuff like this, Beatles, golf autographs, sports autographs. Buddy Guy, same thing with a striper. The guy kind of wants it, but he maybe has to wait. But it's still for sale. It's available. It's signed by Buddy Guy. It's 240, what did I say? 255. Signed album jacket. The cover has a little bit of damage here, but it's very nicely signed, and it's 255. Let's see here. Butcher covers. I got 3 butcher covers right over here. I got 3 butcher covers. Butcher, butcher, butcher. Any autographs by Johnny Van Zandt or Billy Joe Schaefer? They're all gone. Townes Van Zandt sold a couple years ago. Those are extremely rare. I sold them way too cheap. I got thousands for them. I think I got 4,500 and 3,700, and that was honestly too cheap. And Billy Joe Schaefer is gone. I had him on an album not too long ago, personalized. We sold that. If I do, I don't know about it. I know I don't have Townes Van Zandt anymore. The last one I had was on a napkin, or did we sell that? Did we sell that napkin we had? I had Townes Van Zandt on a napkin, and that went too cheap too if I sold it. I don't think I have that anymore, do I? Townes. Nope, it's gone. Townes Van Zandt is gone. And then I had 2 or 3 signed albums from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I know one guy that has one. I think he's asking like 12 grand. I think a nice Townes Van Zandt is like 12 grand now. I started selling a lot of signed albums right when the market started. It just seemed like jumping up on these prices for that stuff. So I let a lot of stuff go, probably too cheap. Let me see if he's still... Yeah, there's a photo. See, that's personalized. It's really hard to find a nice one. Yeah, I mean, you might find a nice one, not personalized, for maybe 5 grand. I think we sold ours for 37 and 4,500, which is pretty good, but that's a tough one. I'm talking about nice on the front and not personalized. It looks like right now you can get some, you know, a lot cheaper than that, but they're personalized and they're maybe not so bold. So it's a weird price scale. It's like What's it signed on? How nice is the signature? Is it personalized? And that's a lot of factors that determine the price. You know, and what album? You know, if it's on an album, is it Paul McCartney's best album? Is it a Beatles album, or is it like a new solo album that maybe not so many people care about having signed? But Townes Van Zandt's got expensive. I could have swore I seen one sale up in the like 5 digits not too long ago, though. Maybe it was, let's see, was that on eBay? I could have swore, or somebody told me they had one for like 12,000. There's one that sold signed, and if that got listed, I bet it sold immediately. Yeah, that was a great deal if so. I do see stuff get listed sometimes, and it gets grabbed like immediately. And I'm like, yep, they should have ran that for an auction. It happens on Discogs with records. It happens with a lot of rare stuff. And I'm like, dang, they should have ran that. Okay, I really need to wrap up. I was going to take this show to 1:30 regardless. We're at 1:30, and it's regardless for me to end the show. Anybody else on anything else before I call this quits? Danny, if I can find any more of those, I'll let you know. Okay? Thank y'all as always. If anybody has any last requests or offers or want to say goodbye, now's the time. I always enjoy sometimes just talking. Seems like if we are here late at night, we end up talking about autographs. It always seems to be the late night discussion, autographs. We went full pace there for a while. I'm kind of exhausted. Earlier I said I leave in 12 hours. Now I leave in 10 and a half hours for Knoxville. I leave in 10 and a half hours, and I probably have 5 hours of work to do. So that means my sleep is really being cut into now. I better go to bed. Thank y'all. Y'all are amazing. Couldn't do any of this without y'all. If y'all wasn't on here talking or on here buying, it'd be pretty boring, right? It'd be pretty boring. So thank y'all for tuning in and always watching, talking, and especially buying. Invoices go out on Monday. $8 unlimited shipping. I can't think of anything else. I've got a busy next couple days. I'm going to Knoxville to the night game versus Oklahoma, Vols versus the Sooners. I'm going to Atlanta to see Paul McCartney on Sunday. I'll be back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I've got Paul McCartney in Nashville. Thursday night, general admission. I'm going to try to get there and get on the front row. I'm very excited. And then Friday, and I think the Vols have a bye Saturday. So next Saturday, I'll be here and I'll be able to do a Saturday show because Paul's covering for me on Thursday. So I'm sure Paul would like off on Saturday. He's been covering a lot for me. Except for last Saturday, Laura did the sale, I think. Was that last Saturday? I guess it was. No, it was 2 Saturdays, 3rd Saturday. So, yeah, there'll be a flip crate in the morning, a 6 a.m., a 9 a.m., and then definitely Saturday. I'll go ahead and do the Saturdays right now so they're posted, and I don't have to come by here Saturday night after the game for Sunday. So, yeah, Saturday mornings I'm going to do right now. I mean, as soon as I say goodnight, I'm going to start doing a video for the morning. Then I'm going to go ahead and do Sunday mornings so I don't have to come here Saturday after the game and upload those. So I'm about to shoot 4 videos, 2 discount crates, and 2 new vinyl videos. I'm going to upload them and schedule them. 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and then 6 a.m., 9 a.m. videos. So, yeah. If I know I'm going to be out of town, I go ahead and do it. And then I probably will come here Sunday after the concert, maybe, and do Monday mornings. I really need to do 3, but that would take me a long time. It takes a long time to do those. I don't know why. Just by the time I make them, I kind of prep them, I film the video, it uploads and schedules. It takes like a half hour to do 2, so it'll take me an hour to do 4 minimum, and then that means an hour and a half to do 3 days worth. But yeah, you can expect them. Laura did a great job. She did. Thanks, everybody. I'm signing off. Good night, and thank y'all. See you the next time. Monday. I'll be back Monday. Tune in and buy stuff from Paul. No Sunday night show. No, I'll be in Atlanta at a concert. Paul McCartney. Band on the Run. Live and Let Die.